If this is really the place where the ancient king arranged for Nirvana here will definitely give us extremely powerful Nirvana attributes. Maybe we can use this place to achieve Nirvana. Lin Shen had another idea. Let's not talk about whether this place was prepared by the ancient king. To be able to set up such means, this person must be a rare strong man in the universe. He had problems with his reincarnation and Nirvana here. If we want to achieve Nirvana here, I'm afraid it will be a life or death situation. Ouyang Yudu pondered. Lin Shen naturally knew the danger here, but he himself had 2 life bases, plus the super base form and evolution theory. Maybe he really had a chance to succeed in Nirvana here. I just don't know what kind of Nirvana attributes I will have if I achieve Nirvana here, and I don't know if it's really worth the risk. Master Chowdu, we have found a way to leave and plan to leave now. Do you want to go back to the Golden Buddha temple or leave with us? Lin Shen hasn't figured out how he will achieve Nirvana, but knowing that there is such a place can be used as an alternative. I am a monk, and I will never enter the secular world again in this life. Please send me back. Master Chowdu said. Wait for me here, I will send you back. Lin Shen took the bow and sent Master Chowdu out of the pool. When Lin Shen was about to say goodbye and leave, Master Chowdu picked a few gourds from the tree and handed them to Lin Shen. Take these Buddha fruits with you on the road. Thank you, Master. Lin Shen hurriedly thanked him. If he hadn't met him here, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to escape from this planet. After saying goodbye to Master Chowdu, Lin Shen took the bow and dived into the underwater ancient temple again, and reunited with Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. The 3 jumped into the Inua well one by one. When they regained their normal vision, they found themselves in an endless ocean. When they rushed out of the water, they found that this was actually a sea. Finally out. Lin Shen flew into the air and looked around. He saw a city looming on the coastline in the distance, and it was no longer on the mysterious planet. At this time, Lin Shen was still a little frightened. That planet was too terrifying. Even if an immortal went there, he might not be able to come back alive. The 3 flew towards the direction of the seaside city. Lin Shen used the communicator to check the planet and found that it was actually a planet that had been developed for many years by the Celestial clan. Lin Shen had the permission to use the transmission device here for free, but the transmission device here needed to go through several transfers and reach the Medusa before it could be transmitted to the Zenitha. Anyway, it was all free benefits. The 3 returned to the Zenitha and felt that the experience on that strange planet was like a dream. It's too late. Lin Shen sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. There were only less than 2 days left before Lao Tai came to find him, and there was no time to explore the secrets of Hulu Mountain. Moreover, the secrets of Hulu Mountain were becoming more and more amazing, and they could not be explored in a short time. Lin Shen thought about it and decided to take the initiative to meet that weird guy. And don't wait for him to come to the door. If there was a commotion on the Zenitha, there would be no way to end the matter. The main reason was that Lin Shen had a terrible guess in his mind that Lao Tai, could it be the ancient world king who failed to reincarnate and rebuild? If he was really the ancient world king who failed to reincarnate and rebuild, the mechanical watch would be like a time bomb, which might explode at any time, so it would be better to return it. He sent a message to Tian Xian, explaining that he was going to meet Lao Tai. 83 Chinese website latest address. Tian Xian quickly sent a message back, Just think it through, other people's things should be returned to them, don't try to occupy everything. Lin Shen smiled helplessly. Tian Xian didn't know that this thing was related to the safety of the human mother planet. Lin Shen didn't want to return it, but he didn't dare to return it. Originally, Lin Shen planned to go to the giant ring star by himself, and let Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu stay in the zenith star. Ouyang Yudu had to deal with the affairs of the Special Service Department, so he would not go to the giant ring star, but Wei Wufu wanted to go with him. After the two rested, they went to the giant ring star without stopping. Old Tai, I have already contacted Lin Shen. You don't need to look for him. He will come here to see you soon. Tian Xian put down the communicator and looked at old Tai beside him and said. The two were lying on the sun loungers in the outdoor swimming pool. Tian Xian was wearing flowered shorts and a t-shirt, and old Tai was wearing black cotton shorts and a white vest, revealing half of his steel body. Okay. Old Tai didn't ask what the relationship between Tian Xian and Lin Shen was, nor did he ask how he contacted Lin Shen. You don't ask me how I contacted him? What is the relationship with him? Tian Xian couldn't help asking. No need. Old Tai said while lying there with his eyes closed. You are really a good friend. Don't worry, I will never let you suffer. If Lin Shen refuses to return your things, I will definitely help you deal with him. Tian Xian said. Okay. Old Tai nodded and pulled down the sunglasses on his head to cover his eyes. It was several hours later when Lin Shen and Wei Wufu arrived at Paradise Island. He went to see Tianquan first. He had contacted Tianquan before, and Tianquan was waiting for him in the heavenly palace. I can't see through the strength of that old iron. You have to be careful, and it's best not to have a conflict. Tianquan had already told Lin Shen about the old iron before, and reminded him again at this time. I know. Lin Shen nodded and said, I'm just going to return his things. I won't have a conflict with him. Don't worry. I'd better go with you to see him. Tianquan was still a little worried. If we go together with so many people, it's a bit like using power to pressure others. I think that person is the kind of person who will not tolerate hardship. I'd better go by myself. Lin Shen smiled and hugged Tianquan, whispering in her ear, be good and wait for me at home to take a shower. I'll be back soon. After sending a message to Tianqin and knowing that they were all at the swimming pool behind, Lin Shen took Wei Wufu to the swimming pool. Before they reached the swimming pool, Lao Tai, who was lying down, sat up and looked in the direction where Lin Shen came from. Tianqin stood up and shouted to Lin Shen, Lin Shen, return the things to Lao Tai quickly. For my sake, Lao Tai will not embarrass you. Lin Shen heard what Tianqin meant and asked him to hand over the things to make a big deal small and a small matter. Nothing. I'll give it back to you. Can the grudge between you and me be settled in one transaction? Lin Shen took out the mechanical watch, walked in front of Lao Tai, and handed it to him. Lao Tai slowly stood up, but did not take the watch handed over by Lin Shen. He stared at the bow behind Lin Shen and asked coldly, did you go to the horror star? The horror star you were talking about is the planet with collapsed temples everywhere? If so, I just came back from there and narrowly escaped death. Lin Shen also wanted to ask Lao Tai something. 83 Chinese website latest address. Is that by the bow of the Golden Crow Temple? Lao Tai asked again. Yes. Lin Shen nodded. Did you go to the ancient temple? Lao Tai asked again. Yes, if you don't go there, you can't come back. Lin Shen said. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen and continued, very good, let's fight. If you win, the things are still yours. If you lose, give me this bow. No need to fight, the things are all yours, answer me a few questions. Lin Shen took off the bow and handed it to Lao Tai together with the mechanical watch. Although the things are good, you have to be alive to get them. Even Tian said that Lao Tai is unfathomable, and Lin Shen suspected that he was the reincarnated ancient world king, and was unwilling to give him an excuse to take action. Lao Tai seemed a little surprised, looking at Lin Shen, and slowly said, you don't know the origin of this bow? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Since I said it to you. Even if it is the first treasure in the universe, it is yours. Lin Shen threw the bow and watch directly to Lao Tai. Although this bow is not the most precious treasure in the universe, it is not much different. This is the immortal life base of the first sharpshooter of the ancient clan. It has the strongest destructive power in the universe, no one else. Lao Tai took the bow and said calmly. The life base of the first sharpshooter of the ancient clan. Tian was shocked when he heard it. Because of the long time, most people may only know the existence of the ancient king of the world, and don't know much about the ancient dynasty. Tian had consulted a lot of information about the ancient dynasty because he was going to King Kai's planet to find the king of the world treasure chest. The ancient king of the world was able to establish a dynasty, which was definitely not as simple as his own strength. The territory of the universe is so vast that no matter how powerful the ancient king of the world is, it is impossible for him to guard the entire universe alone. There are probably no less than tens of millions of immortals from various races under the throne of the ancient king of the world. After the establishment of the ancient dynasty, they were divided into 4 directions to guard various star fields. In addition to those immortals from other races, the ancient clan itself also has many immortals, the most famous of which are the 10 generals of the ancients. Among the 10 ancient generals, there is an immortal who is known as the best marksman in the universe. He is known for his arrows that never miss a target, and his arrows kill people without exception. It's just that because of the long time, no one knows the name of the marksman anymore. We only know that he is one of the 10 ancient generals, and his title is Shooting Sun. If this bow is really the immortal life foundation of the Shooting Sun, its value is simply inestimable. I'll give you the things. It doesn't matter what they are. Can you answer a few questions for me? Lin Shen said indifferently. Go ahead. Lao Tai was quite surprised that Lin Shen was so free and easy, which was somewhat different from his previous impression of Lin Shen. Are you the one who left the words in Inue well? Lin Shen asked the question he cared about most directly. I don't know, I forgot. Lao Tai said. Do you think so? Lin Shen was not surprised by Lao Tai's answer. If there was really a problem with the reincarnation and cultivation of the ancient world king, he didn't know whether those words were left by himself. It was normal. I don't know. Lao Tai frowned. Did you complete nirvana there? Lin Shen asked again. Yes, and no. Lao Tai's answer this time was somewhat unexpected. What do you mean? Lin Shen also frowned. I can't remember the past. I can feel that I should have completed nirvana there, but I didn't find a brazier that corresponds to my power. Maybe the properties in the brazier have changed. Lao Tai said in a deep voice. 83 Chinese. Website latest address. Lin Shen finally understood that the text in the well said that after each brazier gave birth to an immortal creature, its own properties would change accordingly. So if Lao Tai used the power in the brazier to achieve nirvana, then after nirvana, it is very likely that the properties in the brazier have changed accordingly. What do you remember about that place? Lin Shen didn't know how to ask, so he had to ask a general question. I know what you want to ask, but I can tell you that I am not him. Lao Tai said, throwing the bow in his hand back to Lin Shen. I only want my own things, I don't want your things. For Tian Xian's sake, let's settle the old grudges. How can you be sure that you are not him? Lin Shen was a little unconvinced, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't expect that Tian Xian's face would really work. Because I have remembered who I am, Lao Tai said very confidently. Who are you? Lin Shen was a little surprised. If Lao Tai really remembered who he was, then he would not be the reincarnated ancient king. What are you talking about? Can you say something human that I can understand? Tian Xian was angry listening to him. He really couldn't understand a word. Lin Shen ignored him and stared at Lao Tai, waiting for an answer. My name is Lin. Lao Tai said slowly. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai in a daze, and for a moment he was a little overwhelmed. He was too familiar with this name. His second brother was called Lin, but Lin Shen was sure that Lao Tai was definitely not his second brother. Although he was still young when his second brother disappeared, he basically had no impression of him. But he heard from his third and fourth brothers that his second brother was extremely strong, and Lao Tai agreed with this. However, their second brother was not a half-human, half-iron monster, and judging from the remaining half of Lao Tai's face, his facial features were completely different from those of the Lin family. The brothers of the Lin family, including Lin Miao, all had single eyelids, while Lao Tai obviously had double eyelids, and there was no other similarity. The color of the pupils and hair is also slightly different, and the facial features are also obviously different. Where are you from? Lin Shen felt that Lao Tai said his name was Lin, probably just because the names were pronounced similarly, or they were just the same name. Shan Yao Base. The four words that Lao Tai said made Lin Shen completely stunned. You said your name is Lin? Born in Shanyao Base? Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai in a daze, feeling that this guy must have lost his mind. How could he be Lin? Yes, Shanyao Base, Lin. I have remembered some of the things I experienced in Shanyao Base before, but only part of it. Lao Tai said. No, you are not Lin, you can't be Lin from Xian Niao Base. Lin Shen shook his head and said. Why do you say I'm not Lin? Lao Tai's eyes turned cold, and the iron hand seemed to be ready to move. You said you are Lin, then do you know who I am? Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and asked. Of course I know your name is Lin Shen. Lao Tai didn't know why Lin Shen said this. Then do you know where I was born? Lin Shen asked again. Suanio Base. Lao Tai frowned and asked, what do you mean? You know my name is Lin Shen, and you know I was born in Suanio Base. If you are Lin, how can you not know that Lin Shen is Lin Yin's younger brother, a real brother? Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai and said slowly. Lao Tai was stunned and looked at Lin Shen blankly and asked, is the Lin we are talking about the same Lin? There should be no second Lin in Sueño base, unless the Sueño base you are talking about is not the Sueño base of my family. Lin Shen said. There is such a thing, so. Lao Tai's face, which has always been expressionless, actually showed a very complicated emotion. You are my younger brother. 83 Chinese. Network latest address. Lin Shen was dumbfounded, thinking, is Lao Tai's brain broken? Even if his brain is broken, his eyes are not broken. Or has he never looked in the mirror and doesn't know what he looks like? We don't look alike at all. How can we be brothers? But then he thought again, Lao Tai's half human, half Tai look, if it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to accept it, and it's understandable that he doesn't like to look in the mirror. Lao Tai, look, I have single eyelids, you have double eyelids, my hair and pupils are lighter in color. Yours are darker, and your nose bridge is higher, mine is smaller. There are no similarities in the facial features. How can we be brothers? Lin Shen pointed at his face, trying to remind Lao Tai in a tactful way that they looked different. After listening, Lao Tai really looked at Lin Shen and fell into deep thought. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Lao Tai's look. He should understand. Suddenly, Lao Tai walked up to Lin Shen, put his hand on his shoulder, and looked at him with rare tenderness. It's not your fault that you didn't inherit the excellent family genes. Puff. Tian, who was eating fruit and watching the show, almost burst out laughing and couldn't stop laughing. She couldn't even stand up straight. Lin Shen was confused. What the hell is going on? How could it be related to genetic genes? They don't have any similarities at all. No matter how bad his genetics are, they can't be completely different. Which one? In fact, I have 2 brothers and a sister, and they also have single eyelids. Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Lao Tai's pupils contracted and his face was shocked. Lin Shen felt a little regretful when he saw this. This Lao Tai acted strangely and had a perverse personality. After he recognized the reality, would he be angry and turn his face against him and attack him directly? You mean? Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen with a serious face. Yes, it's just what you think. Lin Shen didn't dare to say this, not wanting to irritate Lao Tai again. I have 2 brothers and a sister? Lao Tai said seriously. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai in a daze, and he was about to go crazy. He complained in his heart, you are not paying attention to the right thing. You don't look like us. How can you be our brother? Lao Tai said thoughtfully, I seem to have some impression. I should have 3 brothers and a sister. You are the youngest, right? I am indeed the youngest, but you really look different from us. Lin Shen said hesitantly. Then it can't be wrong. Where are the other 2 brothers and the eldest sister? I want to see them. Lao Tai said seriously, as if he didn't hear Lin Shen's words at all. The eldest sister is here. I will go find her now. Tian was watching the show and wanted to find Lin Miao. Tian, wait a minute. Lin Shen hurriedly stopped Tian. It is not clear why Lao Tai thinks he is the second brother Lin. If he pretends to be him now, when Lao Tai's mind is clear, he will think that Lin Shen deceived him. Wouldn't it be bad? Lao Tai, you really look different from us. It's unlikely that you are my second brother. Lin Shen took a deep breath and made his words clear. 83 Chinese. Website latest address. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen and said, maybe my appearance has changed a little, so we look a little different. You said it's unlikely, which means you can't be sure. In this case, the eldest sister should be able to recognize me. If we go to see the eldest sister, it will naturally prove that you are my biological brother. Lin Shen thought about it, and it was right. He couldn't remember what the second brother looked like, but the eldest sister must remember it. As long as the eldest sister took a look, Lao Tai should give up. Thinking of this, Lin Shen was about to say that he would go to find the eldest sister, but Lao Tai said that he should go to see the eldest sister, and asked Tian Xian to lead the way without saying anything. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu could only go together. Lin Shen really couldn't understand why Lao Tai was so persistent in thinking that he was Lin. Lin Miao is in the processing factory of Shenbaden. Recently, Shenbaden has officially started to be sold. Through Tianquan's channels, it has been sold to many planets of the Tianren clan. The sales are quite good, and the production capacity can no longer keep up with the sales speed. Lin Miao is very distressed about this. The production of Shenbaden is limited, and it is too difficult to plant on a large scale. Lin Miao, who was inspecting the plantation, saw Lin Shen and others coming over, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he walked towards Lin Shen and others. Seeing Lao Tai and Lin Shen together, Lin Miao was a little surprised. She naturally recognized Lao Tai, but she had not been to Paradise Island during this period, and did not know that Lao Tai was on Paradise Island. Seeing Lao Tai and Lin Shen walking together, there was nothing wrong, and she knew that something must have happened, and they might not be enemies anymore, so she was not too nervous. When Lao Tai saw Lin Miao, he took the initiative to walk over to her without waiting for Lin Shen to say anything. He looked at her and said, "Big sister. I am Lin. Do you remember me?" Lin Miao was confused by Lao Tai's words. Although so many years have passed, she still remembers what Lin looks like. Even if she can't remember clearly, Lao Tai's appearance is indeed different from Lin, so it is impossible to make a mistake. Lin Miao was about to say something, but Lao Tai seemed to remember something and asked softly, "Big sister, is Ahua still there?" Lin Miao, who was about to say something, was stunned. When Lin Shen was a child, he had a serious cat hair allergy, so they couldn't keep cats at home. Later, Lin brought back a kitten that had just been weaned, saying that the kitten saved his life and wanted to take it home for Lin Miao to raise. But because of Lin Shen, the kitten couldn't be raised at home, so they found a yard outside to raise the kitten, and gave the kitten a name called Ahua. Only Lin and Lin Miao knew about this, even Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongjing didn't know. This weirdo in front of him actually knew Ahua, which made Lin Miao a little dazed. But she looked at Lao Tai. No matter how she looked at it, this didn't look like Lin. "Do you know Ahua?" Lin Miao asked suspiciously. "Once I went out to hunt creatures and heard a kitten's cry in the bushes next to me. I turned around and found a kitten coming out of the bushes. There was a 7-step golden ring snake lurking in the bushes, and it was about to attack me. If I hadn't been reminded by the kitten by accident, I would have died that time." After saying this, Lao Tai asked again, "Is Ahua still alive?" "It's too old. It died a few years ago. I buried it in the flower bed, where it usually loves to play." Lin Miao looked at Lao Tai in a daze, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. This matter should only be known by Lin and her. In order not to worry her brothers, Lin specifically told her not to tell anyone. 83 Chinese website latest address. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He was also confused in his heart. How could Lao Tai know about the second brother? Although he didn't know what was going on, Lao Tai couldn't possibly be the second brother. Sister, do you think he looks like the second brother? Lin Shen reminded him hurriedly. Lin Miao looked at Lao Tai carefully. He didn't look like him, but after looking at him for a long time, he seemed to be familiar with him. If you don't look at his face and half of his steel body, this person's figure and temperament are very similar to Lin Yin. For a moment, Lin Miao hesitated. Sister, you remember me, right? I can't remember what happened. Maybe I look a little different from before, but I can feel that you are my elder sister. The feeling between relatives is not wrong. Lao Tai looked at the elder sister and said firmly, Sister. Seeing that Lin Miao hesitated, Lin Shen hurriedly spoke up to remind her that she couldn't assume that Lao Tai was the second brother just because he knew something about the second brother. This was too ridiculous. Don't be impatient. Lin Miao stopped Lin Shen, looked at Lao Tai and said, Take off your shirt and let me see your back. Although Lao Tai didn't know what Lin Miao wanted to do, she knew that Lin Miao should have a way to confirm his identity. She didn't ask anything, took off her vest directly, and then turned her back to Lin Miao. Lin Shen and others also looked at Lao Tai, wondering what Lin Miao wanted to do. Lao Tai's figure was strong and solid, half of it was strange black iron, and half of it was strong muscles. The perfection of this half of muscle was not inferior to that of steel. Lin Miao stared at the flesh and blood half behind Lao Tai, and her emotions suddenly became a little excited. She walked quickly to a closer place and reached out to touch the back of Lao Tai. There was a red mark there, the size of a quail egg, and it looked like a square-hole copper coin. By the way, Ian, it's really you, it's really you. So many years, where have you been? Lin Miao's emotions collapsed all of a sudden, and she hugged Lao Tai and cried bitterly. Big sister. Lao Tai held Lin Miao's shoulders, and his human eye was red, looking very excited. Lin Shen was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, staring blankly at the two people who were crying and hugging each other. No way. Impossible. Could it be that because of the body mutation, that the second brother looks a little different from before? Lin Shen was full of doubts for a while. Big sister, are you sure he is the second brother? Seeing that Lin Miao's mood had recovered a little, Lin Shen hurriedly asked again. It can't be wrong. The appearance and position of this copper coin birthmark are exactly the same, it can't be wrong. Lin Miao said very confidently. Lin Shen was also a little uncertain for a while. Such a strange birthmark should not be so coincidental. Lin Shen thought it was a test to make Lao Tai give up, but it turned into a large-scale recognition scene. Lin Miao pulled Lao Tai to talk, and the more he talked, the more certain he was that he was the second brother Lin Yin. Although Lao Tai didn't remember many things, some of the things he could remember could match. What's going on? Lin Shen felt his scalp tingling and his brain was confused. Could the weirdo Lao Tai he had been hiding from really be his second brother Lin Yin? Lin Shen was not sure, but he could not seem to find any evidence to deny it. Tian Xian was also stunned. He also felt that Lao Tai could not be Lin Shen's brother, but now it seems that he is really a brother. Old Wei. Do you think he is really possible? Lin Shen walked aside, looked at the two people who were showing their true feelings, and quietly asked Wei Wufu beside him. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen, then at Lao Tai, nodded. And said, spirit, similar. 83 Chinese website latest address. What does spirit similar mean? It means that they don't look alike, right? Lin Shen was speechless. But at this point, he seemed to be unable to say anything and could only remain silent. Lin Miao was very happy and asked someone to prepare lunch and asked Lin Shen and the others to eat together. Lin Shen sat next to him and always felt very awkward. He really couldn't accept that the weirdo Lao Tai was actually his second brother. Xiaowu, what are you doing? Your second brother finally came back. He must have suffered a lot outside these years. We must take good care of him, talk to him more, and toast him. Lin Miao was very happy. Yes, we are all family in the future. You are Laodi's younger brother, and I am Laodi's brother. In the future, we are brothers. I am older than you, so you can just call me Brother Xian in the future. Tianqing raised his glass happily on the side. Come on, Xiaowu, let's drink with Brother Tai. No, let's drink with second brother. What are you talking about? In the future, you have to call me Uncle. Everyone here is your uncle, don't you know? Lin Shen was depressed. How could he suffer this loss? It's not that, Tianqing said hurriedly. Then how do you say it? Do you want me to call your aunt over? And let's have a good discussion. Lin Shen said. I don't care. Anyway, I am your second brother's brother, and you have to call me brother. Tianqing was extremely angry. When Lin Shen returned to the heavenly palace, it was already dark. Fortunately, he had the nightlight flower, so he was not afraid of the darkness. When he came to Tianquan's room, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. The night was so dark, but there seemed to be a light in the darkness. That light was so white. When Lin Shen woke up the next day, he felt that life was so short. He should do something meaningful in life and not waste time anymore. So many human beings are still in dire straits, and countless races in the universe are suffering and unfairly treated, waiting for the salvation of the Savior. Lin Shen felt that as a member of the billions of races in the universe, he should stand up and work for the rise of mankind and the peace of the universe. If I don't go to hell, who will? If I don't become a sage, who will? A real man should be strict with himself, work hard to make progress, and even if he dies, he should leave a legacy in the universe. Lin Shen ruthlessly rejected Tian Sun's invitation to sleep for a while, and resolutely got up and decided to practice hard and work hard for the freedom of billions of races in the universe. After having breakfast first, I added 2 more eggs. But no one else came to eat. Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh. Who has seen the morning at 9:30? In Paradise Island? There are not many people working as hard as me now. Those lazy guys will eventually be eliminated by this world, and I will go against the trend and become the trendsetter of the times. Lin Shen came to the martial arts arena alone, pushed open the door, and saw Tian Xian, Lao Wei, and Lao Tai talking about something in the martial arts arena. Ahem, morning. Lin Shen coughed lightly, turned around and closed the door. It's already this time, is it still early? Tianqing glanced at him. Lin Shen ignored him and walked towards Lao Wei and said, Lao Wei, why did you come here so early and didn't ask me to come with you? Noisy. Wei Wufu only said one word. Ahem. Lin Shen turned around and said, come on, old Wei, let's practice. I haven't sparred with you for a long time. Let me see if your skills have deteriorated. 83 Chinese website. Latest address window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type. Mix. Lin Shen used to spar with Lao Wei, and was basically tortured. There is still a chance of winning even if you fight hard. In a purely technical battle, Wei Wufu can give him a hand. Old Wei, come over here. Lin Shen took 2 unedged practice knives from the weapon rack and put on the stance of blood life. Knife technique. Wei Wufu also took a training knife and slashed at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's counterattack stance seemed to be of no use to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu didn't accept this trick at all and would just cut him. When he came up, Lin Shen used the bloodlife sword technique to defend, but his defensive method was to slash with Wei Wufu, but the target he slashed was not Wei Wufu's body, but Wei Wufu's knife. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal hitting each other was endless, and the 2 men's aura was as fierce as a tiger's. It looked like the 2 of them were fighting desperately, but in fact Lin Shen had been defending, but his defensive sword skills were really different from others. Tian watched for a while, feeling slightly surprised. When did that guy's technique become so rigorous? For a moment, Wei Wufu was unable to break through Lin Shen's defense. It seemed that Lin Shen was more than enough. Old Wei, continue. Tian picked up another training knife from the weapon rack and threw it to Wei Wufu in the battle. Wei Wufu stretched out his free left hand and caught the training knife thrown by Tian. He held the knife with both hands like Lin Shen, and his attack suddenly became more and more violent. I saw the light of the swords flashing, and the 4 swords flashed and collided rapidly in the air. The 2 people forcibly launched a fierce momentum of killing thousands of troops. Their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and no one took a step back. They all relied on their 2 swords to cut hard. The practice sword could not withstand high-frequency impacts, and countless gaps appeared on it. In the end, they were killed by 2 people. Cut off. Lin Shen held the broken knife in his hand and was very happy when he saw that Wei Wufu on the other side had only 2 broken knives left in his hand. This was the first time that he had not lost in a head-on confrontation with Wei Wufu. Although it was due to pure defense that he had the advantage, it was enough to make him feel happy. My skills are finally here. Lin Shen was secretly rejoicing when he saw Lao Tai walking over. Xiao Wu, your skills are too poor. It's too easy to be killed when you go out to fight the enemy. You still need more practice. I'll practice with you, Lao Tai said, taking 2 more practice weapons from the shelf. The knife was thrown to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself, what are you bragging about? I admit that my skills are not good, but when it comes to defense, my level cannot be considered bad. How can I be easily killed? How can I dream about it? You haven't done that before. You just rely on your strength, speed to bully my lower level. If we are on the same level, try breaking my defense. My strength and speed are not as good as yours, so let Lao Wei practice with me, Lin Shen said tactfully. No need, I will control the strength and speed to the same level as you, Lao Tai said. He also took a practice knife and slashed at Lin Shen. Strength is the same as speed. Let's see how you can defeat my bloody sword technique. Lin Shen didn't believe what he could do to himself. Seeing Lao Tai slashing at him with his sword, Lin Shen directly used the bloodline sword technique to seal his possible trajectory of change, and faced it with his left-hand sword. 83. Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen's block was blocked. He clearly saw Lao Tai's knife slashing down, but when he blocked it, he found that his knife was one step faster. After his knife slashed through, Lao Tai's knife fell down, leaving him too late to react. There was no time to put the knife in his other hand up. Lao Tai's knife was placed on his neck. Although Lin Shen was able to use the shrimp sliding technique to retreat, he did not retreat. Because they were practicing sword skills, in terms of sword skills, he had already lost. With this move, what happened to that stabbing just now? Tian looked a little surprised, and he didn't understand how Lin Shen lost. There was nothing wrong with Lin Shen's defensive stance, and the timing of his sword attack was right, but why he failed to block Lao Tai's sword was really incomprehensible. From his point of view, it was as if Lin Shen himself had swung his knife faster and swept past Lao Tai's knife before it fell, failing to block Lao Tai's knife. Wei Wufu was thoughtful and stared at the knife in Lao Tai's hand. Your sword skills are too strong, but they are all defensive. This is contradictory. Lao Tai took back his sword and said slowly, practicing defensive skills is like defending a city. Defending a city depends on the strength of the city. You can use your strength to defeat the enemy, but you give up your original advantage and send troops to fight the enemy head-on. If you can defeat the enemy, why bother to defend it? This makes no sense based on your own advantages. Moreover, if you take the initiative, you will be easily deceived by others. If you cannot clearly see the reality, it can be said that you will defeat yourself. Lao Tai said that Lin Shen's bloody sword skills were worthless, but Lin Shen was not angry. What Lao Tai said was not wrong, and he was indeed defeated by Lao Tai's sword technique with one strike. This is irrefutable. Not only was Lin Shen not angry, but he was a little grateful. Fortunately, the person who broke his sword skills first was Lao Tai. If someone caught this flaw in a real life and death showdown in the future, the price he would pay then would not be these lessons. Well, it's the price of blood, maybe even this life. Lin Shen calmed down, looked at Lao Tai, and clenched the irons in his hands. Come again. Lin Shen knew that what Lao Tai said was right, but he didn't plan to change it, and he couldn't change it. Because the scum knife technique required him to attack in order to play the effect of the scum knife technique. Once it was transformed into pure defense, without the blood life knife technique attached to the scum knife technique, it would just be an ordinary defensive knife technique. So Lin Shen could only go on this road. Since there was a problem, he would solve it. Lin Shen fought with Lao Tai again and again, but Lao Tai's knife seemed to be magic. Lin Shen either blocked it too early or too late, and couldn't touch his knife at all. Every time, Lao Tai put the knife on his neck. This made Lin Shen realize that he and Lao Tai were not at the same level at all. Lao Tai just used the change of rhythm to break his blood life knife technique's defense. However, Lin Shen did not give up. He was patiently adapting to Lao Tai's rhythm changes. He was also good at rhythm changes, but he was not as good as Lao Tai in control. His double knife attack method originally had two rhythms, one positive and one negative. However, under such circumstances, Lao Tai still found the breakpoint of the rhythm, or it could be said that Lao Tai directly disrupted his rhythm with the rhythm. Lao Tai saw that Lin Shen had no intention of changing, so he was not in a hurry. It is difficult to change a person's obsession with verbal education, but cruel. Reality can easily change a person's three views. 83 Chinese website latest address window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode. Thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Lin Shen's knife-wielding technique is very strange. All his knife-wielding habits are similar to the wiping technique in ordinary knife-wielding techniques, or the cutting technique for cutting meat and food. Or it is like the file being rubbed hard on a hard object. It is hard to describe what that feeling is like. This knife-wielding technique looks very strange and is very difficult to use. It is not easy for ordinary people to use this technique in actual combat. Every knife of Lin Shen is of this technique, which makes it difficult for him to control his strength and to be able to send and receive freely. So every time he cuts out a knife, it must hit the target. Otherwise it will give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of it. It is difficult for ordinary people to make Lin Shen miss, and even if he misses, it is difficult to seize the opportunity. But Lao Tai did it easily, just by taking advantage of the change in rhythm. Lin Shen can only patiently try to keep up with Lao Tai's rhythm again and again, at least to prevent him from using the change in rhythm to disrupt his rhythm. After trying again and again, Lin Shen used the method of double knife attack to make up for the lack of rhythm. Even if the first knife was controlled by the rhythm, the second knife could make up for the loophole in time. But when he saw the second knife slashing on Lao Tai's knife, it felt like he was slashing the air. Then Lin Shen saw Lao Tai's knife disappear, and when he saw the knife again, the knife was on his neck again. There are too many loopholes in your knife skills. Even if you can adapt to the changes in rhythm, there are still 10,000 ways to break your defense. Lao Tai retracted the knife and said calmly, "Okay, let's do it again." Lin Shen also got a little angry. Even though he knew that what Lao Tai said was right, anyone would be a little unhappy that the knife skills he had practiced with great difficulty were looked down upon to this extent. Lin Shen held the two knives and once again showed the posture of the bloodline knife skills, but this time, his momentum was obviously more fierce. When Lao Tai slashed again, Lin Shen still met it with the same knife. Lao Tai's knife disappeared again in front of Lin Shen. But Lin Shen's knife did not stop and slashed directly at Lao Tai. This was a tooth for tooth, blood for blood fighting method that he had studied before. "I can't hit your knife, so I will directly cut your body. Let's exchange blood for blood and life for life, to see who can win." But before his knife touched Lao Tai, the knife in Lao Tai's hand had already reached his heart. Lin Shen found a sad thing, because he was shorter than Lao Tai and his arm span was not as long as his, so Lao Tai's knife had already pointed at him, but his knife was still a little short of Lao Tai's body. "You should be thankful that your arm is longer than mine, otherwise you would be the first to be hit by the knife," Lin Shen said. "Then try again," Lao Tai said calmly. "Try it." Lin Shen tried again, and he found that he was a little short every time, and soon realized that this was not as simple as the arm being longer. Anticipate the enemy's moves. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and understood what was going on. Lao Tai was also able to achieve the level of the heaven and God art, and could predict Lin Shen's every move, and was targeting him when he attacked. But Lao Tai's ability was obviously much stronger than Tian Buluo's, so people could not Feel that he was anticipating the enemy's moves, and just thought that he was a little short of it. If it were someone with a lower level of understanding, he would probably never understand until his death that he was not short of that. This is the third time I have encountered such a disgusting skill. I must break it. Lin Shen especially hated fighting with people who had such skills, and it was particularly uncomfortable to fight. Every time the moves would be interrupted, it was like holding back halfway through urinating, and the pain was really unbearable. If he fought hard, Lin Shen could use the sand between his fingers to shoot cold arrows without making any sound, or break it with force. But now he was practicing swordsmanship, and he could only break this disgusting technique in the moves. How can I make him misjudge? Lin Shen thought about it, but there was really no solution. Since he couldn't make Lao Tai's prediction wrong, Lin Shen could only take another path. Tian, Xian and Wei Wufu watched the battle from the side. Wei Wufu didn't say a word, but Tian Xian was a chatterbox, talking nonstop. Xiao Wu's swordsmanship is not bad, but it's much worse than that of the second brother. His every move was within the second brother's expectations, and he was played around with. If it were me, I could still compete with the second brother in speed, but it would be useless to let the second brother predict my behavior. Unfortunately, his sword is too slow, and my way of breaking it, even if I tell him, he can't use it. Or, you go. Wei Wufu was annoyed by him, and the quiet man swallowed his words. Tian Xian seemed to not understand Wei Wufu's words at all. With a condescending expression, he crossed his arms and said, "It's enough for my second brother to teach him. I don't need to do it myself." You have shame? Wei Wufu looked at Tian Xian with a complicated expression and asked. Lin Shen's swordsmanship could not be changed. It seemed that he had no way to deal with Lao Tai. No matter how strange and varied his swordsmanship was, Lao Tai would always have unexpected moves waiting for him. As Lin Shen fought, he felt as if he could not use the sword anymore. He was forced to change his swordsmanship just after he started. If it were someone else, he would have almost given up resistance at this time. Or else, people would say that the people of the old Lin family are stubborn. After being beaten to this extent, Lin Shen still insisted on his bloodline swordsmanship route and was not moved at all. You can be strong as you are, and you can win as you want. Anyway, I know I am wrong, but I will not change and will continue to move forward. It doesn't matter if the road is blocked. I will not take a detour. I will not turn back even if I hit the south wall. I will open the wall and build a road to continue moving forward. This person is really stubborn. Can't he change his thinking and swordsmanship? Tianqin felt uncomfortable for Lin Shen. This is a complete abuse. Lin Shen felt that he couldn't even stretch out his hands. He looked quite pitiful. The sword is defeated, the training, the person, is defeated, and then, the heart, is defeated, there is no hope. Wei Wufu said seriously. I also know this truth, but if you take the wrong path, you always have to turn back, right? Tianqin said. How do you know it's wrong? Wei Wufu asked back. You have been abused like this, and you still don't know that it is the wrong path? Tianqin said with a sneer. The person is not dead, it's not wrong. Wei Wufu said. Tian Xian stroked his forehead in silence, depressed. If the person is dead, what's the point of knowing that he was wrong? So, it's not wrong. Wei Wufu nodded in agreement. Alas, that's not what I meant. Tian Xian had never felt so hard to chat with others. The depression in Lin Shen's heart was beyond description. He had also sparred with Tian Buluo, and Tian Buluo also had the ability to predict, but when he fought with Tian Buluo, he was not that depressed. Lao Tai's move was no longer just a prediction. Lin Shen felt it. He had been digging a hole for himself, waiting for him to jump into it. Lao Tai's rank was much higher than Tian Buluo. But Lin Shen was not convinced. He was really aggrieved. He had been lectured for a long time and was pressed and rubbed like this. He couldn't hold back his anger, even if he could win once, or win 1.5 moves. But he couldn't win even 1.5 moves. He was just a little bit worse every time, and he only lost a little bit every time. It seemed that Lin Shen saw hope, but also seemed to not see hope. It was obvious that Lao Tai was playing tricks on him. Lao Tai clearly had the strength to directly beat him, but he just didn't. He just wanted to beat Lin Shen by a small margin, which made Lin Shen extremely depressed when he lost. Now Lin Shen really wished that his arms could grow a few centimeters longer, so that he could at least have a lose-lose fight with Lao Tai and relieve his qi. Of course, he didn't really want to fight Lao Tai, he just felt depressed and wanted to earn some face back. It was such a pitiful idea, but it seemed impossible to realize it. Lao Tai has already played like this. It seems that the opportunity is right in front of him, but Lin Shen can't seize it. Lin Shen couldn't break through that little distance, and he even wanted to throw the knife as a flying knife and stab Lao Tai. Or blast Lao Tai with the wave-treading fist and the sand between his fingers. The problem is that we are practicing swordsmanship now, and Lao Tai is not a real enemy. No matter how little Lin Shen has no character, he will not reach that level. Lin Shen became more and more depressed and angry as he fought. The feeling of depression was indescribable. I really should go out and fight with a 40-meter sword. Let's see who can be longer than me. Lin Shen swung out the sword, wishing that the sword could grow into a length, or that the sword wind could train his fingers. Jiansha's fingers hurt people directly like the wind. Lin Shen thought in his mind that this sword strike actually created a blast of sword wind. Originally there was only a small distance. But when the wind of the sword came out, it immediately struck Lao Tai's body, cutting a hole in Lao Tai's clothes and leaving a shallow mark on his steel body. Lin Shen, you're cheating. How do you use that thing when you've agreed to practice sword training? Tian Xian shouted, beating his feet. It doesn't matter. Sword energy is also a kind of technique. If you can use this technique, it is also your ability. This knife was beyond my expectation. I couldn't dodge it at my limited speed. I lost. Tai stopped Tianqin and continued, Xiao Wu, I have seen your performance on the race rankings. I knew that you can use air fists and finger power, but I didn't expect that you can also use sword energy. This is very good, for you. Very helpful. Hearing what Lao Tai said, Lin Shen no longer felt any pleasure from winning, and he was not even that excited about unexpectedly understanding how to use sword energy. Come on, continue, you can use sword energy, and you can use other techniques as well. Lao Tai said. Then I'm here. Lin Shen knew that he would definitely not be Lao Tai's opponent due to changes in skills, so there was only one way he could go. The blood-life sword technique can defeat 10 levels with one force. When Lao Tai attacked again, Lin Shen directly slashed out the sword energy, using the same slag knife technique as before. Suddenly, Lin Shen discovered that Lao Tai's sword also burst out with sword energy, colliding with Lin Shen's sword energy. Tian Xian burst out laughing at this. You are not the only one who knows how to use sword energy, our second brother can also do it. Click. The two saber auras collided together, and Lao Tai's saber aura was split open by Lin Shen's saber aura. He slashed at Lao Tai with undiminished power, making Tianqin's eyes widen. Lao Tai seemed a little surprised, but he still moved to avoid the sword energy. Lin Shen was ecstatic when he saw this. The two swords in his hands were dancing wildly. Not only was he resisting Lao Tai's attack, but after the sword energy cut off Lao Tai's sword energy, he could continue to attack Lao Tai, so that Lao Tai could only move to avoid those knives. Gas. You cheated. The second brother controls the power, but the power you use is stronger than the second brother. It's not kind of you to play like this. Tianqin was indignant at the side. Lin Shen lazily ignored the idiot. The power Lao Tai used was controlled by Lao Tai himself. It would definitely not be much worse than his own. If it was too different, Lao Tai would have adjusted it long ago. The reason why his sword energy can cut off Lao Tai's sword energy seems to be stronger than Lao Shi's, but in fact it is not because of the relationship between strength and weakness. Instead, Lin Shen's sword energy used the technique of a slag knife, which caused the sword energy to produce an effect similar to that of a slag knife. Although it is not as strong as when using the slag knife, it is still much more destructive than normal knife energy. Lin Shen's two swords were dancing wildly, and the sword energy was flowing horizontally. It would not be so easy for Lao Tai to imagine being as close to him as before. Moreover, Lao Tai used several strange powers, but none of them were able to withstand Lin Shen's sword energy. He could only avoid the sword energy with his body skills. Lin Shen, who had been depressed for a long time, felt extremely refreshed at this moment. It was like a man fighting with a master with bare hands and a magic weapon. Although the master was strong, under the persistence of Lin Shen's two magic weapons, he could not fight for a while. Having no idea what to do, he approached Lin Shen's body. Unless Lao Tai breaks through the limitations, he set himself and forcibly increases his strength and speed, or uses the power of nirvana to remotely shatter Lin Shen's sword energy, it is possible to suppress Lin Shen. Lao Tai is obviously not that kind of person. After using several methods, he knew that he could not break through Lin Shen's defense, so he withdrew from the battle circle. You won, I can't break your defense. Lao Tai said naturally, as if he didn't care about winning or losing at all. He was cheating. If you use more strength, you can break his sword energy or abuse him casually. Tian Xian said. Lao Tai shook his head and said, that's not the case. His sword energy is very special. Under the same power, his sword energy can be said to be invincible. Unless I use the power of nirvana, I can't break his sword energy. You mean, his sword energy is invincible at the same level? Tian Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. It can't be said that he is invincible. In the same level, but this technique has strong destructive power. With his defensive sword technique, unless you can break through his sword energy, you can only use stronger strength and speed, or the power of nirvana to defeat him. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen and pondered, I can't remember too many techniques, and it's not convenient to use the power of nirvana. Let's do this, you can practice with this in the future, it should be of some help to you. As he said, Lao Tai put the mechanical watch that Lin Shen returned to him on Lin Shen's wrist again, and then pressed it a few times. Lin Shen suddenly felt the scene in front of him change, as if he had entered a time tunnel. The next second, Lin Shen's feet landed on the ground, but his eyes widened. Oh my! How did you get me here? Lin Shen found that he had once again arrived on the planet full of ruined temples. Fortunately, it was still daytime and those strange creatures had not appeared yet. He quickly touched his back and saw that Sun Shooter's bow was still there. With this bow, he only needed to find the Golden Buddha temple and then he could go back. The mechanical watch can actually teleport to this weird planet. Does that mean that as long as I use this watch, I can go out at any time? Lin Shen was wondering why Lao Tai wanted to bring him here, but he heard the old man's voice. Follow me. Lao Tai was actually standing behind Lin Shen, and he teleported over as well. So he's here too. Lin Shen followed Lao Tai and asked as he walked, why did you bring me here? Lao Tai said as he walked, I don't know who taught you before. What you learned was all about taking the wrong approach and there was no normal systematic training. This resulted in you having no way to pass the system when you encountered many problems. Solve the problem. But things have reached this point. With your current foundation, it is very difficult to complete the system, so you can only take another path. What way? Lin Shen asked. One method can defeat 10,000 methods, and one strength can reduce 10 points. You don't need to know everything, and you don't need to care about what others know. Just crush them. Lao Tai said while leading the way, your sword skills are good. The method of strength is very special, maybe it can lead to this path, but it is still not enough, your sword energy needs to be strengthened, and I can help you. Here. How to help? Lin Shen didn't quite understand, this kind of place could help him strengthen his sword energy. We're almost there. Lao Tai didn't explain any more, and led Lin Shen through the ruins of the planet to a temple. Even the gate tower of the temple is gone. Only the main hall has not collapsed, but the plaque on the main hall is also missing. It is not known which god is enshrined in this temple. In the main hall, there was a statue of a god hanging. Lao Tai pointed at the statue and said, Go. Get him down and put him back on the altar. Lin Shen did not hesitate when he heard the words. He walked over and picked up the statue, freed the statue's head from the rope, and then returned him to the altar. Lao Tai was far more powerful than Lin Shen. If he wanted to harm Lin Shen couldn't resist him, so even though he still didn't believe that Lao Tai was his second brother, he still did. As he said, the statue of the god was placed back on the altar, and the body originally made of black clay gradually began to emit a magical brilliance. Under that glorious light, the originally dilapidated and collapsed temple seemed to have gone back in time. All the collapsed buildings were being restored, and in a moment it had become a majestic temple. In the temple, a beam of light shot into the sky. During the day, there was a star shining in the sky, echoing the temple. Even the sun in the sky could not cover up the bright starlight of the star. Lin Shen couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw the words Chiyu Temple engraved on the plaque of the stone temple. How could human beings not know about Chiyu, the military leader? He was the man who competed with the Yellow Emperor in myths and legends. When Lin Shen was wondering what was going on, he saw that the temple was in ruins again. After a while, all the buildings collapsed. This time, even the main hall collapsed with it, and the statues in the main hall were also smashed. A temple that was fine just now was completely reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. The glory just now seemed to be just a dream. Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai, wondering what was going on and what Lao Tai meant. Look at the coordinate record in the watch, Lao Tai said calmly. Lin Shen quickly opened the mechanical watch and found that there were 4 coordinate records in the watch. 2 of them were the coordinates of Kaiwang and the crater planet, which Lin Shen was familiar with. Among the remaining 2 coordinates, one should be for this mysterious planet, and the watch is still counting down. When the countdown is over, you can teleport out. Lin Shen couldn't guess where the last coordinate was. Thinking of the star appearance just now, Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and said, "Is this the coordinates of the shining star just now?" Chi returns to the throne and the soldier star appears. You can use the teleportation device to go to the soldier star to practice. It will help your sword energy and sword skills, Lao Tai said. Lin Shen was extremely shocked. Could it be said that every god in the temple here corresponds to a star? Can the gods in the temple be transformed into a planet? It's not that magical. The planet should have existed originally and just echoed it. I don't remember many things. I only remember some fragments of things. What is the origin of this planet? Why are there these temples? Why I don't know if the statues will be hung in the temple. I'll tell you when I remember, Lao Tai said in a deep voice. Don't touch those statues casually. I don't know why, but my feeling tells me that there are some. The statue is very dangerous and should not be touched casually. Lin Shen nodded in agreement, looked at his watch, and found that the countdown set by Lao Tai was almost over. As soon as the countdown ended, Lin Shen teleported back with Lao Tai. Lao Tai didn't ask Lin Shen to go to the soldier star, but Lin Shen himself was very curious about the soldier star, so he set a relatively short time and then chose to teleport there. He only set a time of 3 minutes. If the situation on the soldier planet was too dangerous, he only needed to hold on for 3 minutes to teleport back. Saving his life was the first priority. After a dizzy spell, Lin Shen found himself on a planet with bronze mountains everywhere. Before he landed, he saw a bronze man holding a sword walking towards him. When the bronze man saw Lin Shen, a red light appeared on his body, and the bronze sword in his hand pointed at Lin Shen. He threw the bronze sword in his hand, and the bronze sword suddenly turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards Shen. Nirvana creature. Lin Shen was shocked and immediately stimulated the power of his whole body, activated various skills, and pulled out the slag knife and scabbard at the same time. The knife and scabbard overlapped and rushed towards the flying bronze sword. With a sound of dang, the red flame on the bronze sword was cut off, and the knife, scabbard, and bronze sword collided. There was a little gap on the bronze sword, and Lin Shen also stepped back several steps before he stabilized his body. Nirvana creatures don't look that strong. Lin Shen took out the inheritance fan and fanned the bronze sword that flew again. The wind blew the mysterious words onto the bronze sword, and the bronze sword, which was originally flying in the air, suddenly fell to the ground and could not fly anymore. This shocking style is really useful. It can even stop the Nirvana level from flying. Lin Shen was overjoyed. With this shocking style, he will not be afraid of the long-range attack of the life base in the future. If others dare to release the Life base, he only needs to fan it like this, and the life base will fall to the ground. Lin Shen was just about to say that once the life base fell to the ground, he had the final say and could not take it back even if he wanted to. But the bronze man stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the bronze sword life base slid towards the bronze man along the ground. The bronze man held the bronze sword and rushed towards Lin Shen again, slashing at him with a red flame sword that was dozens of feet long. Lin Shen fanned with his front and back hands, and the folding and shaking styles worked. He also summoned the Defiant Fate and asked her to use the skills of the same root and merge with himself. After merging with the Defiant Fate, all kinds of skills were fully activated. Lin Shen threw away the inheritance fan in his hand and rushed forward holding the slag knife and scabbard. Crack! Lin Shen's slag knife chopped on the red flame sword light and actually directly split the red flame sword light. The two knives were frantic, and Lin Shen rushed forward with the red flame sword light, blocking all the sword lights swung by the bronze man. And then the knife and scabbard crossed, and with a slag knife cut, he cut off the bronze man's head. The bronze man fell to the ground, and his life-base bronze sword tried to escape, but was knocked down by the scabbard in Lin Shen's hand. Hunting Nirvana creature bronze sword soldiers, found Nirvana spirit-base bronze sword. Before Lin Shen could pick up the bronze sword, the countdown time he set had expired, and he was teleported out. With the experience of the first time, Lin Shen set the time much longer when he went in again. But when he arrived at the soldier star again, the body of the bronze sword soldier was still there, but the bronze sword spirit base was gone, and it should have run away. Lin Shen didn't care. He didn't walk far in the mountains before he saw the bronze sword soldiers again, but this time he saw dozens of bronze sword soldiers, and one of them was a purple-red sword soldier, which was obviously a mutant. Lin Shen turned around and ran. He couldn't deal with so many bronze sword soldiers alone, and he couldn't risk his life. Fortunately, he ran fast enough. Before the bronze sword soldiers saw him, he had already run far away, and they didn't chase him. Are all the creatures on Bingxing Nirvana? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that it was very likely. The name of the bronze sword soldier doesn't sound like a high-level thing. Even such a creature is at the Nirvana level. It's probably not that easy to find a creature below the Nirvana level here. After Lin Shen escaped for a distance, he saw that no bronze sword soldier caught up with him, so he slowed down. He didn't dare to walk around. Who knows if there are more terrifying creatures hidden nearby. After turning a mountain, Lin Shen saw a bronze man holding a bronze knife in front of him, wandering there alone. Since it was a single bronze man, Lin Shen was not polite. He opened fire at full power and killed the bronze man in a few strokes. With all skills turned on and the anti-fate person, Lin Shen's combat power is no longer comparable to that of ordinary Nirvana people. Kill the Nirvana creature bronze knife soldier, and find the Nirvana spirit base bronze knife. The prompt message appeared. On the watch again. This time Lin Shen didn't let the spirit base escape. He used the shock method to control it and pressed it to the ground. I finally got a Nirvana spiritual base, and you still want to run away. Lin Shen put it into the storage space. Temple. Lin Shen continued to walk forward and found that there was a temple in front of him, which was exactly the same as the Chiyu temple he had seen on the mysterious planet built on the hillside. Lin Shen flew closer and took a look. Sure enough, he saw the 3 words Chiyu Temple written on the plaque of the temple. Lin Shen pushed the door and went in. The Chiyu Temple was empty. However, there was a statue of Qiyu on the altar in the main hall of the temple. What is the relationship between this military star and the mysterious planet? Why can the military star only appear after the statue on the mysterious planet is restored? Could it be that the gods will also be kidnapped? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for a while. While Lin Shen was pondering various questions, he suddenly heard a voice, "Inheritor, please choose the weapon you want to inherit." Lin Shen looked up at the Qiyu statue in astonishment. It turned out that he was the one who spoke. However, the Qiyu statue had no expression on its face. Like a machine, and light shot out from its eyes, and it turned into a holographic projection in front of Lin Shen. Weapons of various shapes appeared in front of Lin Shen. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and many other weapons that Lin Shen could not recognize at all. "Inheritor, please choose the weapon you want to inherit." The statue repeated the words just now. "Why should I choose? What's the benefit for me?" Lin Shen looked at the statue and asked, not knowing whether the statue could answer him. "Choose any weapon, you will get the weapon talent of the weapon. Use this type of weapon will get talent blessing, and become the inheritor of the weapon, competing with other inheritors for the position of the king of soldiers." The statue actually introduced it in detail. Lin Shen was stunned. He could get talent with just one weapon, and if he became the king of soldiers of the weapon, he could also get the throne talent, which was equivalent to 2 more talents. What's even more outrageous is that there is actually a ranking of the king of all weapons. With the title of the king of all weapons, one will also be blessed with a talent, which means there are 3 kinds of blessings. "Can I choose multiple talents?" Lin Shen asked hurriedly. If he could choose multiple options, he could choose all kinds of weapons. Wouldn't he have talent bonuses when using all weapons? That would be great. "Okay," the statue said. "Okay, I'll choose all," Lin Shen said without hesitation. He himself is an uncertain person. If he chooses a knife, he actually prefers to use a dead powder. However, a dead powder is not a weapon, and the statue will not give him a separate category. Lin Shen was a little confused at first. Since he can choose all, there is no need to worry. "Are you sure you want to be the inheritor of all types of weapons?" the statue asked again. "Yes, sure," Lin Shen said. The next second, all the weapon images lit up, turning into streams of light that rushed into Lin Shen's body, making Lin Shen feel strange changes in his body. Sword proficiency, knife proficiency, gun proficiency, axe proficiency. Inexplicable information kept appearing in Lin Shen's mind. "Inheritor, leave your name." The voice of the statue sounded again. "Fist God," Lin Shen said casually. Name, Fist God. The inheritor of the sword system appears. The sword system ranking list opens. The first place in the ranking list is Fist God, crowned as the Sword King, and obtains the Sword King talent. The inheritor of the sword system appears. The sword system ranking list opens. The first place in the ranking list is Fist God, crowned as the Sword King, and obtains the Sword King talent. Gun system. All system inheritances have been opened. The 100 weapons ranking list opens. The first place in the 100 weapons ranking list is Fist God, crowned as the King of 100 weapons, and obtains the King of 100 weapons talent. Accompanied by the voices, rays of light merged into Lin Shen's body. Window, _Tabula equals window _Tabula, _Tabula, push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Tabula, below article thumbnail, 300x250. Placement, Below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target_type, mix. The talent of the Sword King, the talent of the Sword King, the talent of the Gun King. Lin Shen felt like his brain was about to explode. Too much talent information was flooding into his brain. Among his talents, there are a large number of talents: proficiency in various weapons, and proficiency in the first type of weapon, which can give him a 20% enhancement when using that type of weapon, including learning that type of weapon. The speed of learning techniques. The king talents of each department directly allow Lin Shen to gain 100% enhancement when using that type of weapon. In other words, now that Lin Shen slashes out a sword energy, the power of the sword energy will be 120% stronger than before, more than doubled. Although the final talent of King of 100 Weapons will not enhance his sword energy, any weapon in front of him will partially weaken the attributes of the whole body, which is equivalent to weakening the aura of all other weapons. It's so cool, with these talents at my side, why can't I beat my opponent? Lin Shen was feeling happy to himself when he heard the statue continue to speak. The weapon list is opened, the temple is activated, and the teleportation station is opened. All creatures in the universe can enter the weapon star through the teleportation station and obtain the weapon inheritance. When Lin Shen heard the news, he was immediately unhappy. Now he is the only one who can obtain the blessings of various king talents and king of weapons talents. Once those top experts come in, it is impossible for him to maintain his ranking. How is the ranking calculated? Isn't it necessary to compete with other inheritors? Lin Shen asked. You only need to use your skills, and you will be able to judge the scores. The one with the highest score will be the king of the department. There is a king of 100 soldiers ranking battle every year. Only the kings of each department can participate in the battle. The final winner becomes the king of 100 soldiers. The weapon will gain an additional 10% talent mastery bonus, the statue replied. It's okay, it's fine, we don't have to fight. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. There was no need to fight anyway, and he was very satisfied with the scoring rules here. He can also use the title of King of 100 Weapons for a year. By then, he may no longer have the title of king of each department, and he will not be qualified to participate in the battle for king of 100 weapons. Being able to get the blessing of proficiency talents in various departments can be regarded as a free benefit, which is better than nothing. No. Now I am the king of 100 weapons. I have talents in all departments. Doesn't that mean that the mastery talents in all departments have been strengthened now? Normal mastery talents should be 10% the bonus. Lin Shen quickly went to ask the statue. Not bad. The statue confirmed Lin Shen's thoughts. Then everyone else has chosen all the talents of each department. Then after they win, will all the departments still be strengthened? Lin Shen asked again. There will not be a second talent of all series. You are the first person to come here. In order to open all series of talents, you are allowed to choose all talents. The creatures who come here in the future can only choose a weapon talent. The statue's answer left Lin Shen stunned. It turns out that I'm just a tool man. Lin Shen thought about how worthy he is of being a tool man. At least he has the talent for all types of weapons that no one else can have. Although it is only a 10% enhancement, better than nothing. Lin Shen is willing to be such a tool man several times more. Lin Shen thought for a moment and decided that since he was here anyway, he would just let the statue see how many points he could get for his blood-life sword technique. "Soldier, can I call you this?" Lin Shen asked, looking at the statue. "Of course," the idol replied. "Soldier, I have a set of sword skills that I need you to take a look at and see how many points I can get." Lin Shen pulled out the sword, holding the sword in one hand and the sheath in the other. "Let's begin." The statue's voice was still cold and emotionless. Lin Shen demonstrated his blood-life sword technique again. He tried his best this time, hoping that his score would be higher. He is quite confident about the blood-life sword technique. After all, it is his own unique technique. With the same level of strength and speed, even Lao Tai said that his blood-life sword technique is not easy to break. In order to prevent the statue from not seeing the mystery of his sword technique, Lin Shen used all his strength to destroy the sword energy so that the statue could know the true mystery of this sword technique. After performing a set of sword skills, Lin Shen retracted his sword and retreated. He was very satisfied with his performance, which was regarded as normal. "Soldier, how would you rate my sword skills?" Lin Shen looked at the statue and asked. 3.5. The statue answered directly. Almost at the same time, on the knife ranking list, a value of 3.5 appeared after the name of the Knife King boxing god, which meant that the Knife King sword skill score was 3.5. Is the upper limit of the score 5 points? Lin Shen looked at the statue suspiciously and asked. "No." The statue denied Lin Shen's guess. "On a 10-point scale, my sword technique can only score 3.5 points. Isn't that a bit too low? In fact, the real strength of my sword technique lies in my special luck." Lin Shen tried to explain, but he scored 3.5 points out of 10 points. "This is also a bit too low. It's not a 10-point system, it's a 100-point system," the statue said slowly after Lin Shen finished speaking. "On a 100-point scale, you give me 3.5 points for my swordsmanship." Lin Shen looked incredulous. No matter how bad his blood-life swordsmanship was, he wouldn't give me only 3.5 points. "Yes." The statue showed no emotion at all. "Can I ask if the score is calculated based on the difficulty of the sword technique itself, or based on the strength?" Lin Shen felt that it should be divided according to the strength, and it should not have much to do with the difficulty of the sword technique itself. Otherwise, how could his sword technique, which is so powerful, only score 3.5 points? Only score based on the quality of the sword technique itself. The answer of the statue made Lin Shen's eyes twitch. Only score based on the quality of the technique. Why can his sword technique only score 3.5 points? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out. However, he was not stupid enough to argue with the statue, and turned around and left. Lin Shen could see that with his score, it was impossible for him to maintain the position of the Sword King. And other thrones were even more impossible. Sooner or later, they would belong to others, so he should leave quickly. On Yaguang's star, Lao Lang was looking for ascended creatures with a few people, and suddenly saw a small black stone house in front of him. There was a sign hanging on the stone house, which read Chiyu Temple. "Why is there a temple here?" Lao Lang and several other ascenders tried to push the door and walk in. The moment they entered the temple, they saw the statue on the altar shining brightly, and then several people inexplicably came to the temple of Bingxing. But the temple they came to was not the one where Lin Shen was. The statue said the same thing as when it met Lin Shen. Lao Lang and his friends were overjoyed and quickly chose their categories. Lao Lang's life base is the wolf-tooth knife, and he chose the knife talent. After they chose the talent, they saw the rankings. Looking at the rankings, the names of the kings were all boxing gods, and they looked at each other in surprise. Is this guy kidding? How come he is on all the rankings? A. Gaul curled his lips and said, he is the only one on the list. He must be the first person to come here. But how can he choose all talents? Look, there are scores behind the ranking of the sword system. That should be his sword skill score, right? Haha, out of 100, he only got 3.5 points. How bad is his sword skills? Old Wolf smiled knowingly. Let me take away his position as the king of swords. After reaching a consensus with the statue, Old Wolf demonstrated his wolf-tooth sword skills. Old Wolf is very confident in his swordsmanship. Although he is only an ascender, this swordsmanship comes from the royal family of the Fang clan. It is a swordsmanship that can be called out in the universe. Even if he doesn't practice well enough, he should be able to get a passing score. Taking a step back, even if he fails, he won't lose to a rookie with only 3.5 points. After showing his swordsmanship, Old Wolf looked at the statue and the ranking list with confidence, and then he was stunned. Now there are only 2 people in the sword ranking, him and the fist god. The score behind the fist god is 3.5, and his score is only 0.1, 0.1? Are you sure? How could my swordsmanship only have a score of 0.1? Old Wolf couldn't accept this result at all, thinking that it must be a mistake. You are not 0.1. The statue replied. I said, how could my Wolf Fang swordsmanship be 0.1 points? It must be a mistake. What is my real score? Old Wolf asked. The statue replied, your real score is less than 0.1, but because the lowest score can only be 0.1. It can't be lower, so I can only show you a score of 0.1. Old Wolf and the others were stunned. The score was out of 100, and the knife skills used by Old Wolf couldn't even reach the minimum standard. It must be wrong. The wolf-tooth knife skills are well known in the universe. How can it not even have 0.1 points? Old Wolf couldn't believe it. Old Wolf, don't worry, let's try it, and we will know if there is any problem with this score. The Gaul on the side said. Old Wolf thought it was not wrong. So he waited aside. The Gaul chose the claw system. He summoned his life base, 9 mysterious claws, and then used a set of soul-chasing claws. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, a score of 0.1 also appeared behind his name. My soul-chasing and life-snatching claw technique is only 0.1. It seems that the score is correct. The score standard is too high. The Gaul said, and suddenly saw that his ranking surpassed the fist god and came to the first place in the claw system. Then a ray of light shot into his body, allowing him to obtain the Claw King talent. Haha. I became the Claw King. The Gaul laughed excitedly. The other people were also eager to try, and they showed their skills one after another, basically with a score of 0.1. However, because Lin Shen had no points in other systems, they all surpassed Lin Shen and won the title of king. Only the Old Wolf was embarrassed and failed to get the title and talent of the Sword King. On some planets, Chiyu temples were constantly discovered, and gradually people were teleported into the Soldier Star and challenged the rankings. Lin Shen, who had already Left the soldier star, felt that his talent was constantly decreasing, and those king talents disappeared one by one. This crappy talent, if it's gone, it's gone. I can't use it anyway. Lin Shen comforted himself. Anyway, he still had the proficiency talent of various departments. Although the effect was far less than the king talent, it was better than nothing. At present, not many people have entered the military star, and there are still many rankings that have not been occupied. However, everyone who has been to the military star knows that there is a guy named Fist God on the ranking list. He first occupied all the rankings and should be the first person to arrive at the military star. They are very confused. Why can this Fist God choose talents of all departments, while they can only choose one department? Some people suspect that this Fist God is not actually a person, but a name designed on the ranking list. It is just used to occupy the quota when no one enters the ranking list, so that the ranking list will not be empty. Otherwise, why would the name Fist God be used? There is no fist category in the weapon ranking list. But some people don't think so. If it is really used to occupy the quota, there should be no points in all rankings. However, Fist God has a score of 3.5 in the sword ranking list, which is currently the highest score among all rankings. In addition to this 3.5, there is not even one that breaks one. After entering the ranking, some ascenders wanted to explore Bingxing, but naturally many people died and their rankings disappeared. Lin Shen unexpectedly got back a few king talents, for no apparent reason, but not long after, the king talents disappeared again. It is estimated that someone has been ranked again. The appearance of Qiyu Temple and Bingxing soon attracted the attention of various forces. Many major forces began to send people to explore Bingxing, and did not rush to impact the rankings at the first time. The results of the exploration made them feel very horrified. The Nirvana creatures on Qiyu Star were innumerable, and Nirvana creatures in tens of thousands could be seen everywhere. Not to mention the Ascenders, even if the Nirvana encountered them, it would be difficult to escape. It is not clear whether there are immortals on Bingxing, because most immortals will not easily venture to unknown planets. For newly discovered planets like this, they often send pioneering corps to explore first. After figuring out the situation of the planet, the immortals will weigh the pros and cons and choose whether to go. If you go rashly, if you get hurt, it is hard to say whether you can survive the next death. Moreover, all races are striving to rank in the race rankings, so the top immortals will not go to Bingxing now. Lin Shen also discovered that there are too many Nirvana creatures on Bingxing. Facing tens of thousands of bronze sword soldiers, let alone him as an ascender, it is difficult for the top Nirvana to compete with them. The only way out is to escape. So after the countdown ended, Lin Shen left Bingxing and did not continue to hunt Nirvana creatures on it. Beauty, can you help me see if this thing is useful? When Tian had time, Lin Shen took out the core of life and gave it to Tian, wanting to know what the use of Changhen Dongli's spiritual base was. Tian took the core of life, activated it, and soon learned the information of the core of life. This is a Nirvana spiritual base of mutated quality, with the ability to transform life. It can record life information, or use this information to transform a life form, which is probably equivalent to a clone or a clone. But it's not completely a clone. This life form itself is still controlled by you, and has no independent consciousness. Moreover, its existence has a very special function, which can help the main body absorb damage. In other words, the damage suffered by your main body will be transferred to him until the clone is completely destroyed. In other words, before the clone is destroyed, the main body is invincible and invulnerable? Although Lin Shen had guessed it roughly, he was still overjoyed. Possessing the core of life is equivalent to having an avatar that can help him bear damage, and this avatar also has the same abilities as him. That's true, but the original body still has weaknesses. Every time a clone is generated, a random weakness will be generated on the original body. If the original body is attacked at this weakness, the damage caused will not be transferred to the clone, so you still need to pay attention. Fortunately, the location of the weakness generated each time is different, so there is no need to worry too much about people knowing where the weakness is. Only then did Lin Shen know why Changhen Dongli was so surprised when he attacked the weak point to kill Changhen Dongli. There is no way for outsiders to know the weakness, not to mention it is random. If it weren't for Lin Shen's ability to see acupuncture points, it would be almost impossible to hit the vital point with one blow. If one blow failed to kill Changhen Dongli, Lin Shen would have no chance of winning. This spirit base is indeed pretty good. You can keep it for now. Lin Shen hasn't reached nirvana yet, so he can't use this thing. Giving it to Tian Sun can also make her safer when she goes out to open up wasteland. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find another rare spirit base like this in the universe. It can save your life. Are you willing to give it up? Tian Sun looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, "What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. We are one. There is nothing we can't bear to say." Lin Shen said seriously, "You still have some conscience." Tian Sun took out a card and handed it to Lin Shen and said, "I know that you now have the highest land available, and most of the genetic transformation places in the celestial race can also be used, but the land of radical change can still be used as a reference and alternative. Although it is only the lowest level of land of radical change, I think its value is not inferior to that of the highest land." The lowest level of genetic transformation? Lin Shen took the card and saw the words Taoyuan Star written on it. Yes, it is the lowest level of fundamental transformation. If you achieve nirvana there, you will be reduced to the fundamental transformation level, and then practice again, and you can become a nirvana without any hindrance. The process is more natural than using the land of ascension and the land of nirvana. It's a lot of trouble, but it also has its benefits. Tian continued to explain. The first benefit is that you don't have to worry about nirvana failing. In this low-level place of genetic transformation, no matter how many times you go to nirvana there, the possibility of becoming inhuman is extremely small. The second benefit: the attributes of that place of transformation are very special. If you can complete nirvana there, the nirvana attributes you obtain will be very useful. Useful? What kind of evaluation is this? Lin Shen didn't quite understand the word useful. It's either strong or weak. How could he use these two words to evaluate? Nirvana there, the attribute of nirvana obtained is called the power of the demonic realm. Using the power of the demonic realm can put your body into a peculiar state. In that state, most physical attacks are ineffective against you. Yes, but your attack is effective on others. Do you think this nirvana attribute is very useful? Tian said. Why do I hear that this demonic power seems to have turned me into a ghost? Lin Shen said in deep thought. Your description is very apt. And there are some similarities. Tian laughed. The power of the demon realm is indeed very useful, but the power of nirvana should be able to attack people in the demon realm, right? Lin Shen asked. Yes, but as long as it is not attribute restraint, it is difficult for ordinary nirvana power to eliminate the power of the demon realm. Tian thought for a while and said. So, it's really an advantage. With the power of the demon realm, you don't have to worry about the opponent using your life base or body to attack directly. You only need to deal with the power of nirvana. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that this kind of power is really quite a bit thing. The power of the demon realm is equally effective against the power of the immortal. Tian's words completely shocked Lin Shen. You mean, the immortal law can't affect people in the demon realm? Lin Shen's eyes widened. Theoretically, unless it is a law that can restrain the power of the demon realm, ordinary laws cannot affect people in the demon realm state. Lin Shen was really surprised this time, then the power of this demonic realm is really strong. Strong is strong, but it also has its weaknesses. There are some powers of nirvana that can restrain it, but once it is restrained, it is useless. Moreover, the destructive power of the demon realm is relatively low, and it is not a particularly strong offensive force. Tian said. The advantages and disadvantages of demonic power are explained in detail. Any kind of nirvana attribute can be restrained, which is okay. The destructive power is relatively low, which is a bit bad. Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Tian laughed. You can't have it both ways. You have to make a choice. It depends on your own choice. Let me think about it again. In fact, I want to use the double nirvana method. Lin Shen told Tian his thoughts. Tian was a little surprised when he heard this. The double nirvana method you mentioned, is it the kind of method where small and large nirvana are carried out at the same time? You saw it in library number 1, right? Yes, you have seen it too? Lin Shen didn't find it strange at all. As Tian's son, it was normal for him to know the double nirvana method. I haven't seen it, I've only seen people who practice the dual nirvana method. Tian said with a wry smile. Someone has actually succeeded in this method. Who is it? Lin Shen asked quickly. The number 1 master of the celestial race. Tian said slowly. Ani, the dean of Tianren Academy? Lin Shen became even more happy after hearing this. Even Ani, the top master of the celestial race, uses the double nirvana method. This shows how powerful this method is. It is even possible that Ani's title of top master was obtained by using the double nirvana method. Thinking about it this way, Lin Shen wanted to use the double nirvana method to achieve nirvana. Don't be too happy. Among our celestial race, Ani is the only one who has successfully used the double nirvana method. After him, there are many peerless geniuses and wealthy men who also wanted to use this method to achieve nirvana. For this reason, you have made preparations that are almost unimaginable for ordinary people, but they all fail without exception. Tian looked at Lin Shen and said seriously, if you want to take that path, then be prepared to become inhuman. Only 1.5 of the entire celestial race has truly achieved double nirvana. Didn't you say that Ani was the only one who succeeded? Why is there an extra half? Lin Shen asked suspiciously. Because there is a person who succeeded half of the time and failed to succeed half of the time. Tian said to himself, after using the double nirvana method, he became a non-human being. He only retained his own personality for some special reasons. The mind and body are completely dehumanized. Who is this person? Lin Shen asked, curiously. Tianqin's father, my eldest brother, and the current head of the Tian family. Tianju. Tian Sun said slowly, although he still retains his own consciousness, his body is completely dehumanized, and his consciousness will also have some influence. My eldest brother has been living in seclusion these years, almost ignoring the affairs of the clan, and rarely having contact with outsiders, but I can still feel that his mood is getting weaker. And weaker. I'm sorry. Lin Shen didn't know that such a thing existed, and said apologetically. He and I are of the same father, and our relationship is weak to begin with, so it doesn't matter. It's just that Tianqin is close to me. If he completely turns into a non-human being, Tianqin's life in the future may not be easy. Tian Sun sighed. Tianju is a person whose talent is far beyond comparison with mine. He was once known as the most talented person in Tianjue, but even he failed to succeed. If you want to take that path, think carefully about it. It's best not to take that path. If you have to, I can only do my best to help you. I'm not even sure whether it will work. Tian Sun told Lin Shen not to worry. If there was a chance, she would arrange for Lin Shen to meet Tianju first. Whether he wanted to take that path or not, it would be helpful to listen to Tianju's experience. However, Tianju would not meet people easily, and she also needed time to arrange it. Lin Shen was not in a hurry. His life base was now double 9, and he was just a little short of double 10. He had not yet made up his mind to take the path of double nirvana. As more and more people entered the Bingxing, Lin Shen's various king titles and talents were taken away. Now the only one left was the title of Sword King. Lin Shen did not expect to be able to keep the title of Sword King. He thought that the score of 3.5 would soon be surpassed. Originally, the sword category was more popular, and there were many people practicing swords, and there were also many famous swordsmanship. The competition for the title of Sword King would definitely be extremely fierce. Lin Shen was right. There were many people trying to challenge the title of Sword King, and there were many talented geniuses from various races. But until now, except for Lin Shen, the person with the highest score in swordsmanship is only 2.9, not even 3 points. In fact, there are not many who can break 3 points in all weapon lists, and 3.5 points is still the highest score in all lists. King Star of the Tiger Tribe. Brother, the opportunity has come. Sha Qianqiu hurried to the backyard and said excitedly, when he saw Sha Qianpa sitting in meditation. What opportunity has come? Sha Qianpa frowned and asked when he saw Sha Qianqiu's eager look. Brother, don't you know that a new planet has been discovered in the universe recently, and its name is Bingxing? Sha Qianqiu told him about Bingxing and the ranking list. This is interesting. Sha Qianpa lowered his eyes and thought deeply. Brother, if the tiger soul swordsmanship you created can be on the list, it must be able to take off the title of Sword King. Sha Qianqiu said. I created this swordsmanship for actual combat, not for fame and fortune. Sha Qianpa said disapprovingly. You are not participating in the ranking list just for fame. Now, all the swordsmanship masters in the universe have used their swordsmanship to enter the list, including the proud sons of the rich and powerful families. If you want to know how the tiger soul swordsmanship compares with those famous top swordsmanship, this is also an opportunity. If it is usually, ordinary people dare not accept your challenge, and you Can't really fight with those people for your life. The ranking list is an excellent test opportunity. Sha Qianqiu said. What you said makes sense. Sha Qianpa was a little moved. His reputation is too fierce, and his swordsmanship is too fierce. When he challenges others, no one accepts his challenge. Usually, he can only practice swordsmanship with alien creatures. He also wants to know which is stronger between his swordsmanship and the top swordsmanship of other races. Brother, don't hesitate, let's go now. Now there are a total of 16 teleportation arrays that can be teleported to Bingxingyan, the universe. It is more convenient for us to go to Goat Star. It only takes 2 teleports to get to Goat Star. Sha Qianqiu said the route he had thought of. Goth Star was originally a relatively prosperous planet. Since the Qiyu temple that can be teleported to Bing Star was discovered, more and more people have been teleported to Goth Star recently. The Star Master of Goth Star had to manage the Qiyu temple to prevent the powerful people of various tribes who were teleported from Goth Star from causing chaos on Goth Star. People of various tribes who wanted to teleport to the weapons lined up in front of the small temple. The long line had stretched for several miles, and there were several rows. This was still under the flow limit of the Goth Star Master. Otherwise there would be more people coming. Many people teleported to Bing Star, not to open up wasteland, nor to hunt any creatures, but just to see what position their best skills could rank in the universe. Of course, the most important thing is to get the mastery talent. When Sha Qianqiu and Sha Qianpa appeared, they were immediately recognized. The Tej tribe itself is a powerful tribe in the universe, and its ranking is actually above the Tianren tribe. Sha Qianpa is also a person with a fierce reputation. Although his reputation is not as legendary as Deer's, if one of them must be chosen for a life and death duel, it is estimated that more people will choose Deer's than Sha Qianpa. Sha Qianpa was born in the Tiger royal family. He was a natural ascender. When he was only 4 years old, he had already successfully achieved nirvana, and he used the nirvana level base transformation land. It can be said that Sha Qianpa grew up in the nirvana land since he was a child. No one knows how many times he has achieved nirvana. What really made Sha Qianpa famous in the universe was the 100 Races Hegemony event 7 years ago. A casting master of the Tiger tribe forged a Tiger Soul Sword, and set up an arena, allowing young people from all races in the universe who practiced swords to compete for the sword. Hundreds of large tribes under the Tiger tribe all have swordsmanship masters fighting. After all, the Tiger tribe is a race that is good at using swords, and there are many strong swordsmen. No one could have imagined that the ring battle would turn into a round-robin battle among hundreds of tribes. Sha Qianpa was the first to accept the challenge. He was the first champion and the last champion. At first, the sword masters from the Tiger clan challenged him. In the end, sword masters from other powerful clans in the universe also came, but no one could defeat Sha Qianpa. Until the swordsman Feng Tianling from the Phoenix clan was defeated, no one dared to challenge Sha Qianpa anymore, and he finally got the Tiger Soul Blade. Before Sha Qianpa, Feng Tianling was known as the first sword under the immortal, but Feng Tianling was defeated in that battle. Although it was only half a piece of chess, he was still defeated. After all, in this defeat, even his head was beaten. Cut it off, and from now on, there will be one less immortal person in the world. So when someone recognized Sha Qianpa, they all got excited. Sha Qianpa is here, and the position of the Sword King will finally change hands. Finally, a real top player has come to compete in the rankings. I'm afraid the rankings in the future will become more and more fierce. I don't know who that boxing god is, but he can stay in the position of the King of Swords for so long. But when Sha Champa comes, 3.5 points will definitely not be enough. How is the score evaluated? It's obviously a 100-point system, so why is the highest score now only 3.5? This is so strange. Although there are no top experts who have died yet, among the techniques that are rated, there are many secret techniques of major wealthy families. It's impossible for the rating to be so low, right? I don't know how many points Sha Champa's sword skills can be rated. I think it must be at least 10 points, right? I don't know how many points it can be rated. It will definitely be higher than 3.5 points. Sha Chanpa queued up with an expressionless face, while Sha Chancho listened to the discussions around him, but his heart was filled with joy. Big Brother is Big Brother. No one in the universe knows how powerful Big Brother is. When Sha Chancho was feeling proud, he heard a discordant voice. There are many strong men in the universe, but none of them can exceed 3.5 points. Whether Sha Champa can exceed the score is still unknown. Sha Chancho looked over for the voice and found that the person speaking was Evil Dragon Clan's Evil Qianchun. Sha Chancho naturally recognized Yi Qianchun. He and Yi Qianchun had gone to the Supreme Academy together before. As a result, Yi Qianharu passed the exam, but he failed. However, Sha Chancho did not pass the exam. It does not mean that his ability is not good, but that he is really unlucky and is looking for trouble. Although he was going to take part in the test, Sha Chancho refused to be honest. The day before the test started, he was transported to a resource planet on the Sublime Star to hunt alien creatures. As a result, he was injured. He failed to perform well during the test and was directly killed. Eliminated. Evil Qianchun and Sha Chancho are both enemies and friends. They got to know each other through fights in the past. Although they didn't fight much later, they still wanted to compete in everything. The two of them met to take the exam for Shang Academy, but Sha Chancho failed to pass the exam, and was ridiculed by Sha Chanchun a lot for this. Sha Chancho turned around and saw that it was him, and knew that the guy was deliberately disgusting him. There are so many strong people in the universe, and the Sublime Academy is the best among the best. How come no one can exceed 3.5 points? Oh, I remembered. I heard that the strongest one in the academy named Dios was tortured by others. He didn't even block it with a finger. Sha Chancho pretended to be regretful and said, "Oh. The first person in the academy lost so miserably, is it because of acting? Does the Supreme Academy still teach acting? Rumors are like this, they change as they are passed around. Now the news coming out from the Supreme Academy has turned into many versions, one of which is that Lin Shen frightened Dios away with one finger." Sha Chancho also knew that these rumors were unbelievable. He deliberately chose such a rumor just to disgust Qianchun. Evil Qianchun surprisingly did not refute Sha Chancho, but said calmly, "Lin Shen is the head of the Tianren clan, an extraordinary person. It is not shameful to lose to him. Some people want to lose to Lin Shen, but they haven't. What about that opportunity? We don't have the habit of losing. People from your noble academy like to lose, so just go ahead and lose. We will only win." Sha Chancho was full of confidence in Sha Chanpa and never thought about Sha Champa's sword skills score. It will be lower than 3.5. Then let's wait and see. Evil Qianharu curled her lips, and said. Evil Qianchun was at the front, entering Qiyu Temple first and teleporting to Bingxing. There are many large Qiyu temples on the Bingxing. Different small temples correspond to different Qiyu temples. People who are transferred from the same small temple will be in the same Qiyu temple. After Evil Qianchun chose the weapon talent, he was not in a hurry to compete for ranking, but waited for Sha Qianzhou and Sha Qianpa to come in. After waiting for a long time, the two people who were late in line came over. Both Sha Qianzhou and Sha Qianpa chose sword talents. After choosing the talents, Sha Qianpa directly chose to let the statue rate his sword skills. Everyone in front already knew that Sha Qianpa wanted to challenge the ranking, so no one competed with him. They were all waiting to see how many ratings he could get and whether he could surpass the 3.5 rating of Boxing God. Sha Qianpa took the knife handed over by Sha Qianzhou and began to demonstrate his sword skills. With just a gesture, the onlookers felt the evil spirit coming towards their faces, as if the knife in the evil spirit's hand was coming towards them. Some weak-willed people began to retreat unconsciously. As the evil sword skills unfolded, the aura of awe became stronger. Each of his swords made people feel as if they were going to kill people. In the pure demonstration of sword skills, it actually made people feel as if there was a breath of blood hitting their faces. Come on. Although Evil Qianchun had nothing to do with Sha Qianzhou, he couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw Sha Qianpa's sword skills. Sha Qianpa's sword skills are so murderous, and just this murderous spirit can make most people collapse in their fighting spirit. No wonder Sha Qianpa was able to withstand so many sword fights on his own. If I had been born a few years earlier, I would not have been able to compete with him. Damn it, it looked like he was really defeated. I'm afraid that grandson is pretending. There's nothing he can do about it. He is such a powerful brother, so his sword skills should be higher than 3.5 points. After Sha Qianpa's sword skills were demonstrated, everyone who saw them was frightened. Many people felt that with such a terrifying sword skills, they would most likely win the first place. But when the scores on the rankings came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Sha Qianpa's name appeared in second place on the sword list, with a rating of 2.9, but he failed to reach 3 points, let alone surpass the number 1 boxing god. Isn't it possible? Such a swordsmanship only has a rating of 2.9? Let me go, such a terrifying swordsmanship is only rated 2.9. How strong is the swordsmanship of Boxing God 3.5? I really want to see the Boxing God sword skills with my own eyes. Have you ever thought about something? The name of this Boxing God must be fake. But since he is named after the Boxing God, it shows that he must be extremely confident in his boxing skills and must be extremely strong. If this is the case, then this sword technique should not be what he is best at. Even so, it is outrageous that he can still occupy the position of the king of swordsmen. That makes sense, but it's a pity that there is no ranking of fists and kicks in the ranking list of 100 soldiers. Otherwise, we would know how strong the boxing skills of the Boxing God are. You can't even reach 3 points for Sha Qianpa's sword skill. So what kind of sword skill is a 100% sword skill? Listening to the comments from others, Evil Qianchun was surprisingly not sarcastic, or even said anything. Only those who truly understand will know how terrifying Sha Qianpa's sword skills are. He felt that he was not qualified to ridicule Sha Qianpa's sword skills, so he did not speak. Big brother. Sha Qianzhou looked at Sha Qianpa and wanted to say something, but Sha Champa waved his hand to stop him. Then Sha Champa chose to demonstrate his swordsmanship again and let the statue give him a score. But this time, Sha Qianqiu threw away the knife in his hand, held the tiger soul sword he carried with him, and his eyes became serious. Look, this is the real strength of my big brother. Although Yi Qianchen didn't say anything, Sha Qianqiu still felt that he had been slapped in the face just now, and couldn't help but say to Yi Qianchen at this time, "Does your big brother have a more powerful swordsmanship?" Yi Qianchen said in surprise. To be honest, he was already amazed by Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship just now, but he didn't expect that it was not Sha Qianpa's strongest swordsmanship. Sha Qianqiu said proudly, "That killing swordsmanship is just my big brother's previous swordsmanship. What he is showing now is the swordsmanship he is using now." Hearing Sha Qianqiu say this, Yi Qianchen became even more curious, staring at Sha Qianpa intently, for fear of missing something. Sha Qianpa stood there holding the scabbard. The knife had not yet been unsheathed, but the murderous aura emanating from him was enough to make people feel terrified. When Sha Qianpa drew his knife, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. The terrifying aura that rose up into the sky was enough to move people's hearts. Everyone felt as if a tiger with blood and rain was rushing towards them, wanting to eat them alive. The strength of the knife was terrifying. Puff. A person watching the fight suddenly took a few steps back and bumped into the person behind him. He spurted blood, his face turned blue, and he fell to the ground. His eyes widened to the limit and looked straight at the sky. This man is dead. He was scared. Everyone was horrified. The strength of Sha Qianpa's knife had reached such a level. Window _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 foot target _type mix. The sword's momentum alone can scare people to death. Sha Qianqiu's swordsmanship is too fierce, too strong, let alone competing. With him, ordinary people would probably have weak legs if they could stand in front of him. Such swordsmanship is probably one of the best in the world. People were all surprised and admired, and Yi Qianchen couldn't help but admire. The sword has the courage of the sword, and the tiger has the spirit of the tiger. If you have one, you are already a fierce god in the world. Sha Qianpa has both, so it's not an exaggeration to call him the king of swords. Haha, Yi Qianchen, you finally said something human. My brother deserves the title of the king of swords. Sha Qianqiu laughed, feeling extremely happy. He and Sha Qianpa have a very good relationship. Seeing Sha Qianpa's achievements, he is really happier than if he had practiced the peerless swordsmanship himself. But his smile suddenly froze on his face, because a new score had appeared on the leaderboard. Sha Qianpa's name was still behind the boxing god, and he was unable to snatch the position of the Sword King. The score behind the name changed from 2.9 to 3.4. Although it has increased a lot, it is already the second highest score on the 100 weapons list. But it still cannot surpass the 3.5 points of the Fist God and can only be ranked second. When Sha Qianpa saw his own score, he couldn't help but frown slightly, staring at the Fist God who ranked first and the score behind him. Impossible, such a terrifying swordsmanship only got a score of 3.4? Or it can't surpass the 3.5 of the Fist God? Could it be a mistake? This is not a 100-point system at all. 3.5 is the upper limit, right? This list is fake. How can such a swordsmanship only have 3.4 points? This is totally unreasonable. This is the strongest swordsmanship I have ever seen. You tell me that this swordsmanship can only be rated 3.4 points? Are you blind? What a broken scoring mechanism. You should ask the guy who was scared to death just now if this swordsmanship is only worthy of 3.4 points. People who have seen Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship are all complaining for him. No matter who sees this kind of swordsmanship, it is impossible for them to give it only 3.4 points. Throughout the entire universe, there are not many swordsmanships that are stronger than this one. The swordsmanship of the immortals is stronger than Sha Qianpa, but that strength is only because of their high level and strong power. If we really talk about swordsmanship skills and artistic conception, we may not be able to find a few who are stronger than Sha Qianpa. If this kind of swordsmanship can only be rated 3.4 points, they really can't think of any swordsmanship in the universe that is worth more than 10 points. Impossible. There is something wrong with this rating. Sha Qianqiu finally reacted and pointed at the statue's nose and cursed, "Are you blind? Why do you only give 3.4 points to this kind of swordsmanship? Because this swordsmanship is a 3.4 point swordsmanship." The statue answered without any emotion. This swordsmanship is only worth 3.4 points, then tell me what kind of swordsmanship is worth 100 points. Sha Qianqiu said angrily. No. The statue replied. There is number 100 point sword technique, so what is the 100 point system for you to rate? This answer made Sha Qianqiu angry and annoyed. Because there is a 99 point sword technique. The statue continued to say. Okay, then tell me, what sword technique can be rated 99 points? Sha Qianqiu really couldn't bear this breath and continued to question. Others also looked at the statue. They also doubted the statue's rating. They really couldn't imagine what kind of sword technique could be more than 90 points higher than Sha Qianpa's sword technique. Killing and heart-piercing sword technique. The statue replied. Everyone was stunned by the name of this sword technique. Because no one had ever heard of the name of this sword technique. Everyone looked at each other, and soon someone realized that no one had ever heard of this sword technique. You just randomly named a sword technique and said it had 99 points, then you can say whatever you want. I also said that my brother's sword technique was 100 points. What's the point of empty talk? Sha Qianqiu said. 1 year later, in the Battle of the King of 100 Weapons, the final winner can choose the sword technique that kills people and pierces their hearts as a reward. You will know it when the time comes. The statue continued without any emotion. The King of 100 Weapons also has sword techniques as rewards? Everyone was stunned. They didn't know this news before. I can't wait for a year. You have to give an explanation now. Sha Qianqiu refused to give up. I am only responsible for scoring. If you don't agree, you can go find the person in front of you. One battle will tell who is better. The statue said. Sha Qianqiu was slightly stunned. Everyone felt that what the statue said made sense. Since you think the statue's score is wrong, then go find the person in front of you. As long as you defeat the person in front of you, you can naturally prove that the score is wrong. Okay, then tell me, who is this boxing god? Sha Qianqiu said. The boxing god is the boxing god. This is the name he left behind. The statue said. Sha Qianqiu was depressed, But the name of the boxing god was fake at first glance. No one would take such a name. It is impossible to find someone with this name. Let's go. Sha Qianzhou wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Sha Qianpa. Sha Qianzhou was not convinced and felt sorry for his elder brother, but it was useless if he couldn't find the boxing god. The news that Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship was only rated 3.4 points soon spread throughout the universe. Many people thought that this rating was a bit outrageous. That was Sha Qianpa. His swordsmanship could only be rated 3.4. Is there any swordsmanship in the world that is more than 10 points? People are more curious about the boxing god who got a score of 3.5, and the swordsmanship that is said to be 99 points. Some people even asked the statue of God specifically if someone from another department won the title of King of 100 Weapons, in addition to the Killing Heart sword technique, what other rewards can be chosen? The statue of God's answer was very frustrating. What Killing Heart sword, Killing Heart gun, Killing Heart claw, anyway, it sounds like the same technique, just a different skin. Because of the appearance of Sha Qianpa, there began to be real top-level masters to participate in the rankings, and many Feiqing and Nirvana masters left their own rankings on the rankings. More and more people scored over 3, but no one has ever exceeded 3.5, and even 3.4 is only Sha Qianpa. In this way, people know that the rating is still relatively fair. Some people with similar fame as Sha Qianpa have not even scored 3. Many geniuses with amazing talents have only scored more than 3 points. Therefore, more people are curious about who the boxing god who scored 3.5 is. Some people suspect that the boxing god is actually an immortal level master, so he has such a high rating. No matter what, no one suspected Lin Shen. Few people knew that he could use a sword. Tian Xian was watching the news while eating and was enjoying it. Then he glanced at Lin Shen, who was eating opposite him, and said with a curled lip, "We are both practicing swords. You see, the boxing god is known to the world." "What is that? You are practicing?" "I have never seen anyone who only practices defense, but not attacking with a sword. If you like defense, why don't you practice shield?" "Have you ever heard of a phrase called an unintentional mistake?" Lin Shen said while eating breakfast. "I've read more books than you, of course I've heard of it. What does it have to do with your swordsmanship?" Wu Xin said. "It seems that you only seek to read more but not more, and you don't even know what an unintentional mistake means." Lin Shen wiped the porridge from the corner of his mouth and said leisurely, "I'm not good at reading, but you are good at reading, so what do you think it means?" Tianqin snorted coldly. "As an elder, I will teach you today. The so-called unintentional mistake means that I didn't actually want to kill you, but you were too useless. I just affected you with the force of defense, and you, little Tianqin, died. It's not my fault, you can only blame yourself for being useless. This is called an unintentional mistake," Lin Shen said with a smile. "What an unintentional mistake, let's try it, I'll see how you made me die." Tianqin stood up directly in anger and was about to fight Lin Shen to the death. "Why are you so excited? Look, you scared your little beast. Is your little beast still at the iron level?" Lin Shen said, looking at the iron venom bee that Tian Xian had placed on the table and raised with great care. "Why are you in such a hurry? Such a beast must be promoted very slowly." Tian Xian sat down. He didn't really want to fight with Lin Shen, but he was just embarrassed. "Does Lao Tai know about this beast?" Lin Shen asked indirectly. If Lao Tai is really the ancient realm king who failed to reincarnate, he should know what is in the treasure chest. Even if he forgot, he might have some impression after hearing about it. Second brother is much more reliable than you. He won't say anything casually. He saw the extraordinariness of this beast at a glance before and asked me to raise it well. Tian Xian said proudly. Raise it well. Lin Shen finished his meal and stood up to leave. Do you want to achieve nirvana using the double nirvana method? Tian Xian stopped him. Yes, I have this plan. Lin Shen stopped. My father is not for just anyone to see. If you want to see him, you have to wait. Tian Xian said proudly. I can wait, any time is fine. Lin Shen smiled. Then you wait, slowly. I will notify you when my father is free to see you. Lin Shen's attitude made Tian Xian feel very bored. After Lin Shen walked out of the heavenly palace, he returned to his room, took out his mechanical watch, and chose to teleport to the mysterious planet. He wanted to go to the Golden Buddha Temple and use the pool over there to get the double life base to double 10 turns first, making the final preparations for nirvana. When Lin Shen teleported to the mysterious planet, he calculated the time and arrived here during the day. Unfortunately, the place he was in was not a place he had been to before, so he could only try his luck to find the Golden Buddha Temple. Fortunately, he had good luck. After flying for a few hours, he saw a familiar temple, and then he figured out the direction of the Golden Buddha Temple and rushed to it. When Lin Shen arrived at the Golden Buddha Temple, the Master of Salvation seemed to know that he would come back, but he was not surprised at all, and welcomed him into the temple. Lin Shen explained his purpose and gave him some daily necessities. Master Chowdu was not polite and accepted Lin Shen's things and asked him to practice in the yard where the Buddha fruit tree was. Lin Shen did not go into the water, but just stayed in the yard. The pure energy emitted by the pool would not take long for his life base to be promoted to 10 turns. Since he was free anyway, Lin Shen took the Go he brought and played Go with Master Chowdu. Master Chowdu did not understand the rules of Go. After Lin Shen told him the rules, after only a few games, Lin Shen was no match for him. No more, you are too strong. After being completely beaten by Master Chowdu again, Lin Shen really had no mood to continue playing. Master Chowdu smiled and said, I have some small things here. See if you are interested. What small things? Lin Shen was immediately excited. Wait a minute, I'll get them. Master Chowdu left the yard and came back with some things on a wooden tray in a short while. Did you carve this? Lin Shen saw many wooden figures of various shapes on the plate. Those wooden figures were all little monks, with different shapes, some reading, some sweeping, some carrying water, and some chanting. Each one was vivid and looked very cute. I carved it with branches of the Buddha fruit tree. In my spare time. Master Chowdu picked up an unfinished puppet and carved it slowly with a thin branch. This little monk is from your childhood, right? Lin Shen looked at the puppet and then at Master Chowdu, and felt that it was somewhat similar. I have never seen others before, so I can only carve myself. Master Chowdu said. It's really well carved. Lin Shen suddenly had an idea and asked anxiously, Master, can you carve the appearance of the 2 people you saw before? You are talking about them. I have carved them before. If you want to see them, I will show them to you. Master Chowdu's words made Lin Shen overjoyed. Then I'll trouble you, Master Lin Shen didn't expect to have such a harvest. Master Chadu smiled, said nothing, turned around and left the yard, and soon returned with 2 wooden sculptures. Lin Shen took one and saw that one of them was indeed Lao Tai. Master Chadu's carving skills were extraordinary, and he carved Lao Tai almost like a real person, even showing his cold temperament vividly. Lin Shen looked at another puppet, and this puppet made Lin Shen feel a little strange. Just as the master said, this person is also tall and strong, not much worse than Lao Tai. But unlike Lao Tai, this person is high-spirited and free-spirited, completely different from Lao Tai's gloomy and cold temperament. Lin Shen looked at the face of this person, and it was indeed familiar. He used the communicator to take a picture of himself, and then looked at the face of the wood carving. It was indeed a bit similar. No wonder the master said that they were a bit similar. Although this person is not as similar as Lin Shandong, his facial features are closer than those of the third brother, and there is a 30% resemblance between the eyebrows and eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Shen really can't remember what the second brother looks like, and he doesn't know if this person is the second brother. He took a picture of the appearance of this puppet with the communicator and took it back to show it to his eldest sister. He always felt that Lao Tai's appearance was so different from them that it was unlikely to be the second brother. In comparison, the person carved by this wood carving is more likely. Lin Shen stayed in the Golden Buddha Temple for more than 2 days, and his 2 life bases were promoted to 10 turns successively, reaching double perfection. The fate-defying one had no other changes except the increase in attributes, and the fan dance of the inherited fan had 10 styles. The 9th style fall and the 10th style fan were also auxiliary skills. The falling style and the shocking style are very similar, and their functions are even somewhat repetitive. The shocking style can stop flying, and the falling style can also make people fall down. Lin Shen didn't understand for a while what the difference between these 2 skills was. The last fan style gave Lin Shen some surprises. Although it is still an auxiliary skill, the ability of this style is to double the ability of the inheritance fan itself. All doubled refers not only to the attributes, but also to the effect of the skills. The effect of this skill is almost equivalent to the effect of the fate-defying man combined with Lin Shen. Of course, the 2 are 2 completely different directions, but the combat power of the inheritance fan has soared more than doubled because of this skill. After all, the effect of weakening skills is enhanced, plus the improvement of its own combat. It is not a simple doubling of attributes. As expected of the late-stage life base, the effect of this skill is much stronger than the previous 9 fan dance skills. Should I practice the fan technique? Seeing that the inheritance fan is so powerful, Lin Shen wants to practice the fan technique. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any powerful fan skills for a while. This kind of unpopular weapon is not used by many people in the universe, and I haven't heard of any powerful fan skills. Lin Shen searched on the Skynet and found that there were several famous fan skills in the past, but those fan skills had long been lost because there was no inheritor. The most famous fan skills in the universe are not the top skills. One of them is the peacock spreading screen fan technique of the peacock clan. Lin Shen, who was originally just on a whim, was happy when he found that the peacock spreading screen was a secret fan technique of the peacock clan. He was worried that he had no reason to get closer to the heavenly concubine. Maybe this was a good excuse. Thinking about it again, Lin Shen felt a little worried. Again. Everything else was fine, but he was afraid that the heavenly art emperor would cause trouble for him. The Heavenly Art Emperor is now his boss, and he is moody and sinister. Lin Shen really doesn't dare to act rashly. If he angered the Heavenly Art Emperor, he couldn't afford it with his current ability. Forget it, let's not trouble ourselves. Let's think of a way to solve the other fire first. Lin Shen thought of Lu Ran from the Noble Academy again. Although her status is also very high, fortunately she doesn't have a husband, so she can think of some solutions. Should we go to the magician Yao Gu and tell him Lu Ran's answer? Lin Shen knew that Yao Gu was not a kind person, and he was afraid that if he brought the answer, he would turn his face and disown him. During the 2 days that Lin Shen was in the Golden Buddha Temple, the universe was about to be in chaos. In the past 2 days, there have been many powerful people who have impacted the 100 weapons ranking, but none of them could reach 3.5 points, but there were several 3.4 points. Now everyone is guessing who the fist god is, and what kind of swordsmanship is the 3.5 point swordsmanship. Although everyone knows that the score does not represent the actual combat power, according to the people who are now on the list, the swordsmanship score is generally fair. As long as the swordsmanship itself is good enough, and the user has practiced well enough, even if the level is relatively low, it can still get a relatively high score. Those top-secret sword techniques of the major races, as long as the user is not too bad, can generally rush to about 3 points. After 3 points, it is not so easy to rush up. Young people nowadays can't even practice a technique, and they can't even break through 3.5 points on the 100-point system. It seems that I need to encourage young people together. Moore is in a bad mood now. As the only immortal of the male clan, he originally wanted to impact a higher ranking for the male clan. Who knew that the final race ranking battle had just begun, and he was unfortunately severely injured. He dared not continue to participate in the battle and had to give up. With his abstention, the male clan could no longer be ranked, and Moore's depression can be imagined. After treating his injuries, Moore watched the battle of the race rankings, and the more he watched, the more depressed he became. If he hadn't been so unlucky, he would have met a guy who was willing to die for the ranking, and the result was a fight that ended in a loss. The male clan would not have lost the opportunity to rank, and at least it would have been ranked within the 70 million or 80 million. Moore, who was in a very bad mood, planned to have some fun to make himself feel better. Just now, the news came that Chiyu Temple was also found on Male's home planet. Moore planned to rush to the ranking list. While no one was using the Chiyu Temple here, Moore first blocked the news to prevent others from knowing that Chiyu Temple was also found on Male Star, and then he came to Chiyu Temple as soon as possible. After teleporting to the Soldier Star, Moore directly chose the sword talent. However, Moore did not use his real name, but used a pseudonym of God King. On the one hand, it is a bit bullying for an immortal to be on the list, and on the other hand, he used the pseudonym of God King to tell everyone that the boxing god is a scumbag. If the boxing god is a god, then he is the god among gods. Moore summoned his sword base, and then performed a set of wheat circle sword techniques in front of the statue. This was one of the sword techniques he created, which was widely circulated among the male tribe and was almost one of the techniques that the male tribe members had to learn. Moore originally thought that with his own strength and sword skills, it should be no problem to use this wheat circle sword technique and get more than 10 points. But after he demonstrated the complete wheat circle sword technique, the statue only gave him a score of 2.8. Not 2. Mention rushing to the position of Sword King and beating the 3.5 points of the boxing god, he couldn't even make it into the top 10 of the sword ranking. Moore's face turned green immediately. He could only be glad that he didn't use his real name, otherwise this ranking would be seen by others, and he would be laughed to death by those old guys, and he wouldn't even be able to raise his head in the future. Moore hurriedly challenged the ranking again. This time, Moore didn't use the sword technique casually, but played up his spirit and used his best 10-day sword technique of Strange Tales. 10-day sword technique of Strange Tales was obtained by him from a wanted criminal in the universe when he was young. It was with this sword technique that he was able to achieve the body of an immortal, despite being born in a small race. The power of this sword technique can be imagined. After being promoted to immortal, Moore wanted to modify and perfect this sword technique, but found that even with the knowledge and ability of immortals, it was difficult to modify any moves. Until now, this set of sword techniques is still his biggest reliance in the immortal level. Moore felt that the sword technique he used the first time was too casual. This time the score would definitely be much higher than the first time. He would definitely win the title of Sword King and beat the 3.5 points of the boxing god. But after he showed the 10-day sword technique of Strange Tales, he only got a score of 3.3, ranking only 4th in the sword ranking, with 3 people with 3.4 points ahead. The ranking of the sword system is too fierce. And there are too many masters who use swords. What a bullshit ranking, are you trying to smack me? Moore was furious and slashed at the statue with a sword. He was beaten hard in the race ranking battle, and now he doesn't even want to face it. He competed with some juniors and lost. You can imagine how angry he was. His sword contained the power of immortal laws. Even a mountain would be cut in half by this sword like tofu. But when he slashed the statue with his sword, the statue did not move at all, without any reaction, and not even a trace could be left. Are you challenging me? Then it's as you wish. The statue's eyes burst into divine light, and it rose up with a bang, stepped out of the altar, and thousands of divine lights gathered in his hands, turning into a divine sword, slashing towards Moore. The sword broke, the man died, a head rolled in front of the statue. The immortal level strong man fell silently in the temple, without even catching a sword. Although the male tribe had tried their best to block the news that Moore died in the Chiyu temple still spread, and immediately shocked the entire universe. Someone investigated the time of Moore's death and the changes in the rankings at that time and found an unacceptable speculation. Moore was the God King who was on the list twice in a short period of time during that period, and then disappeared from the list due to death. Although the God King was on the list for a short time, because there are so many people focusing on the list recently, and some people are broadcasting the changes in the list, it is easy to find the scores of the God King twice. Is Moore really the God King? It's unlikely, right? Would the swordsmanship of the immortals be rated so low? How is it impossible? The rating of the temple is fair. The immortals are just strong, and their skills are not necessarily better than others. How did Moore die? Could it be that he attacked the statue because of his low rating? The swordsmanship rating of the immortals didn't even reach 3.5. What kind of swordsmanship does the fist god have? The rating of the immortals can't be so low. Moore should not be the God King. People have all kinds of speculations, but these speculations have nothing to do with the male tribe. As soon as The news of Moore's death spread. The male tribe announced that they had joined the Diamond tribe. It's better to say that it's a choice made to preserve the male tribe than to join the male tribe without the immortals. Is no longer able to keep everything they have now. If they can't find a backer as soon as possible, it is likely that the entire race will be enslaved by their opponents. Of course, joining the Diamond tribe also has to pay a huge price. The big tribes have never been philanthropists. Lin Shen has been paying attention to the changes in the race rankings. Lin Shandong's ranking is more than 90 million, which is just enough to enter the race rankings. If Lin Shandong can hold on to the end, humans will enter the universe race rankings for the first time in history. Lin Shen studied those who were ranked near Lin Shandong. Most of them were Nirvana from small clans, and some were Nirvana from large clans. However, the threat to Lin Shandong was not great, and the possibility of humans being on the race rankings was still great. Tian came back, and also brought back a message. Tian agreed to meet Lin Shen, and Tian would take Lin Shen to see Tian. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and Tian returned to Zenith Star together. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to go home first, and he followed Tian to Tianjue's house. Tian said as he walked, "When you get home, you should talk less and do everything according to my eyes." Okay. Lin Shen agreed. The Qi family and the Yin family each have 4 mansions, but the Tian family does not have so many mansions. Each family takes care of its own affairs, and there is a feeling that each family sweeps the snow in front of its own door. The Tianjue branch is considered to be a more influential branch of the Tian family in the clan, but its influence is far less than that of the first mansion of the Yin family. However, if we talk about single combat power, I am afraid that no one in the Tianren clan dares to say that they can definitely win Tianjue. The Tianjue mansion is as big as a manor. Tianqing brought Lin Shen into the mansion and saw a young Tianren standing in the yard, holding a sword in his arms, staring at them coldly. "Seventh brother, father wants to see Lin Shen, I brought him here." Tianqing was very arrogant outside, but when he spoke now, Lin Shen felt a little cautious. "Do you want to take the road of double nirvana?" Tian Xiaoqiao looked at Lin Shen coldly and said, ignoring Tianqing at all. "Since there is such a road, I want to see it." Lin Shen replied. "The true law is not passed on to incompetent people. If you want to see it, you can prove that you are qualified to see it first," Tian Xiaoqiao said with a cold face. "Seventh brother, father asked him to come." Tianqing wanted to get angry, but he was a little timid. "Wait until you have the ability to defeat me, then come and talk to me." Tian Xiaocao's words made Tian Xian lose his temper. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he couldn't say it. Tian Xian's life at home is not easy either. Lin Shen sighed in his heart, looking at Tian Xiaoqiao, and asked, "How to prove it?" "I have a sword. If you can understand it, it means you have passed this level of mine," Tian Xiaoqiao said with a cold face. "I don't see well, so I can't see clearly. Don't let me see it. How about I take 10 of your swords and pass this level?" Lin Shen said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Tian Xian's color changed immediately, and he pulled Lin Shen and said, "Don't mess around. My seventh brother is a natural swordsman. 1 sword can kill 7 lives. If you are in Nirvana, you may be able to take his sword. Now you are just ascending, so you can't take his sword." Lin Shen asked calmly, did he take the path of double nirvana? No. Tian Xian shook his head. Since he didn't take the path of double nirvana, I want to take that path, but I can't even pass this level, so there's no need to look at this path anymore. Lin Shen took off the slag knife on his waist and walked towards Tian Xiaoqiao holding the scabbard. As expected of someone who dares to take the path of double nirvana, you have enough heart. Tian Xiaoqiao said coldly, it's useless to just have enough heart, it depends on whether you are capable. You don't need to take my 10 swords, I can only take 1 sword. If you can take my sword, just go in. Then come on. Lin Shen didn't feel like talking nonsense with him and stood in front of Tian Xiaoqiao. Tian Xiaoqiao slowly put down the hand holding the sword. Holding the scabbard with one hand, holding the sword horizontally in front of him, and holding the hilt with the other hand, but did not pull out the sword, staring at Lin Shen with a pair of eyes like a sharp blade. Tian Xian looked at the two anxiously. He knew Lin Shen's ability, which was indeed very strong, but Tian Xian also knew Tian Xiaocao's ability. If Lin Shen was at the nirvana level, he should be able to fight Tian Xiaoqiao. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was still ascending, and he was afraid that Tian Xiaoqiao would really kill Lin Shen with one sword. Tian Xian was a little afraid to see Tian Xiaoqiao draw his sword, but he also wanted to get a result quickly, and he was in great pain. Originally, he thought that the victory or defeat would be decided by one sword, but Tian Xian waited for a long time, but Tian Xiaoqiao did not draw his sword. The two people maintained that posture and stood there motionless. Tian Xian was just anxious. He calmed down and found that although Lin Shen's posture was defensive, it also contained a counterattack. If Tian Xiaocao's attack failed, he would suffer his thunderous counterattack. Tian Xiaoqiao had not drawn his sword, probably because he was not sure that he could break Lin Shen's defense and kill him with one sword. This guy actually practiced his defensive moves correctly. He was able to make it impossible for seventh brother to find any flaws. However, no matter how perfect the defensive moves are, flaws will appear over time. If the stalemate continues like this, Lin Shen will always be the passive party. Tian Xian looked strange. In the tower of Tianjue Mansion, 3 young women stood on the windowsill, looking through the manor, looking at the stalemate between Lin Shen and Tian Xiaoqiao. These 3 women are Tianjue's 3 daughters, Tian Xiaofeng, Tian Xiaoya and Tian Xiaosong. Do you think that Lin Shen can pass the test of Xiaoqiao brother? Tian Xiaoya's eyes were blurred, as if she could seduce people's souls, and the whole person exuded a lazy temperament. Xiaoqiao brother's swordsmanship is too murderous. One sword kills 7 lives. Even the top nirvana can't stop it. This Lin Shen doesn't know how to live or die. He actually said arrogantly that he would block Xiaoqiao brother's 10 swords. I'm afraid he will be killed by one sword. Feng Xiaosong said. Let him see the sword, but he wants to die. He is really a troublemaker. If he is really killed by Xiaoqiao brother, how can I explain to my aunt later? Tian Xiaofeng sighed. Don't worry, Xiaoqi's swordsmanship has reached a higher level. He can kill 7 people with one sword at will. He won't kill him, otherwise he wouldn't have been asked to block Lin Shen. Tian Xiaosong said. Did you break through again so quickly? Brother Xiaoqiao is indeed a natural swordsman. Feng Xiaoya said lazily. Although the words seemed to be praising Tian Xiaoqiao, it sounded insincere. Hey, that Lin Shen is really something. It's been a minute, and Xiao Qi hasn't found his flaw yet. Feng Xiaosong said in surprise. This is a bit strange. I've seen his performance in the Ascender ranking battle. His body movements are weird and his moves are amazing, but it can be seen that his foundation is very poor and his skills are not systematic. It's okay to fight with others, but if it's really a competition of technical foundation, it's still a little worse. How can he suddenly have such delicate skills? This is not something that can be achieved overnight. Did he hide his shortcomings before? Tian Xiaofeng frowned and said. Tian Xiaoyao looked at it carefully for a while, and suddenly laughed. You have all been fooled by him. He has no background in delicate techniques at all. He just practiced a purely defensive sword technique. After Tian Xiaoya said this, Tian Xiaofeng and Tian Xiaosong also saw the clue. Tian Xiaofeng frowned and said, is that the greedy life and fear of death sword? It should have been modified by someone to fill the original defects. Tian Xiaoya said. The original greedy life and fear of death sword should be used in conjunction with the sword of cutting off children and grandchildren. There is only the greedy life and fear of death sword for defense in the library, and there is no sword of cutting off children and grandchildren for attack. Lin Shen's sword technique is obviously a modified greedy life and fear of death sword, but the person who modified it saw he lacks knowledge and ability, but only strengthens his defense, and still has no offensiveness. Now it is a purely defensive swordsmanship. Tian Xiaosong smiled and said, pure defensive swordsmanship, there are people in the world who practice such swordsmanship, and they are also wonderful people. But defense is always passive, and the initiative is in the hands of others. As long as he reveals a flaw, he will probably be defeated by Xiaoqi. That's right, no one can always maintain perfect defense, and flaws will be revealed over time, so when he uses this defensive swordsmanship, he has already lost. It seems that the backhand we prepared is useless, and Xiaoqiao can drive him away alone. Tian Xiaoya smiled. Tian Xiaofeng sighed and said, if it weren't for my father's getting worse, it wouldn't matter if he saw it for the sake of my aunt. But now my father's situation is already like this. If I show him the method of double nirvana again, the situation will only get worse. I don't know what Tianquan and Xiaoxin, that brainless guy, think. Is it necessary for an outsider? Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly. Maybe my aunt thinks that he can make it through that road. If he really makes it through, he may really become a support in the future. Tian Xiaofeng said. Why? Can he make it through that road? There are so many amazing people in my Tianren clan, and only the dean of the Tianren Academy can really make it through. Even my father, who is so talented, has not really made it through. How can he, a low-level race, make it through? Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly. To be favored by someone like my aunt and appreciated by the Emperor of Heaven, there must be something special about him. Tian Xiaoya said lazily. Over the years, there are not many special people who want to take that road. Has anyone succeeded? Tian Xiaosong said. Okay, don't say it. Anyway, he can't pass the Xiaoqiao level, so let's stop here. Tian Xiaofeng said. The three women looked at Lin Shen and Tian Xiaoqiao in a stalemate, and originally thought that there would be a result soon. But as time passed, the expressions on the faces of the three women gradually changed. It's been almost half an hour, and Xiaoqiao hasn't been able to find his flaw yet? Tian Xiaoya was a little surprised. This man's defensive swordsmanship is really good. No matter how good the defense is, there will be flaws. It's a matter of time. The three waited for another half an hour, but Tian Xiaoqiao still didn't draw his sword, and the two were still deadlocked. Lin Shen's tenacity in defense was somewhat beyond their expectations. But at this time, they still firmly believed that the defending party could not always show flaws. Time passed slowly, and the expressions of those who secretly watched this battle gradually changed. Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship, in such a long time, couldn't find a chance to draw the sword, which is not something that ordinary people can do. This person's patience is a bit scary. Tian Xiaofeng said with a complicated expression, with such patience, it is easy to achieve success, no matter what you do. No wonder Xiaogu can look up to him, it's really rare. What woman wouldn't like patience? Tian Xiaoyao replied with a smile. Let's talk business. Tian Xiaofeng glared at Tian Xiaoyao. Tian Xiaosong said anxiously, it's not a good idea to keep going like this. If it takes too long, what if my father sends someone to find someone and the person is here again? That would be terrible. Who knew Lin Shen had such good patience? It's been more than 2 hours, and he hasn't revealed any flaws. Tian Xiaofeng said helplessly. When the three were worried, they saw Lin Shen suddenly loosen his hand holding the hilt, and his hand holding the scabbard also relaxed and hung on the side of his body. His sudden move startled the people who were secretly watching, and Tian Xiaoqiao also frowned, not knowing what Lin Shen meant. Can't hold on, are you going to give up? Tian Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Others also thought like Tian Xiaofeng, thinking that Lin Shen couldn't hold on and was going to give up. I'm holding a knife, you don't dare to draw your sword? Do you dare to draw your sword now? Lin Shen stood there casually, looking at Tian Xiaoqiao, and said. Tian Xiaocao's eyes suddenly turned cold. After he said this, Tian Xiaofeng and the other two sisters were all shocked. They had seen people who wanted to die, but they had never seen someone who wanted to die like this. Is this guy crazy? Or did he fall headfirst into a manure pit when he was a child? Tian Xian felt a little numb. He could never have thought that Lin Shen would actually provoke Tian Xiaoqiao like this. Tianqin already felt that Lin Shen was going to survive. As long as he could survive for a while, his father might send someone to find him. Who knew that Lin Shen would suddenly do something like this, as if he was dancing in front of the gate of hell, as if he was afraid that the Lord of Hell wouldn't see him. Not to mention Tianqin, everyone who was secretly watching here was stunned by Lin Shen, and they really couldn't understand what he was doing. Provoking Tian Xiaoqiao and giving up the defense. If this kind of move was used by a high-level strong person against a low-level strong person, it would be justified. But Lin Shen was just an ascendant, and he was still facing Tian Xiaoqiao, the top Nirvana master. What he did was different from seeking death. Who gave him the courage? Tian Xiaofeng looked at Lin Shen as if he was looking at a fool. This person is so interesting. Tian Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Feng Xiaosong stroked his forehead and said, aren't you a fool? I thought he still had some abilities just now. He must have been dizzy after waiting for too long. Even if Lin Shen defends Tian Xiaoqiao with all his strength, he may not be able to block Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship. His actions now make anyone look like he is seeking death. Lin Shen himself did not think that he was seeking death, nor was he really arrogant enough to think that he could block Tian Xiaocao's sword skills at will. During the more than 2 hours of confrontation with Tian Xiaoqiao, Lin Shen had already deeply felt that Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship was very strong and at a high level. In terms of realm alone, among the people Lin Shen had ever seen, he could count them on one hand who were better than Tian Xiaocao. The reason why he did this was because he knew that it would be difficult for him to see Tianju today. Someone in the Tian family didn't want him to see Tianju. What Tian Xiaocao said at the beginning made it very clear. Even if Lin Shen won, he would only have passed his level. The implication is that there must be someone waiting for Lin Shen behind. Lin Shen didn't know whether their actions were the result of Tianju's instructions or the actions of others. The possibility of Tianju's instructions was unlikely. If Tianju didn't want to see him, he wouldn't have agreed to Tian Sun's request. However, it cannot be ruled out that after Tianju agreed, something happened and Tianju regretted it. No matter which possibility it was, Lin Shen knew that it would be difficult for him to see Tianju today. After thinking about it, Lin Shen felt that if he still wanted to see Tianju, he couldn't pass through it passively. Even if he can defeat Tian Xiaocao, who knows what difficulties the Tian family will arrange for him later. If they really don't want him to see Tianju, they may even arrange immortals to stop him. It's not like the Tianju family doesn't have immortals. Are you sure? Tian Xiaocao stared at Lin Shen, his eyes like knives. Since you don't dare to draw your sword, then this is what you have to do. Lin Shen said lightly. The provoking method is useless to me. No matter if you defend or not, I will draw the sword. Tian Xiaocao said. I don't have to be on the defensive. I just stood here and took your sword. Can I see Tianju? Lin Shen asked, staring at Tian Xiaocao. Lin Shen's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Tian Xiaocao's heart. It's terrible. Tian Xiaofeng suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem and said with a sullen face, this Lin Shen has some cunning schemes. If Xiaocao says it can be done, then the difficulties we set up later cannot be used again, otherwise Xiaocao will have to stand up and help him solve the problem. But if Xiaocao says he can't, Xiaocao's Taoist heart will be broken. The opponent is an ascendant and has given up his defense. It's impossible for me to say no. That really breaks the defense. Tian Xiaosong sighed, with brother Xiaocao's character, it is even more impossible to say no. This person is getting more and more interesting. He seems to be reckless, but in fact he is very cunning. Tian Xiaoya said with a smile, but he ignored one of the most important issues. He has a level disadvantage, and he gave up his defense. Can you really take Xiaoqi's sword? Of course not. Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly. He has no idea how terrifying it is for Xiaocao to kill Qixing with one sword. If he didn't want to hurt his life, Xiaocao could have attacked with force. No matter how perfect his defense was, he could still block it. Can't stand Xiaoqi's sword. Tian Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, he really thought wrong. He thought Xiaocao was in a stalemate with him because he couldn't do anything to him. In fact, Xiaocao just couldn't use all his strength to hurt his life, otherwise he would have died long ago. What he said if he said that, he might lose his life. Now he is in trouble. How will he explain it, oh my sister-in-law, later? Lin Shen, don't talk nonsense. Tian Xian saw the change in Tian Xiaocao's expression and knew that the seventh brother was really angry. Tianxin stepped forward and pulled Lin Shen to leave. Nothing was more important than life. If Tian Xiaocao was angered, he would really die. Tian pulled, but Lin Shen didn't move at all. He still looked at Tian Xiaokao and said, "Can you or can't you?" "Yes." A smile actually appeared on Tian Xiaocui's originally cold face. "It's just that there is no friendliness or happiness in his smile, but there is a chill that goes deep into his bones." After Tian Xiaochao answered, he slowly handed the sword in his left hand to his right hand. "It's over." Seeing Tian Xiaochao holding the scabbard in his right hand, Tian Xian's heart suddenly thumped. Everyone in Tianju's family knows a saying, if you draw a sword with your right hand, the sword will kill 7 lives. If you draw a sword with the left hand, not even an inch of grass will grow. If Tian Xiaochao used his right hand to draw the sword, there was still a chance of survival. If he used his left hand to draw the sword, it meant that Tian Xiaochao had murderous intentions, and there was absolutely no possibility of survival. Tian Xiaochao held the hilt of the sword with his left hand, looked at him coldly and said, "If you can take my sword and not die, I will take you to see my father." "Okay, come on." Lin Shen stood there casually with the unsheathed slag knife in his left hand. Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship is very strong and his realm is very high, but so what? In terms of technical level and realm, Wei Wufu is not worse than Tian Xiaochao, and Lao Tai is far stronger than Tian Xiaochao. Lin Shen's swordsmanship was trained under their oppression, and he is not afraid of such a strong swordsman. Tian Xian wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say it, let alone pull Lin Shen. Because Tian Xiaochao was about to draw his sword, what he did now would only distract Lin Shen and make him die more miserably. Finally, Tian Xiaochao drew his sword. His sword was fast enough, but not the fastest, delicate enough, and not the most perfect. But his sword was like an antelope hanging on a horn without a trace, and it seemed to come from the sky, making it difficult to figure out. Although he clearly saw his sword, he didn't know how to resist it. Lin Shen didn't resist, and didn't even look at the sword that Tian Xiaochao was stabbing at him. At the moment when Tian Xiaochao drew his sword, he also pulled out his slag knife and slashed at Tian Xiaochao. Blood for blood, life for life, blood life. Swordsmanship. Window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. When everyone saw that Lin Shen actually wanted to fight with Tian Xiaocao's life, they all thought that he was crazy. Tian Xiaochao is a nirvana, and Lin Shen is only an ascender. The difference in attributes is too big. Even if Tian Xiaochao doesn't have the idea of using attributes to crush Lin Shen, the speed of his sword is not comparable to that of Lin Shen. If he wanted to fight for his life, he was afraid that Tian Xiaocao's sword would pierce Lin Shen's body, but Lin Shen's sword had not yet touched Tian Xiaocao's body. These thoughts only happened in an instant. Tian Xiaocao's sword was about to stab Lin Shen's body, but Lin Shen's knife was still a short distance away from Tian Xiaochao. Just such an inconspicuous distance was enough for Tian Xiaochao to kill Lin Shen several times. But in the next moment, Tian Xiaochao, who was about to stab Lin Shen, actually swung his sword and changed its direction. The sword in his hand met Lin Shen's sword, and a white sword light bloomed from the sword at the same time. The swords intersected. Tian Xiaofeng and others, who were still wondering why Tian Xiaochao did this, saw that Tian Xiaocao's sword light was split directly by Lin Shen's knife. The swords intersected, and the sword in Tian Xiaocao's hand was hard. Was cut in two. Impossible. Tian Xiaosong's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. Although the sword in Tian Xiaocao's hand is not spiritually based, it is made of top-grade nirvana materials and is one of the masterpieces of a swordsmith from the celestial clan. The strength of the sword itself is no longer comparable to that of ordinary nirvana spiritual foundation, not to mention that Tian Xiaocao also used the power of nirvana to turn it into sword light. No matter how you think about it, it should be Lin Shen's knife that was cut off. But the reality was exactly the opposite. Not only was the sword light cut off, but the sword was also cut off. Lin Shen's sword seemed to be unscathed, which completely subverted their perceptions. How did he do it? Tian Xiaofeng was stunned. Tian Xiaocao looked at the broken sword in his hand, frowned, and said nothing. Is this sword the next one? Lin Shen slowly put the slag knife back into its sheath and looked at Tian Xiaocao and asked. Of course not, there's something wrong with that knife. Tian Xiaosong gritted his teeth, but unfortunately Lin Shen couldn't hear her words. Tian Xiaofeng and Tian Xiaoyao also had the same idea as her. There must be something wrong with the sword. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lin Shen to be able to cut through Tian Xiaocao's sword light and sword. Tian Xiaocao raised his head to look at Lin Shen and nodded. You win, I will take you to see your father. After saying that, Tian Xiaocao threw away the broken sword in his hand, turned around and left. Lin Shen followed Tian Xiaocao to the backyard. Not long after walking, he saw 3 young female celestial beings blocking their way. Sister, I lost, I have to admit it. Tian Xiaocao looked at Tian Xiaofeng and the others and said. No, you didn't lose. There was something wrong with his sword. It must be an immortal level weapon. It had been deliberately modified by someone. It was not his power at all. Before Feng Xiaosong could finish his words, Feng Xiaosong was interrupted. Xiaocao interrupted. It's not about the sword. It's about me losing. Tian Xiaocao's words made Tian Xiaosong, Tian Xiaoya, and Tian Xiaofeng all stunned. They couldn't believe that an ascended person could cut off the sword light and weapons of a nirvana person. But it was impossible for Tian Xiaocao to lie, let alone help Lin Shen. The 3 women were stunned for a while, and they could not use a single word of the words they had prepared earlier. Sister, I'm sorry, Tian Xiaocao said, and walked past them. Lin Shen and Tian Xian also followed him, bypassing the 3 women and continuing towards the backyard. Is it really possible to cut off the power of nirvana and nirvana-level weapons with the power of an ascendant? Tian Xiaosong still can't believe it until now. Although it's hard to believe, Xiaocao won't lie to us. Tian Xiaofeng looked at Lin Shen's leaving figure and said with a strange expression, we should have thought that it would be inevitable for someone like my sister-in-law and the Emperor of Heaven to like him. They have their reasons. Lin Shen and Tian Xian followed Tian Xiaocao through many courtyards and came to a small courtyard. Come in. Before Tian Xiaocao knocked on the door, he heard a hoarse man's voice coming from inside. Tian Xiaocao opened the door and Lin Shen saw that although the yard was not big, there were many flowers and plants planted in it, either those mutant plants or the most common flowers and plants. Father. While Lin Shen was still looking at the small courtyard, Tian Xiaocao and Tianqin saluted in the same direction at the same time. Lin Shen looked in the direction where they were saluting. There was a wooden house there. There was no door in the wooden house. There was only a bamboo curtain hanging on it, so the situation inside the house could not be seen. You guys should go out first. The horseman's voice came from the room again. Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Xian looked at each other. Although they were very reluctant, they still exited the courtyard and closed the door outside. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to say hello, he heard the man in the room say, "That knife of yours is very good." Tian soon didn't misjudge the person. "Sorry, I shouldn't have disturbed you, but that road is too difficult," Lin Shen said. "It doesn't matter, I've wanted to meet you a long time ago, to see what kind of person my arrogant girl has chosen." Tianju said slowly, "You are very good, but if you want to leave it's better to give up this idea of the road to dual nirvana. With your ability, even if you don't take that road, you will be immortal in the future, and you don't need to risk your life to take that dead end. Is it true that double nirvana is not possible?" Lin Shen asked with some doubts. "People like you and me will not change our minds easily. Come in, you will know for yourself if it is a dead end." Tian Ju's voice came from the wooden house again. Lin Shen had nothing to hesitate. After taking off his shoes, he opened the curtain and walked in. His eyes fell inside the house, and he saw an ice block larger than the bed placed inside the wooden house, with a person sitting on the ice block. Lin Shen didn't know whether it was still a person. It was more like a human-shaped ice sculpture than a person. His entire body is in the shape of transparent ice crystals, and the internal organs, bones, and blood vessels in his body can be clearly seen. Except for a little extra color, the whole person looks like it is carved from ice crystals. Although I knew that Tianju had been completely dehumanized, I didn't expect it to look like this. It looked really weird. If you don't want to become like me, then don't take that path. Iceman's voice rang in Lin Shen's ears, but Lin Shen didn't see his lips move, or even his eyes move. As if he had read through Lin Shen's thoughts, Tianju continued, "My body has become completely inhuman, no different from an ice sculpture. I don't need to eat or drink, and I can't move. Although I can't die, I have to endure this inhuman suffering day and night." Lin Shen finally understood why the people of the Tian family didn't want him to see Tianju. No one could have imagined that the famous Tianju would look like this. The physical pain is not a problem. What is really unbearable is that in an absolutely still body, there is still a living soul. And your soul will endure the erosion of inhuman consciousness all the time, even if it is a little slack, the soul will be completely lost, and even the last bit of humanity will disappear. Can you be able to bear such consequences? When Lin Shen left Tianju Mansion, his expression was a little heavy. After meeting Tianju, Lin Shen understood that Tian's son asked him to meet Tianju in order to make him give up the idea of taking the path of double nirvana. Double nirvana is indeed very tempting, but the consequences of failure may be more terrible than death. Tianju did not hold back and told Lin Shen everything he experienced during the double nirvana in detail. The various strange changes in it made Lin Shen tremble with fear. Tianju made more preparations than Lin Shen, but he still couldn't make it through completely. Lin Shen now has some doubts whether his methods can survive the transformation of the body by the two internal and external forces. If he becomes what Tianju is now, he would rather die directly. Do you still want to take that path? On the way back, Tian Xian asked Lin Shen. I must admit that I hesitated. Lin Shen sighed. With your ability, there is no need to take such a risk. Tian Xian actually said something human today. It's really not necessary, but I still want to try. Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Tian Xian's eyes widened. Are you crazy? No. Lin Shen shook his head. And said, I now know what the real problem of double nirvana is, and I think I may be able to solve this problem. What problem? How to solve it? Tian Xian looked at Lin Shen and asked in disbelief. The real danger of double nirvana is not nirvana itself, but how to make the power of two nirvanas completely merge. Lin Shen explained, if the nirvana egg and the nirvana land have the same attributes, then when nirvana, the power of nirvana is too strong, it will directly turn the body into a non-human, just like your father. He is well prepared and strong enough, so he can still maintain his consciousness. If it is any other person, even consciousness cannot be retained. It's good that you know. Tian Xian snorted. So, there is another way to go. Using nirvana eggs and nirvana lands with different attributes. Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Then don't even think about it. That path is more difficult. Otherwise, my father would not have chosen the nirvana egg and the nirvana land with the same attributes. Tian Xian said. Yes, the nirvana egg and the nirvana land have different attributes, which are more likely to cause problems. It is even possible that the nirvana fails because of the conflict between the attributes of the nirvana egg and the nirvana land, and there is no chance to become a non-human. The situation will be more complicated. Lin Shen took a deep breath and continued, but as long as it is properly controlled. If it succeeds, you can get two nirvana attributes. The dual attribute nirvana power can solve more problems than the single attribute nirvana power. How can you be sure that it will succeed? Tian Xian said with a sneer. I can't be sure, so I didn't plan to take this path. I want to take the path of your father. Lin Shen said with a smile. You sound like you are cursing. Tian Xian glared at Lin Shen viciously. That's not what I meant. Lin Shen smiled and said, the double nirvana of the nirvana egg and the nirvana land of the same attribute can enhance the nirvana attribute. The same as the flame attribute, but the flame attribute of the double nirvana is stronger than the flame attribute of the single nirvana. Your father said it very clearly. His ice attribute is much stronger than others. In the end, you just said how strong it will be after success, but you didn't say how to succeed. Tian Xian said with some dissatisfaction. I have some ideas, but I don't know if they will work without any tests, so it's useless to say them now. If my ideas can be realized, you can try this method next time you nirvana. Lin Shen said. Thank you, can you try this kind of thing? If you make a mistake, it's all over. Tian Xian rolled his eyes and said, we can find an ascender to come over and let him try it first. If your method is really useful, it won't be too late for us to use your method to achieve nirvana. This method can only be used by me, and it's useless to find other ascenders. Lin Shen shook his head. After listening to what Tianju said, Lin Shen already knew that the main reason for Tianju's failure was that the nirvana attribute was too strong, and his own strength could not compete with it, and eventually his body became completely inhuman. Tianju was able to drag his inhuman body and complete immortality. He has not died until today, and his consciousness has not been completely lost. This is an extremely amazing achievement in itself. But he still cannot be considered successful. Sooner or later, he will completely become inhuman. It is just a matter of time. But Lin Shen has a super base form. He does not need to fight against the nirvana attribute. He can let the nirvana attribute fully merge with the body. After success, he can remove the superbase form and restore the flesh and blood body. Because a single attribute is easier to control, Lin Shen thinks this method is feasible. But if it is a dual attribute nirvana, Lin Shen does not know what will happen. Lin Shen is not sure whether the superbase form can cope with various situations. After all, no one knows what will happen with dual attribute nirvana, and Tian has no relevant experience. Unless Lin Shen goes to an E is willing to tell his nirvana experience, Lin Shen dares to try dual attribute nirvana. An E is really too strong. Without any experience or theory, he succeeded in dual attribute nirvana. This person is too strong. Lin Shen sighed. In his heart, he didn't dare to take the risk of playing like that. Now Lin Shen is preparing for single attribute nirvana. The next step is to decide which base change place to use. Then go to that base change land to get a nirvana egg, and you can start nirvana. This has a problem. There can't be nirvana eggs in low-level base change lands, so Lin Shen must choose a nirvana-level base change land to get a nirvana egg of the same origin as the base change land. The base change land that Tian found for him before, now he can only give up. Lin Shen also thought about using the fire basin on the mysterious planet to complete nirvana, but it is more difficult to succeed there. There is an immortal land in itself, and the creatures born there are all immortal creatures. If you want to have the same origin, you can only use the immortal egg with the immortal land. I have never heard of this being successful. The ancient world king only used the immortal land there for nirvana, and he didn't use the immortal egg, but he didn't succeed. His difficulty is higher than that of the ancient world king, and the concept of success is smaller than buying a lottery ticket. It seems that I have to choose a new place for nirvana. The supreme land of the supreme clan is a good choice. It is relatively safe and has good properties. After the double nirvana, Lin Shen wanted to use the supreme land for nirvana, but after checking the information of the supreme land, he found that it was not easy to get the nirvana egg from there. Because after the supreme clan's transformation, the energy of the supreme land was constantly drained, and it has not bred nirvana creatures for many years, let alone nirvana eggs. Where should I be nirvana? Lin Shen had a headache. Lin Shen went to the library again, wanting to see if there was any nirvana land suitable for him among the nirvana lands of the celestial race. Among these many nirvana lands, there are also many places with extremely strong attributes, which are good to be used for nirvana. However, it is not easy to get nirvana eggs with the same attributes for nirvana lands with rare attributes, and he didn't know which one to choose for a while. Lin Shen roughly selected and found that there were dozens of nirvana lands that suited his taste. He would go back and see if he could get a nirvana egg that was suitable for him. Since he was here, Lin Shen went to the technique room to take a look, and planned to practice a fan technique first. He found the fan category and found that there were many subdivided categories under the fan technique. Lin Shen found the folding fan category and opened it one by one. The celestial race has such advanced technology, why don't they make electronic versions? I don't know when I will finish reading one by one without intelligent filtering. Lin Shen had nothing to do anyway, so he read it slowly one by one. Although fan techniques are a niche, the universe is so big that there are still a lot of folding fan techniques collected here. After Lin Shen read some of them, he found that he could know the quality of these techniques by just flipping through the first few moves, and there was no need to read them all. Lin Shen flipped through one book after another. Although there were some more distinctive fan techniques, most of them were repeated techniques and did not have much value. After flipping through hundreds of books, there was no fan technique that could surprise Lin Shen. The techniques collected in the library on the second floor of the Tianren clan are not very good. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. In fact, the techniques he practiced were too top-notch, and the techniques practiced by his opponents were also top-notch techniques rarely seen in the universe. After seeing too many good things, it is naturally difficult to appreciate the slightly worse ones. If these techniques are released, they are also the magical skills that many small clans dream of. Why isn't the peacock fan technique of the peacock clan here? Lin Shen looked around, but didn't see the fan technique he had in mind. Then he thought, even if there was, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts wouldn't put the techniques of the Tianfei clan here for others to watch at will. He flipped through more than 100 books, but still couldn't find one that he liked. Lin Shen was too lazy to read any more. Anyway, he didn't rely on the fan to kill the enemy. He had sword techniques for defense and fists and fingers for killing the enemy. He just wanted to practice the fan technique casually, so it didn't matter if it wasn't there. When he was about to walk out of the second floor door, he saw a familiar figure leaving the administrator's counter. It can't be said that the figure was familiar. Just looking at the mosaics on the body, there should be no one else who could appear in such a place except Tianfei. What is Tianfei doing here? Borrowing books or returning books? Lin Shen's heart moved. Turned around and picked up a fan technique, and then went to the counter. Because there are few people who can come to the second floor, there are not many people who borrow and return books, and there are only 2 books on the counter. One book is Heavenly Heart Sutra and the other is 9 Heavens Mysterious Fanning Technique. Heavenly Heart Sutra is the internal version of the Celestial Clan, not the kind of popular goods. There is no popular goods that can be collected on this floor. However, when Lin Shen saw the fanning technique, he knew that the heavenly concubine should have borrowed this one. After all, no matter how powerful Heavenly Heart Sutra is, the heavenly concubine who comes from the Peacock clan should not practice the Heavenly Heart Sutra. The fanning technique is very likely. After all, the Peacock clan is still good at fanning techniques. I said why I didn't find this 9 Heavens Mysterious Fanning Technique, how could it be here? Lin Shen picked up the fanning technique and pretended to be surprised. The librarian looked at it and said, it was just returned not long ago. Do you want to borrow it together? Then borrow it together. Lin Shen registered and borrowed both fanning techniques back. After returning home, Lin Shen threw aside another book of butterfly fan technique that he had picked up casually, and started reading the 9 Heavens Mysterious fan technique that Tianfei had borrowed. After taking a look, it turned out to be different from the ones he had read before. It was indeed a very powerful fan technique. There were 9 styles in the fan technique, and each style was extremely magical, especially the use of fan wind, which could be said to be unique. Lin Shen was overjoyed and just wanted to practice this fan technique. As a result, after practicing it, he found that the 9 Heavens Mysterious Fan Technique was really difficult. The various changes were too complicated. Although there were only 9 styles, each style had thousands of changes. Just to remember these changes, Lin Shen had to work hard. Before he finished memorizing one style, Lin Shen had already given up. He had originally planned to practice the fan technique casually, so He didn't have the time and energy to devote all his energy to it. With this time and energy, he might as well practice finger techniques. After all, finger techniques that can point acupoints are his greatest reliance. As for the fan technique, even if he didn't know how to fan, it wouldn't be a big problem to rely on. The 10 styles of fan dance, to fight the enemy. Lin Shen put the 9 heavens mysterious fan technique aside and saw the butterfly fan technique thrown aside. Lin Shen picked it up and flipped through it casually. It was indeed a relatively ordinary fan technique. Just looking at the first few moves, you can know that this fan technique is similar to many fan techniques and does not have many characteristics. However, Lin Shen still resisted the urge to put it down and continued to flip through it. He borrowed the book that Tian returned. If this matter fell into the ears of Tian Emperor, it might arouse Tian Emperor's suspicion. Maybe Lin Shen thought too much, but he would rather think more. If the Heavenly Art Emperor investigates, he didn't even read the book he borrowed, but only read the 9 heavens mysterious fan that the heavenly concubine returned. At that time, no matter how much he explains, the Heavenly Art Emperor will probably have some doubts in his heart. To make a complete show, Lin Shen not only plans to finish reading this butterfly sword technique, but also prepares to practice it. At first, Lin Shen just read it with a purpose, and there is really nothing special in the front part. But when he saw the back, Lin Shen was surprised to find that this butterfly sword technique that he took out casually actually has wonderful techniques that amazed him. Compared with the front part, the butterfly sword technique in the second half can be called a divine skill. Oh my God, who created this fan technique? The front part is so mediocre. But how come it suddenly becomes magical in the back? Lin Shen felt that the person who created the butterfly fan technique must have a dual personality. The front part was created by one personality, and the back part was created by another personality. The techniques before and after are not of the same level. If Lin Shen had not brought it back casually and read it for special reasons, he would probably not have been able to read it. After turning the first few pages, the more Lin Shen read, the more surprised he was. The butterfly fan technique in the second half was simply a work of genius. No one knew who had created such a fan technique. In this book, there was no information about the author, not even a signature. Not long after Lin Shen left the library, the director came to the counter. What books did Dean Tian borrow? Dean Tian borrowed 2 books, Jiutian Xian Fan Technique and Butterfly Fan Technique. The administrator checked and said. The curator didn't think there was any problem after hearing this. He knew that Lin Shen's life base was a folding fan, and it was normal to borrow the fan technique. When the curator was about to leave, he heard the administrator say again, he just returned the 9 heavens mysterious fan technique and it was borrowed by him. You just came back? Who came back? The curator asked subconsciously. It's the concubine Tian, the administrator replied. The 9 heavens mysterious fan. That Tian returned? The curator reached for the loan record and looked through it. Sure enough, he saw that it was the Jiu Tian Xian fan that Tian had borrowed. It had just been returned today, not even a few minutes ago. It was borrowed by Lin Shen. Is it a coincidence? The curator returned to his office, thought about it, and contacted Jiahe. Sir, do you think this is a coincidence? The curator said. Whether it's a coincidence or not, it doesn't have to be a coincidence. And Jiahe said calmly, you don't know anything about this matter, and you don't have to worry about anything. I have my own arrangements. putting down the communicator, and Jiahe showed a smile on his face. This is an opportunity that comes to your door. You can solve 2 problems at once. Lin Shen didn't know that someone was already arranging the script. He had already started practicing the butterfly fan technique at home. The butterfly fan technique is not as complicated as the Tian fan technique. The key point is just the word throw. Lin Shen directly removed the front half and only practiced the second half. He threw the folding fan like a boomerang. Using technique and strength, the thrown folding fan could fly back on its own. In fact, flying back is not the point, it is just practicing the technique of controlling the folding fan and the use of force. The really great thing about the butterfly fan technique is that after throwing the fan out, you can use the special structure and technical manipulation of the fan itself to make the folding fan fly in an unpredictable trajectory in the air. The folding fan moves up and down, left and right, just like a butterfly dancing wildly in the wind, making it difficult to guess where it will fly to in the next moment. What makes Lin Shen feel most incredible is that the person who created this butterfly fan technique didn't even know where the folding fan would end up when he threw it out. This is a technique that even the person using it cannot fully control. Lin Shen was really interested in this technique. After practicing for a while, he was able to control the thrown folding fan to fly back. This is purely an application of skill, rather than letting the fan of inheritance fly back on its own. But being able to fly back is just the beginning of the butterfly fan technique. The real power is the final uncontrollability. Lin Shen even speculated whether it was possible that if the butterfly fan technique was really practiced, he could restrain Tian Buluo and Lao Tai's prejudgment techniques. After all, even Lin Shen himself didn't know where the fan would fly. No matter how the other party could predict it, it would be impossible to predict such an inexplicable strange thing. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more motivated he became to practice. He kept practicing and trying to control the flight path of the folding fan. Disorder without order is useless. Only when there is order can disorder be effective. If just throwing it around would work, then the butterfly fan technique would not be placed on the second level. Lin Shen must first have strong control over the folding fan before he can truly use the disordered butterfly fan method. Throwing out the folding fan again and again, the flight path of the inheritance fan became more and more bizarre, up and down, left and right, like a butterfly dancing gracefully around Lin Shen. The race ranking battle is still going on, but it has little to do with ordinary people. Ascended people like Lin Shen, or even Nirvana-level people, have no ability to watch battles between immortals. The battle scenes basically start with a terrifying light explosion, and then end with a terrifying light explosion. From time to time, some meteorites, planets, and the like were blown up in the middle. When the immortals started to move, they couldn't even be seen. It was too fast. In addition to the battles between the Nirvanas with relatively low rankings, which are a bit entertaining to watch, the battles between immortals only allow you to see the ranking changes. The ranking at the front of the universe is too far away for Lin Shen, and even for the entire human race, it is as far away as a dream. Lin Shen was not in the mood to care about who was the best in the universe. He just practiced the butterfly fan technique on his own. The folding fan became more and more agile in his hands, like a butterfly flapping its wings and about to fly. Where did you see this statue? The communicator vibrated, which was the voice message sent by the eldest sister, Lin Miao. After Lin Shen came out of the Golden Buddha temple, he sent The image of the wood carving he took to his eldest sister, hoping to let her identify whether the other puppet was carved by his second brother. Maybe it was because the eldest sister was busy at work and didn't reply to his message before, but now she finally replied. Is that statue carved by the second brother? Lin Shen heard the eldest sister's tone and felt that there might be something interesting about this matter. It looks a bit similar. Where did you get this wood carving? The Shaoyin carved on it should be when he is about 20 years old. You should have never seen him before. Lin Miao's voice soon started again. Come over. Lin Shen quickly told her about her trip to the Golden Buddha Temple, and also sent Lao Tai's wood carving that she had taken separately to her eldest sister. Sister, it seems that Lao Tai is not the second brother. Lin Shen said. Not necessarily. Lin Miao sent voice messages continuously. According to the Master of Salvation, he saw your second brother first, and then saw Lao Tai many years later. Maybe something happened in the meantime, which made your second brother's appearance change, so that the Master of Salvation recognized them as two people. In fact, they are both your second brother, but one is your second brother 20 years ago, and the other is your second brother more than 20 years later. Well, it seems that there is no problem in saying that. Lin Shen thought about it, and it was possible. But in this case, it would be more difficult for him to prove that Lao Tai is not the second brother. Xiaowu, don't be so suspicious. I have talked a lot with your second brother recently. There are many things that only your second brother knows. He must be your second brother, there is no mistake. The elder sister said very confidently. I know, elder sister. Lin Shen was a little helpless. He also hoped that Lao Tai was the second brother, and that the second brother was still alive, but the gap between the two was too big, and he had to make things clear, and he couldn't just recognize his brother in such a muddle. What if Lao Tai was not the second brother? If he gave up looking for the second brother now, wouldn't it be unfair to the real second brother? What's more, the third and fourth brothers were still trying to avenge the second brother. Lin Shen wanted to contact them, but he didn't have their contact information, so it was difficult to contact them. Lin Shen really wanted to go to the Diamond Tribe and find the third brother to make things clear, but unfortunately, the Tian tribe and the Diamond Tribe were like water and fire, and he and the Diamond Tribe had a deep hatred. No matter what identity he went to the Diamond Tribe, he would not survive. Your second brother asked me to ask you, is it time for you to go to Nirvana? The eldest sister sent another message. Is Lao Tai by your side? Lin Shen was speechless. If Lao Tai was by his eldest sister's side, wouldn't Lao Tai have seen everything they just talked about? Do you think your sister is mentally retarded? The eldest sister replied with a message, and Lin Shen was relieved. I have plans to go to Nirvana, but I haven't decided where to go. Lin Shen replied. Your second brother said that you should go to the ancient temple for Nirvana. The eldest sister sent another message. That is the immortal land, and the risk is too great. Lin Shen was a little surprised that Lao Tai would recommend him to go there for Nirvana. Lin Shen suspected that Lao Tai was the ancient king who failed to reincarnate and rebuild. Even he himself failed, so how could he let himself go there? The eldest sister sent a video communication directly, and Lin Shen chose to accept it. The communicator immediately projected a holographic image, and the eldest sister and Lao Tai appeared opposite Lin Shen. Xiao Wu, you have been to the ancient temple, so you should know the power of the ancient temple. If you achieve nirvana there, the nirvana attribute you obtain will be unique and extremely powerful. Lao Tai said directly. Did you achieve nirvana there? Lin Shen took this opportunity to ask the question he wanted to know. Yes. Lao Tai said directly, I achieved nirvana there, just before. I went to the alien planet to find you, when I passed by there. Lin Shen calculated and thought, that's right, when Lao Tai just came out of the tree, he should have been just an ascender, and later when he went to the alien planet from Hulu Mountain, he was promoted to the nirvana level. However, this caused a problem. Lin Shen always thought that Lao Tai's body became half human and half iron because of too much nirvana. But now he knows that he was like this when he was upgrading, so it was not because of nirvana that he became like this. What puzzled Lin Shen even more was that if Lao Tai was really the reincarnation of the ancient world king, since he could easily achieve nirvana, how could the ancient world king have problems? Are they the same person? Or am I really overthinking? Lao Tai is not the reincarnation of the ancient king, but the second brother? Lin Shen thought a lot at once, but he couldn't figure it out. The power of the immortal land is too strong. I'm afraid I can't make it and become a non-human. To be honest, Lin Shen was a little tempted. Since Lao Tai was able to successfully achieve nirvana there, he should also have a chance to succeed. But he didn't want to take the risk. I have a secret method that can help you achieve nirvana there. Lao Tai said. Secret method? What secret method? Lin Shen asked suspiciously. A secret method to train the power of consciousness. When you achieve nirvana in the ancient temple, the most important thing is your power of consciousness. As long as your consciousness is not lost, it is almost impossible to fail. Lao Tai said. Where did you learn this secret method? Lin Shen asked with a strange look. It has always been in my mind. I only remember that there is such a secret method, but I can't remember where I got it from. Lao Tai shook his head. Lin Shen was a little doubtful just now, wondering if he had made a mistake. Maybe Lao Tai was really just the second brother, not the reincarnation of the ancient world king. But when he heard that Lao Tai had such a secret method, he felt that it was more likely that Lao Tai was the ancient world king. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that Lao Tai knew the way to the ancient temple, and there was such a secret method? No matter how he thought about it, it seemed to be specially prepared. Lao Tai told Lin Shen the secret method of training consciousness power. After listening to it, Lin Shen suddenly felt a headache. This secret method of training consciousness power is too inhumane. First hit, then freeze, and then burn. Lin Shen didn't think this was a secret method of cultivation, but it was like the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Lao Tai told him that if he wanted to make his consciousness power stronger, he had to go through all kinds of hardships, otherwise he would never be strong. Alas, this secret method doesn't sound suitable for me. Lin Shen was unwilling to suffer unless he was forced hard. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. If you want to achieve nirvana in the ancient temple, you must practice this secret method to make your consciousness stronger. Lao Tai said. Give it a try. After ending the communication with Lao Tai, Lin Shen felt a little complicated. Now Lao Tai is getting closer and closer to them. If they find out that Lao Tai is not the second brother in the future, how will it end? I hope so. Lin Shen sighed and went to find Wei Wufu. He had to try to see if he could practice Lao Tai's secret method. If he could really achieve nirvana in the immortal land, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. Before, he was afraid that the risk would be too great and something would happen, so he didn't dare to think about it. Now that he knows that Lao Tai can do it, his mind becomes active. Lin Wan has been very depressed recently. She thought that after she became the assistant to the dean, she should have many opportunities to get close to Lin Shen. Who knew that? Since she became the assistant, she has not seen Lin Shen a few times in total. Dean Lin Shen only comes to Tian Academy a few times a month, and he has never seen the head of any organization like Lin Shen. Every time Lin Shen saw her, he would ask her to be his sparring partner. However, the other people in Tian Academy liked this dean very much, because Lin Shen would give money almost every time he came to the academy recently. Although it was to make up for the previous salary and benefits, it was enough to move them. After so many years, they finally saw what the salary looked like. Only Lin Wan, the assistant, seemed to be unusually embarrassed, because she was not here to get a salary. Is this how assistants are used? Lin Wan felt that her understanding of assistants seemed to be different from Lin Shen's. Lin Wan felt that she couldn't continue like this. She had to think of a way to get close to Lin Shen. Otherwise, she was wasting her time in Tian Academy, and her time was not to be wasted. When he started choosing assistants, I thought he was a pervert. How come after becoming his assistant, there was no movement? Lin Wan used to be a little worried that Lin Shen would make some excessive demands on her and whether she would turn against him at that time. But the result was completely different from what she thought. Lin Shen didn't do anything to her at all, and recently he couldn't even be seen. No, I have to take the initiative to find an opportunity. Lin Wan thought about it and decided to go to Lin Shen's place to find him. Lin Wan came to Lin Shen's residence. She knew that Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu also lived here. When she was about to knock on the door, she suddenly had an idea in her mind. Listen to what they are doing first. Lin Wan's ears moved slightly, and her hearing was enhanced. She immediately heard some strange sounds coming from inside. Don't be so hard, I can't bear it anymore, Lin Wan's hand, which was about to knock on the door, suddenly froze in the air, and her face became extremely strange. She could tell that the voice belonged to Lin Shen. Many unbearable images appeared in Lin Wan's mind. But she felt that it was unlikely, so she listened carefully again. Just what she heard made her heart beat faster. Lin Wan thought of Lin Shen's indifference to her, and suddenly she felt a little enlightened. Lin Wan put down her hand and left silently. This discovery made her originally prepared words seem so inappropriate and disrupted her plan. She had to go back and think about it carefully and come up with a new plan. In the backyard, Wei Wufu held the Mei spirit base and smashed Lin Shen's body again and again, smashing Lin Shen's skin and flesh. Despite the heart-wrenching pain, Lin Shen did not feel the state of separation of consciousness and physical pain mentioned in the secret method. Stop hitting me. Lin Shen couldn't stand the pain and stepped back to stop Wei Wufu from hitting him. Old Wei, this method won't work. If you keep hitting me, I won't be able to practice the secret method. I'm almost tortured into a mental illness. Lin Shen operated the super base recasting to repair his injured body. Lao Tai's secret method was too abnormal. It was not enough to just be beaten. He had to be able to feel the extreme pain. Lin Shen could only use his body to be beaten. As a result, the secret method was not practiced. He was afraid of being beaten first. And this was only the most basic Step in the secret method. After practicing to the point that the pain of being beaten could no longer shake Lin Shen's will, he had to go to extremely low temperatures to experience a mental state that was infinitely close to death. There were more terrible painful stimulations such as burning and scraping bones later. Lin Shen felt that he couldn't hold on at all. Endure. Old Wei said only one word, raised the mace, and was about to continue hitting. It's not that I don't want to endure, it's because there's no need to endure. Lin Shen said hurriedly. Think about it, even if I can hold on, when I reach the freezing stage, my body resistance can adapt to the extreme low temperature, and freezing can't put me in a state close to death, so I can't practice this secret method at all, there's really no need. Old Wei thought about it and felt that what Lin Shen said made sense, so he put down the mace spirit base. Lin Shen pulled a chair and sat down, and the injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that I can't go this way, I can only think of other ways. Lin Shen said. Change, you. I try. Old Wei handed the mace spirit base to Lin Shen, meaning that he wanted Lin Shen to hit him, and he would try to practice this secret method. Lin Shen took the spirit base and saw that Old Wei had taken off his shirt, revealing his steel-like muscles and broad chest. Old Wei, hold on. Lin Shen held the mace with both hands and swept it across Old Wei's chest. Old Wei didn't use his strength to resist, and the spikes of the mace pierced directly into his muscles, and dense wounds appeared on his muscles. After walking for a while, Lin Wan wondered if she had misunderstood Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked quite normal, and Wei Wufu was full of masculinity. Even if Lin Shen had problems, Wei Wufu would definitely not have any problems. Thinking of this, Lin Wan pricked up her ears and listened again. Even though she was far away from Lin Shen's residence, with her ability and skills, she could still hear clearly. Use, strength. This time, Lin Wan heard Wei Wufu's voice, and then the muffled hum. That made people imagine infinitely. Lin Wan stopped the skills, her face became extremely ugly, and she muttered as she walked, what's wrong with this world? I've been asleep for too long. This world has become something I can't understand. Lin Wan no longer doubted and left quickly. She even had an impulse to leave Tian Shiyuan immediately and never see Lin Shen and Wei Wufu again. She felt that she was already perverted enough, but she didn't expect that there was someone more perverted than her, making her feel perverted. Lin Shen looked at Lao Wei's bloody chest and back, and could only admire Lao Wei's endurance. The mace hit the bloody back directly, and Lin Shen felt pain just by looking at it, but Lao Wei just groaned and asked Lin Shen to use more force. The person who beat others felt weak in the hands and legs when looking at the rotten meat, but Wei Wufu seemed to be fine, but judging from his bloodless face, it was probably not as easy as he said. When Lao Wei said that he could feel the feeling of consciousness and flesh being separated as mentioned in the secret method, Lin Shen was not jealous at all. This kind of pain is not something that humans can endure at all, and Lao Wei deserves to be able to practice it. Lao Wei, this thing is suitable for you, so you should practice it. Lin Shen thought it would be good if Lao Wei could achieve nirvana in the ancient temple. It can make Old Wei have a strong nirvana attribute, and can also complete the task assigned by Wei Chongqing, so that Old Wei can achieve nirvana outside the mother planet. I am useless, you practice. Old Wei shook his head. Lin Shen understood what he meant. He still wanted to return to the mother planet for nirvana, and would not choose to achieve nirvana in the ancient temple. Lin Shen knew that persuasion would not work, so he said, "You practice first, and after you have practiced, tell me if there is any quick method. I can't bear this pain, you. Help me find a simpler way." "Okay." Wei Wufu agreed this time. Being able to separate one's consciousness from the pain of the flesh is considered to be the entry point, and the next step is to enter the second step of freezing. Lin Shen found a super low temperature planet and brought Wei Wufu there. Wei Wufu did not use any strength to resist the horrible low temperature and fell asleep directly in the ice pit. The temperature in his body was quickly taken away. He felt very cold at first, but later he didn't seem to feel cold anymore, and seemed to be very hot. Lin Shen was watching from the side. He was wearing a shell to resist freezing, but he still felt very cold. Fortunately, the theory of evolution was running wildly, allowing him to gradually adapt to the extreme cold here. Looking at Wei Wufu, who was about to fall asleep, Lin Shen knew that if he really fell asleep, he would really die. He wanted to pull Wei Wufu out, but Wei Wufu only said one word: "Wait." Every time Lin Shen wanted to pull him out, Wei Wufu asked him to wait, but the voice became weaker and weaker, like a dream talk when he couldn't open his eyes at all and was about to fall asleep. Until Lin Shen could no longer hear Wei Wufu saying to wait, Lin Shen hurried down to call Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu didn't move and didn't answer him. Old Wei. Lin Shen was afraid that Wei Wufu had really frozen to death, so he quickly got him out. His heartbeat and breathing were gone, which made Lin Shen's scalp numb, fearing that he would not wake up. Fortunately, after Lin Shen's rescue, Wei Wufu's heart beat again and he gradually woke up. The soul came out successfully. The first sentence of Old Wei, after waking up, made Lin Shen stunned, and then he realized that Old Wei felt the step of the soul leaving the body, mentioned in the secret method. Warm reminder: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Wei Wufu challenged the limits of life again and again. Lin Shen, who was just watching from the side, felt that his heart was about to be blocked. This secret method was too abnormal. Every time it pushed people to the brink of life and death. Wei Wufu actually survived again and again. Lin Shen felt frightened without trying it himself, but Wei Wufu continued again and again. The key is that Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu was not practicing for himself. In Wei Wufu's view, this was to help him, Lin Shen. How could there be such a person in the world? God must have forgotten to give him the power of selfishness before letting him come to this world. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu's attempts again and again with a complicated expression. Fortunately, Wei Wufu's talent was good enough, and the secret method that Lin Shen was afraid of actually let Wei Wufu practice it. Wait. Research, quick success. Wei Wufu, who had practiced the secret method, plunged into the study room, wanting to study a method that could practice the secret method without suffering so much. Lin Shen smiled bitterly to himself and could only let Wei Wufu go. He was thinking about how to persuade Wei Wufu to go to the ancient temple for nirvana. He couldn't think of any solution for a while, but Lin Shen had nothing to do recently and had practiced the butterfly fan technique almost to the point of perfection. Lin Shen finally understood why the highest level of the butterfly fan technique was uncontrollable, because he could absolutely control the flight trajectory of the folding fan. But what can really control the folding fan is not only his strength and skills, but also the influence of the world. On the folding fan. General techniques will try to reduce the influence of external factors. For example, if you want to increase the speed of movement, in addition to your own strength and speed, the most important thing to overcome is the obstruction of airflow. Almost 99% of the techniques have to overcome this problem, but the butterfly fan technique makes airflow a part of it. There are unexpected changes in the weather. Even the celestial race, with extremely high technological capabilities, cannot accurately predict the arrival of wind, rain, snow, and frost. This is because the principle of the chaos pendulum is like the butterfly effect. A small change may produce unexpected changes. The world is not so easy to predict. The butterfly fan technique is like this. When Lin Shen throws the folding fan out, everything is handed over to God's will and is no longer under Lin Shen's control. So Lin Shen thinks that the butterfly fan technique can break Tian Buluo's unity of man and nature. The unity of man and nature can predict all of Lin Shen's behaviors, but once the butterfly fan technique is used and the folding fan is thrown out, it has nothing to do with Lin Shen. No matter how powerful the unity of man and nature is, it can only predict Lin Shen's behaviors, and it is impossible to predict all changes in the world. Of course, it is not ruled out that the unity of man and nature is really powerful enough to predict all changes in the world. So, Lin Shen plans to find Tian Buluo to try his butterfly fan technique to see if he can break his unity of man and nature. He contacted Tian Buluo, and Tian Buluo asked him to wait a moment. He was going to compete for the ranking of the weapon rankings, and asked Lin Shen if he wanted to go with him. Lin Shen had no interest in the rankings. His level was too low. Even if he was on the list, he couldn't compete for the king position. Telling Tian Buluo that he was waiting for him at Buyuju, Lin Shen was a little bored and swung his fan to kill time. He had a strong control over the fan. The folding fan in his hand was like a real butterfly, flying around him and eventually returning to his hand. It was pure skill control. When Tian Buluo came to Buyuju to find him, his face was not very good. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked in confusion. What kind of broken scoring mechanism is that? He only gave me 3.1 points for my powerful swordsmanship. I can't even squeeze into the top 100. Tian Buluo said depressedly. I also think the scoring of the weapon rankings is a bit too much. Lin Shen felt the same way. He also felt that his bloodline swordsmanship should not have only 3.5 points. His sword energy was so strong, how could it be possible to have only 3.5 points? Alas, there is no one in the entire universe who can break through 3.5 points. I don't know what kind of swordsmanship that boxing god has, but he can get a score of 3.5. I really want to see it. Tian Buluo said with some longing. We'll see about that later. You can take a look at my fan skills first. Lin Shen let it slip, but unfortunately Tian Buluo didn't hear it. Okay. Tian Buluo nodded slightly. He also wanted to see what kind of fan skills Lin Shen had practiced. You use the unity of heaven and man. Lin Shen summoned the inheritance fan and said. Tian Buluo smiled and said, I have seen your fan skills. It can be said that there is no technique. It is purely based on the skills and strength of the life base. How long have you practiced? How strong can you be? You don't need me to use the unity of heaven and man. Okay. Lin Shen didn't waste words. He opened the folding fan directly, shook his wrist, and threw it to Tiambuluo. Tiambuluo didn't care at first, but when he saw the folding fan going up and down, left and right in the air, he had no idea where it was going to attack, and he was shocked and quickly entered the state of unity of heaven and man. What surprised Tiambuluo even more was that the unity of heaven and man turned out to be wrong. When the mysterious force pulled his hand to grab the folding fan slanted away and passed by his waist, leaving a crack on his clothes. "Your fan is a bit strange," Tiambuluo said in a daze, looking at the inheritance fan that Lin Shen waved back. "It's not my fan that's weird, it's my fan technique that's powerful." Lin Shen laughed and was in a good mood. As he guessed, the butterfly fan technique could restrain the unity of heaven and man, at least it could restrain the unity of heaven and man of Tiambuluo. "Try it again." Tiambuluo didn't believe in evil and asked Lin Shen to try it again. As a result, this time the unity of heaven and man made Tiambuluo's prediction wrong again, and he still couldn't catch the folding fan flying in the air. It's just that the folding fan was flying around, and Lin Shen couldn't control its trajectory, but only controlled its approximate direction. Although these two attacks hit Tiambuluo, they didn't cause much damage to him. They just slipped by and tore his clothes. There was no way around it. If Lin Shen could completely control the trajectory of the folding fan, then the unity of heaven and man could also judge the trajectory of the folding fan. There are naturally pros and cons. Using the butterfly fan technique is like buying a lottery ticket. Once Lin Shen goes all out and lets go of the control of the folding fan, everything is God's will. After practicing with Tiambuluo for a whole morning, Lin Shen discovered a major problem with the butterfly fan technique. The destructive power of this fan technique is too poor. Even with the skill of the inherited fan itself, the destructive power is pitifully weak. Because it needs the influence of external factors, this influence itself will weaken the power of the folding fan, so the destructive power is seriously insufficient. Tiambuluo does not use the heaven and God technique. He only needs to use a large-scale attack skill to blow the folding fan away, and there is no need to judge its trajectory and landing point. Only then did Lin Shen understand why such a powerful fan technique was actually on the second level. It turned out that the defects were as obvious as its advantages. With such destructive power, it is okay to bully people who are weaker than Lin Shen. If you meet someone stronger than Lin Shen, this trick is of no use. "Haha, brother Tian, your technique is useless." Tiambuluo laughed. Forget it, I won't practice it anymore." Lin Shen was very depressed. There was no point in practicing it anymore. If this problem was not solved, the butterfly fan technique would not have much practical value after all. Seeing that Lin Shen was in a depressed mood, Tian Buluo stopped teasing him and left. "I practiced for a long time, but it turned out to be a useless thing. It was a waste of time." Lin Shen swung it a few times, but it was still difficult to increase the destructive power of the folding fan. Lin Shen caught the folding fan that flew back and closed it directly. He didn't want to practice anymore. Suddenly, Lin Shen had an idea. The swinging technique of the butterfly fan is actually a bit similar to the technique of my slag knife technique. If the top of the fan bone is regarded as a sawtooth, can I use the folding fan to use the slag knife technique? It is obviously not an easy task to integrate the slag knife skills into the butterfly fan method. Lin Shen Tried several times and found that either the sawing effect was not used, or there was no way to make the butterfly fan method produce unpredictable effects. After practicing for a while, I felt that it should work, but it was a bit difficult to use it in practice. Lin Shen had an idea and used the mechanical watch to teleport to the Qiyu temple, and then found the fan system rankings. After all, there are only a few people who use fans. If the score is not high, maybe I have a chance to impact the ranking of the fan system. If I can get the Fan King talent and have the fan skill bonus, it should be easier to practice. Lin Shen checked and found that the Fan King score of the fan system was only 2.9, and it didn't even break 3 points. It can only be said that the fan system is indeed unpopular. The popular knife, sword, gun, and other systems are now not ranked in the top 100 with 3 points. Give it a try, maybe it will work. Lin Shen chose to challenge the fan ranking and demonstrated the butterfly fan technique in front of the statue. He had no idea how many points the butterfly fan technique could score. If he couldn't get the position of Fan King, he could only practice it slowly by himself. Lin Shen used the butterfly fan technique once and the score given on the ranking list was 3.1, and he barely climbed to the position of Fan King. The shortcomings of the butterfly fan technique are too obvious, otherwise it shouldn't be only 3.1 points. Lin Shen regained the blessing of the Fan King's talent, and when he used the fan, he felt like he was helped by God. Taking advantage of the blessing of the Fan King's talent, Lin Shen kept practicing to integrate the sawing technique into the butterfly fan technique. After practicing for a while, he really achieved some results. When the folding fan flew in the air, the violent rotation made it like a circular saw, which could easily saw through things that blocked it, and the destructive power suddenly increased greatly. Lin Shen kept practicing and modifying some techniques of the butterfly fan technique, trying to retain the part of the butterfly effect, and then better integrate the slag knife technique. After practicing for an unknown number of times, Lin Shen swung out his folding fan once again. The folding fan went up and down in the air, high and low, flying strangely, and at the same time it had a strong cutting force like a circular saw. Crack! The metal pile opposite Lin Shen was cut by the folding fan during the rotation, and the folding fan seemed to be unaffected, and flew back and landed in Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen held the folding fan in his hand and shook it gently in front of his chest, feeling very good. My life base is finally no longer a decoration. Lin Shen was in a good mood, and felt that there was still room for improvement in the butterfly fan method. When he was about to strike while the iron was hot and continued to practice and modify it, he suddenly felt weak, and the talent of the Fan King was gone. Lin Shen frowned slightly, teleported to the Qiyu temple, and found that the position of the Fan King had indeed been replaced by someone. His title of boxing god has fallen to second place, and the first place is the person who ranked first with 2.9 points before, and the name on the list is Seeking Fish. Now, Qiu's score is 3.2, 0.1 higher than Lin Shen's, and he once again occupies the position of Fan King. If it were normal, Lin Shen would not bother to compete with him, but this time Lin Shen needs to use the talent of Fan King to bless him, and he can't just give up the first place. Lin Shen chose to challenge the ranking again, and used the butterfly fan technique on the statue again. The butterfly fan technique, which already has a cutting effect, made up for the previous defects, and the score soared directly to 3.5, taking the ranking of Fan King again. I should be able to practice for a while this time. Seeing that his fan Technique score also reached 3.5, Lin Shen felt that this time it should be more stable. There are not many people who practice fans, and it is not as popular as the knife. His knife technique is 3.5, and he can occupy the position of knife king for so long in such a popular system. The fan system's 3.5 should also be able to maintain it for a while. Lin Shen left the Qiyu temple and went back to study and practice his butterfly fan technique. Because the fan category is so niche, not many people pay attention to this ranking, and few people have yet to discover that the fan category also has a score of 3.5. In the Imperial Palace, Tianfei felt as if something was missing in her body, and frowned slightly. The Fan King talent is gone again, and someone else has taken away the Fan King talent? Tianfei hesitated for a moment, but still chose to go to the small temple. After a look, she found that the position of the Fan King had indeed changed. The person who took away the position of the Fan King was still the Fist God. Tianfei saw the score behind the Fist God and found that it was 3.5 points, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This Fist God, the sword skill is 3.5 points, and the fan skill is also 3.5 points. It should not be possible overnight to practice both weapons to such a level. I wonder which immortal is it? While Tianfei was thinking, someone also discovered the abnormality of the fan ranking. Once someone discovered it, it spread quickly. The Fist God exerts his strength again and regains the position of the King of Fans. The second 3.5 score appears in the ranking list, and it turns out to be him. Is the 3.5 score the ceiling of the score? The fake score is 100, and the real score is 3.5. The sword and the fan are both excellent, and the Fist God is crowned the king of both systems. The Fist God really exists. Originally, the king of the fan system was not a big deal, but because of the name of the Fist God and the 3.5 score, it quickly spread throughout the universe. People are discussing who the Fist God is, and he actually got another 3.5 score, and in a different system. Others can hardly reach a score of 3.5 by practicing one weapon, but the Fist God actually practiced two weapons and got a score of 3.5, which is too strong. Now most people have determined that the Fist God must be some immortal level old monster. Except for the immortals who have so much time and energy to practice different weapons, normal people would practice two completely unrelated techniques. A guy who calls himself the Fist God is not worthy of the title of the Sword King. A man from the celestial race came to the Qiyu temple and looked at the word Fist God on the sword ranking list with disdain. Angjiahe also came to the Qiyu temple, and he chose the sword system. Choosing to challenge the sword ranking, Angjiahe drew a knife from his waist and slashed it with a smooth and flowing knife. This knife was so fast that people could not see the trajectory of the knife at all. When you saw the knife light, the knife had already returned to the sheath. Angjiahe's swordsmanship is called see the light and die. When you see his sword light, the person is already dead. So there is this title. However, this is the name Angjiahe gave to his swordsmanship himself. No one can give his swordsmanship a nickname, because people who have seen his swordsmanship are basically dead. After completing the swordplay, Angjiahe looked at the rankings, estimating how many points his swordplay could get. Seeing the score on the rankings, Angjiahe smiled faintly. Although it is lower than expected, it is enough. The ranking of the sword rankings has changed. The Fist God, who had always occupied the first position, fell to the second place. The name of the Sword King has become Tian with a score of 3.7. The appearance of the 3.7 rating immediately caused a sensation. Many people originally thought that a rating of 3.5 might be the limit of real ratings, but now a rating of 3.7 suddenly appeared, immediately making everyone realize that 3.5 is not the limit of ratings. The name of Tian also spread throughout the universe in a short period of time. People are speculating on who this Tian is, and whether he is real or fake. If it is a real name, the surname Tian is the most common among the Celestials. However, I think it is more likely that it is a pseudonym. The word Tian is obviously taken from the favorable time, place, and people. Tian, you are so loud. You have taken advantage of all the good things in the world. They do have this resource, the only 3.7 rating in the world. 3.7, how did he do it? Even the powerful Tiger Soul Sword technique didn't reach 3.5. Does the boxing god still have a chance to overtake him? It should be impossible. The boxing god can practice both techniques to 3.5 points. He is already strong enough. There can be no hidden strength. I think this rating of 3.7 cannot be surpassed in a short time. And Jiahe looked at all the news on the internet with contempt in his eyes. Ignorant lower races, your so-called ceiling is just the floor. And Jiahe was reading all the praising comments about him on the internet, but suddenly found that the comments suddenly changed the direction of the trend. Someone got a rating of 3.8? And Jiahe frowned slightly and went to read the news as the comments said. Sure enough, I saw the latest news, which was all about a guy named Qiuyu. In the fan rankings, he defeated the boxing god and took the position of fan king, and his rating was 1 point higher than his 3.7, which was astonishing. Of 3.8 points. Who is it? Are you provoking me by giving such a rating at this time? And Jiahe's eyes were cold. He naturally knows that none of the truly top experts in the universe have yet made the list, and most of them are participating in the race ranking battle. The current ranking is far from the real ranking. The people on the list at this time are basically just small ones, and the real ranking will not really start until the race ranking battle is over. It's just that someone wants to compete with him at this time, and Jiahe has no intention of coddling him. And Jiahe went to Qiyu Temple again, chose the challenge, and once again used the death by light sword technique. The same sword technique seemed to have no change, but this time his score came to 3.9, which was more abrupt than asking for fish. 0.1. This 0.1 is not in Jiahe's limit, but it further illustrates his terror. He can obviously be stronger, but he is only 0.1 more than Qiuyu. The score of the connection has hit new highs repeatedly, making the whole universe boil. Many people can see that Tian seems to be competing with Qiuyu. Just when people were speculating on whether Qiuyu would respond, they discovered that Qiuyu's rating had also changed, directly reaching 4.0. It turns out that there are techniques in the universe that are not only higher than 3.5, but also far beyond them. Isn't the 100-point system really a thing? What exactly does a 100-point technique look like? Can Tian make a comeback? 4.0 is already high enough, it can't be higher. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming again. Tian 4.1. The scores of Qiuyu and Tian are constantly rising, and they are obviously competing with each other. The whole universe has also begun to party. The 3.5 rating and the reputation as a boxing god have been forgotten. Tian and Qiuyu are the Focus of the entire universe now, and people are speculating on who will win in this high-scoring battle. Lin Shen didn't care who would win in the end. His position as Fan King was taken away again, which made him very unhappy. Originally, he wanted to get his ranking back, but seeing that Qiuyu's ratings kept rising, he wasn't sure he could get it back, so he had to give up temporarily. Wait until I practice again and kill you. The last two kings' talents were gone. Lin Shen felt a little depressed, so he could only give up the talent blessings and practice by himself honestly. Without the blessing of talent, Lin Shen's practice was not so smooth, but he also discovered some problems that he had not discovered before. Lin Shen made some modifications, and he realized that, in fact, the blood life sword technique does not necessarily have to be used with a knife, but can also be used with a fan. It's just that the moves need some modifications to make them more consistent with the characteristics of the fan. The combination of the blood life knife technique and the butterfly fan technique was very awkward at first, but the effect was surprisingly good. When Lin Shen went to use the knife again, he thought that he could also use the skills and theories of the butterfly fan method. Lin Shen was studying techniques here, and the score-boosting battle between Qiuyu and Tian was still going on over there. Their scores had soared to 4.3, and then they stopped moving. I don't know if they had reached their limit or not. I have no intention of continuing the fight. There are not many masters of using fans. Could this fish-seeking woman be the Tianfei? And Jiahe's face was gloomy. His sword-killing technique had reached its limit, and his score of 4.3 could no longer be improved. Space. Qiuyu's rating was also 4.3, which he couldn't accept. If he were an immortal and received such a score, Jia wouldn't think there was any problem. But he suspected that this fish seeker was a concubine, so he couldn't accept it. He suspected Qiuyu was Tianfei, and Tianfei also suspected Tianhe was Angjiahe. They had been fighting openly and secretly in the Tianren clan for many years. Tianfei knew Angjiahe very well. The name Tianhe was in line with Angjiahe's personality, so she was also suspicious. It was because of this suspicion that Tianfei wanted to suppress the opponent's score. In the end, she still failed to win, but she didn't lose either. The score of 4.3 side by side is now the ceiling of the score. The scores of the two people have become a carnival in the news media, with news and reports from time to time, as well as various speculations and analyses, which dazzled the audience. Until the scores of the two people stopped at 4.3, the carnival continued. Now no one cares about who the boxing god is. Everyone just wants to know who Qiuyu and Tianhe are. Lin Shen was in no mood to care about who got how many points. He was fighting with himself now. As Lin Shen practiced, he found that the butterfly fan method did not require him to control it at all. Anyway, after he threw out the folding fan, the folding fan would change in the air by itself. So Lin Shen came up with an idea. After he threw out the folding fan, he used the blood life sword technique to defend against the unpredictable changes of the folding fan. The butterfly fan technique can change at any time, and the changes are almost endless, which is just right for training the defensive ability of the blood life sword technique. The defense of the blood life sword technique can in turn let Lin Shen know how to use the butterfly fan technique better. Lin Shen was fighting with himself, but his fan and knife skills were constantly improving, and he was constantly modifying the details. His defense became more and more rigorous, and he was more and more adept at dealing with various emergencies. The changes of the folding fan in the air became more and more strange and unpredictable. This was not the result of Lin Shen's control, but the result of losing control. When Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen, he found that Lin Shen was holding a slag knife and a scabbard, fighting with the folding fan that was flying like a butterfly in the air. The folding fan actually brought about a rotating cutting energy. Although it was not as effective as the slag knife, it was already very terrifying. Quick success, Wei Wufu said when Lin Shen stopped. Have you really developed a quick method? Lin Shen's eyes widened. He was just looking for an excuse to let Wei Wufu practice that secret method. Who knew that Wei Wufu actually succeeded? Wei Wufu nodded, and then slowly told Lin Shen the plan he had in mind. It was too much trouble for Lin Shen to talk to him, so he found paper and pen and asked Wei Wufu to write down his thoughts. Wei Wufu wrote and drew on the paper, and Lin Shen understood what Wei Wufu meant after a while. The essence of Lao Tai's secret method is to let the spirit transcend the constraints of the body and not be affected by the changes and pain of the body. But to achieve that level, you need to go through painful training again and again, and even embrace death again and again, so that you don't care about the pain of the body at all, and no longer fear death, as if you look at everything the body endures from a third-party perspective. In other words, if you don't want to become a non-human, then you must first stop looking at yourself as a human. This secret method, let alone Lin Shen, there are not many people in the universe who can practice it. Wei Wufu has been thinking for so long these days, and finally he thought of a quick method, which is also very simple. Anesthesia. Bone scraping for healing is unbearable for most people, but if the body is anesthetized, everyone can bear the pain of bone scraping for healing. Of course, when nirvana, ordinary anesthetics are useless. Wei Wufu didn't really let Lin Shen inject anesthetics. His idea was to directly cut off Lin Shen's nerves so that Lin Shen would not feel pain, just like a vegetative person. The mind is still there, but he can't feel the existence of the body. In this case, the body completes nirvana, which will not affect his consciousness, and the power of nirvana can reshape his body. When nirvana is completed, his severed nerves will be restored. Lin Shen was stunned, and then directly denied Wei Wufu's idea. Old Wei, you should know very well that the process of nirvana is a process of combining nirvana attribute particles with self-particles. If I can't control my own power, then the combination process is uncontrollable. Then it is possible that nirvana attribute particles will become dominant, making my body completely dehumanized, just like Tian. Lin Shen patiently explained why he denied Old Wei's idea. The body can still control power even if it loses perception. Wei Wufu wrote on the paper, and it seemed that he had thought about this problem. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue reading. Although Wei Wufu's method seemed very risky, if it was really as he imagined, it would be a way. But how can you cut off the nerves and lose the ability to perceive the body, but still be able to control the power in the body? Lin Shen was still a little puzzled. I will do the operation and cut off the nerves in your spine with one knife, Wei Wufu wrote. Yeah, it sounds reliable. But I don't plan to achieve nirvana recently. I haven't decided whether to go to the ancient temple for nirvana, let me think about it. By the way, I'm going to challenge the weapon rankings. Let's not talk about it for now. I'm leaving first. Lin Shen fled away. It's not that he doesn't believe in Wei Wufu's swordsmanship and controllability. The key is that anyone who hears this operation is afraid. Lin Shen is an ordinary person. And he is also afraid. However, what Wei Wufu said made Lin Shen feel that he should be able to survive the process of nirvana in the superbase form. In the superbase form, his body is completely crystallized, and he basically can't feel any pain, so he should be able to achieve the same effect. Maybe I can really achieve nirvana in the ancient temple. Should I take the path of double nirvana? Lin Shen teleported to the Qiyu temple. After taking a look at the rankings, he found that the rankings of the sword and fan systems have reached 4.3, which is much higher than his previous 3.5 points. It seems to be much higher, but in fact it is only 0.8 points higher, which is not much. It is only because the scores at this time are very low that 4.3 points seem very high. I wonder how many points my fan and sword skills can get now. Lin Shen felt that his sword and fan skills had made great progress, and the scores should be higher than before. But he was not sure whether he could reach 4.3 points. Then let's give it a try. Lin Shen chose to challenge the sword rankings first. His bloodline sword skills have been tempered by the unpredictable butterfly fan skills, and his defense has become more and more perfect. Just standing there with the sword in hand gives people a feeling of being immovable, as if he can respond to changes with the same attitude. When Lin Shen's score came out, the rankings changed again. Tian, who scored 4.3 points, was kicked down from the position of Sword King and fell to the second place. The first place returned to the name of the Fist God again, and the score directly reached 5.0. Lin Shen did not expect that his swordsmanship score would be improved so much. With the nature of the Qiyu statue, he thought that he could only add a few tenths of a point at most. Let's try the butterfly fan method again. Lin Shen chose to challenge the fan ranking list again. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor Tian was playing chess with an old man. While playing chess, the Emperor Tian looked at the holographic projection and said with a smile, "Tian should be the child of Jia. His swordsmanship is well practiced. Children's stuff is not worthy of such praise from the emperor." And he said modestly, but his eyes could not hide the pride of an old father. As a father, don't be modest on behalf of your son. Tianshu Emperor said with a smile, Jiahe is gifted, eager to succeed, likes to help others, and has achieved so much. When I get old, I will rely on young people like him to support my Tianren clan. And he was about to say something, but suddenly saw that the news on the projection had changed again. The Fist God. The Fist God is back to the top. He has regained the title of Sword King. His rating 5.0, the news anchor shouted at the top of his lungs. With a rating of 5.0, Boxing God directly opened the gap with Tianhe. Boxing God, who originally only had a rating of 3.5, suddenly improved his rating to 1.5, which is 0.7 points more than Tianhe, who had raised his rating several times in a row. What? Tianhe and Chuyu turned out to be just noobs pecking each other. Haha. They fought hard for a long time, because of 0.1 points, but the Boxing God jumped up and easily got a 5.0 rating. The Boxing God is a bit scary, his strength is unfathomable. When Jiahe saw the news, his pupils shrank involuntarily. He has used his sword skills to the extreme, with the highest score being 4.3. And there is no way to improve it. The Boxing God easily reached the 5-point mark. The difference was obviously not just a little bit. The opponent's sword skills were much stronger than his, which was why there was such a big difference. The god of boxing is indeed an immortal level old monster. And Jiahe didn't believe that there were People in the younger generation who were so much better than him in swordsmanship, so he naturally thought that the god of boxing was an immortal-level old monster. The boxing god is interesting, Tianshu Emperor said with a smile. Lao. Do you think this boxing god is an immortal-level old guy or a new young man? I haven't seen him, so I can't judge. And said expressionlessly. Just take a guess. Emperor Tianshu said as he made his move. I'm stupid and can't guess. And Yi's expression still didn't change at all. I think this is a young man. Those old guys are more sophisticated than the others. They don't have names like boxing god. Tianshu Emperor said to himself. God is right. And said. Today's young people are incredible. They all have outstanding talents and their skills are much better than ours back then. Do you still remember when you and I were leveling up? We were like two fools. We didn't understand anything. There was nothing missing. What a loss. Emperor Tianshu recalled the past with a smile on his lips. The emperor is wise and foolish, but I am the only one who is really stupid. And he seemed a little touched. It's all the same. I still remember when we went to the dark territory. Star together. I heard that the dark territory blood there can strengthen the body and gain dark territory physique. As a result, each of us drank several bowls, vomiting and urinating, and almost lost our souls. Emperor Tianshu said with a smile, if I remember correctly, I drank 7 bowls and you drank 6 bowls. As a result, I was fine the next day and you couldn't get out of bed. My God, you remembered wrongly. I drank 8 bowls. 1 bowl more than you did, so it's more serious. And he corrected. No matter how many bowls we drank. We were almost sent away that time anyway. Fortunately, we later discovered the dark lotus seed. Not only did we heal our bodies, but we were also a blessing in disguise. We used the dark lotus seed to achieve double nirvana. Tianshu D said, patting his head as if he remembered something. By the way, I remember that there is still 1 dark lotus seed left, right? 3 lotus seeds, 1 for each of you and me, but 1 is left. And nodded. That thing has been there for many years. Now there are so many powerful people in the universe. They have entered a prosperous age, and geniuses from all races are emerging in endlessly. It's time for our celestial race to train the younger generation. It's useless to leave that lotus seed alone, it's better to take it out for young people to use, Tianshu Emperor said. Who does the emperor intend to give it to? He held the piece for a moment, then returned to normal, dropped the piece on the chessboard, and then raised his head to look at Emperor Tianshu. In terms of talent, that boy Jiahe is one of the best among our clan, and Dark Domain Lotus must be him. Tianshu Emperor said. God, you pamper him too much. And he shook his head. He is your only son, and I have so many sons. To be honest, I think he is more important than my own son. But as you said, if I give him the Dark Lotus seeds like this, it will inevitably be criticized by others. What will the people of Tian and Qi think of him? The beautiful forest will be destroyed by the wind, so we must guard against it. Emperor. Tianshu patted Yi's arm, his eyes were full of emotion, he really looked like a man. An old father. Thinking about his son. The emperor's concern is that since Jiahe is already at the nirvana level, the dark domain lotus seed is of little use to him. The emperor should look for another candidate. And he returned to his expressionless state. It's okay, just recultivate it. Emperor Tian waved his hand and said, "The evolution technique that Jiahe practiced is the angel reincarnation technique that you modified, right? It's only a matter of time that he recultivates it. After he is reincarnated, he can use the secret art again. Yu Lianzi has achieved double nirvana and obtained the attributes of double nirvana. If he then follows the path of immortality, it will not be comparable to ordinary immortality. Let's do this. If I give it to him directly, it will inevitably cause controversy. Then we will arrange a competition. All young talents under our celestial race can participate in the competition. The first place will be rewarded with a mysterious gift. Jiahe, with his ability, he will definitely get the first place. What do you think, Lao Yi?" Emperor Tian looked at Ani and asked. The emperor has thought carefully. Ani nodded slightly, but there was no visible change in his mood. "That's it, let's leave this matter to Tianchi Academy." Emperor Tian made a decision and settled the matter. As they were talking, the universe news reached a new climax. Not long after the boxing, God returned to the position of King of Swordsmen with a rating of 5.0, he actually kicked Yu down again with a rating of 5.0, and continued to be the king of the double list. Coupled with the title of King of 100 Weapons, the god of boxing is now ranked first among the 3 rankings. This boxing god is really incredibly strong. Which immortal boss he is, I won't leave his real name. This list should also include the name of the sword technique. It's clearly a sword technique, but we don't even know what it's called. This is not good. You don't understand. Sword techniques are used by people. The same sword technique can be used by the boxing god to get the title of Sword King. If you use it, I'm afraid you will even be on the list. Sword techniques are dead, but people are alive. Sword techniques are powerful only when people are powerful. So it's enough to know the person, and knowing the name of the sword technique is useless. Now everyone has acquiesced that the boxing god must be an immortal level boss, and the younger generation has no intention of competing with the boxing god. Many young geniuses are still trying to break the 3.5-point threshold. Tian sensed that the fan King's talent had disappeared again, and she was slightly startled. She quickly turned on the communicator and read the news. And then saw that the boxing god returned to the top of the double list with a crushing momentum of 5.0. Looking at the 5.0 rating, Tian no longer had the thought of fighting for it. If she fought for it, she might be able to improve the rating by 0.1 or 0.2, but it was impossible to reach 5.0, there was no point in fighting for it. When I become immortal, I will definitely regain the position of Fan King. Tian also felt that the fist god should be an old monster of the immortal level. She did not have the capital to compete with him now. She could only wait until she was promoted to immortal in the future, and then compete with the fist god to regain the position of Fan King. Lin Shen regained the position of the 2 kings and started practicing sword and fan skills, getting twice the result with half the effort. His sword skills and fan skills also continued to improve during his own confrontation, but as time went by, the extent of improvement was very limited, and it was not as fast as it was at the beginning. Dean Tian, the emperor is back and wants you to go to the imperial palace to see him. Tian Songyun came to Lin Shen and asked him to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Lin Shen did not dare to neglect and followed Tian Songyun into the imperial palace again. Only this time, the Emperor of Heaven did not summon him in Huakai Palace like before, but summoned Lin Shen in his palace study room. Lin Shen stood outside and glanced around. There was a curtain between him and he couldn't see what the Emperor Tianshu looked like inside. It's broad daylight and there are no concubines from the imperial palace. Why draw a curtain? Lin Shen secretly cursed in his heart. He has been in Zenith Star for so long and has also served as the Dean of Tianshi Academy. Others thought he was a celestial magician. The Emperor's henchman was a bastard, but if Lin Shen thought about it carefully, he had never even seen with his own eyes what Emperor Tianshu looked like. After Lin Shen came in, Emperor Tianshu waved his hand, and everyone left, including Tian Songyun, who brought him in. For a moment, only Emperor Tianshu and Lin Shen were left in the study. Dean Tian. The majestic voice of Emperor Tianshu came from inside, and Lin Shen responded. I heard that you have been very motivated recently and often go to the library to study. I wonder what you have learned. What Tianshu Emperor said made Lin Shen break out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, it's here. Lin Shen secretly rejoiced, calmed down, and said, I recently learned the sword and fan skills. Oh, what sword skills and fan skills have you learned? Emperor Tianshu continued to ask. I learned the knife technique of greed for life and fear of death, and the fan technique I learned is the butterfly fan technique. Lin Shen said. Butterfly fan technique? Isn't it the Nine Heavens mysterious fan technique? The Tianshu Emperor's voice was a bit cold. I really can't hide anything from the Emperor. The Jiutianxian fan technique is famous. I originally wanted to learn it and I borrowed it. However, after reading it, I felt that the fan technique was not suitable for me. On the contrary, the butterfly fan technique was very suitable. It was my wish. So I chose to practice the butterfly fan technique. I threw the Nine Heavens mysterious fan technique aside, and I wanted to return it when I had time. Lin Shen's palms were covered in cold sweat. When he went to borrow the Nine Heavens mysterious fan technique before, although he had thought of this, he didn't think about it that deeply. Emperor Tianshu is moody, so it is not impossible to get rid of him because of this. After all, just because people don't like a few stars, they just wipe them out of the starry sky. Killing someone doesn't matter. I see. The Tianshu Emperor's voice still made people feel a little cold. The name butterfly knife technique is a bit unfamiliar. How are you practicing? Lin Shen was a little tangled in his heart, but thinking of what and Lu said before, he immediately lowered his head and said, I have achieved some success. I tried it in Chiyu Temple and got a score of 5.0. I am currently ranked first in the fan department. So you are the god of boxing. I didn't expect that the person I chose is also an all-rounder in boxing, swordsmanship, and fanning. The swordsmanship on the list is the sword that is greedy for life and afraid of death, right? The Tianshu Emperor said mockingly, but it was a little less cold. Lin Shen was secretly afraid. It was estimated that Emperor Tianshu had long suspected that he was a boxing god. If he had not taken the initiative to confess just now, it would have been difficult to gain Emperor Tianshu's trust. Maybe Emperor Tianshu might have borrowed Tianfei because of him. He returned the Jiutianxian fan technique and killed him. Yes, I made some modifications. The defensive intensity is higher than before, and I got a 5.0 rating by luck. Lin Shen said. It's good to be able to distinguish right from wrong at a young age and know what is suitable for you and what is not suitable for you. Emperor Tianshu said calmly, recently, I want to hold a competition in Tianchi Academy. Young talents in the top star can participate regardless of race. The final reward is a dark lotus seed. I leave this matter to you. No matter what method you use, you must make this competition a success. My subordinates must do their best. I wonder what treasure the dark lotus seeds are. Lin Shen asked. It's not about trying your best, but it must be done well. If you can't handle even this little thing, you, the dean of the Tianchi Academy, won't have to do anything. Emperor Tianshu snorted coldly. Yes, it must be done well. Lin Shen wondered what Tianshu Emperor meant. Tianchi Academy is only responsible for organizing this competition. It only needs to arrange the competition. What can't be done well? The dark lotus seed is the product of a nirvana-level genetically modified plant. It is between the nirvana egg and the ashes of reincarnation. It has very special characteristics. Using the dark lotus seed as a medium can eliminate the hidden dangers of double nirvana. Back then, An Yuan Chang was able to achieve double nirvana successfully because he used a dark lotus seed. When Lin Shen heard this, he felt as if his brain was going to explode. He was still a little dizzy when he left. Dean Ani was able to achieve double nirvana because of a dark lotus seed. This kind of treasure, Tianshu Emperor actually used it as a reward for the competition. Lin Shen wondered if the Tianshu Emperor had been taken away from him, otherwise how could he be so generous? Lin Shen thought about it again and realized that this matter was not that simple. He remembered that Emperor Tianshu had just said that Dark Domain Lotus Seed would be the mysterious grand prize for the first place, and it must not be revealed before the award was given. After contacting what Emperor Tianshu had said before, asking him to make this game a success no matter what, Lin Shen suddenly had an epiphany. This Emperor of Heaven probably wants me to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed back, no matter what, right? But how can I do it? Use the privileges of the organizing committee to play the unspoken rules and shady deals? Lin Shen felt that this way might not work. Although it was the Tianchi Academy that organized this competition, the strength of the Tianchi Academy is still too weak now, and there is no way to compare with the Tianren Academy. If he plays the shady deal in the competition, I am afraid that those old guys in the Tianren Academy will dare to take action in the Tianchi Academy and expose his past in order for their own children to seize the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. That's not right. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed is a mysterious reward. No one knows that it is the reward for the first place. Who would compete for it? Lin Shen pondered for a moment and knew that the Dark Domain Lotus Seed must not be the Emperor of Heaven's own. He must have taken it out of necessity. There are also people competing with the Emperor of Heaven for this Dark Domain Lotus Seed. The person who can compete with the Emperor of Heaven's art. It can't be Dean Ani. Lin Shen suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. To steal the Dark Realm Lotus Seed from Dean Ani is like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth. The only good news is that the competition that Emperor Tianshu is going to hold has age and level requirements. Only the highest nirvana level can participate in the competition. No matter how powerful Dean Ani is, he can't go on the field by himself. So, I am also within the scope of the competition. Just now, Emperor Tianshu emphasized that people of all races can participate in the competition. He doesn't want me to go on the field by myself, right? This is not being both a referee and a contestant. Even if I win, will others be convinced? Lin Shen thought to himself. Window, underscore tabula equals window underscore tabula dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target underscore type, mix. Lin Shen racked his brains and couldn't think of a way to get the best of both worlds, so he had to contact Tian for help. After Tian finished listening, he only asked Lin Shen one question, "Are you sure you don't have the blood of heaven and humans in your blood?" "No, pure human being, why do you ask this?" Lin Shen asked doubtfully. "Impossible, you must have heavenly blood." "No, our family must be full of pure-blooded humans." "You don't have the blood of heaven and humans, and you are not the illegitimate son of Emperor Tian. Why should he give you such a huge benefit?" Tian said. "What great benefit? Isn't this a hard job?" Lin Shen was stunned. He preconceived that the emperor wanted to take back the dark lotus seeds, so he didn't think about other aspects at all. "Don't you understand? Emperor Tianshu organized this competition to let you take away the lotus seeds from the dark realm. This is a great benefit for nothing. He was even afraid that you wouldn't be able to beat him, so he gave you the right to referee. In this way, if you still can't get the dark domain lotus seeds, you can only blame yourself," Tian said. "Is it like this? Don't I need to hand it over to him when I take the dark lotus seeds?" Lin Shen couldn't believe that such a good thing could happen. With such a big commotion, although no one knew at first that the final reward was the dark domain lotus seed, the final prize will still be announced. Everyone will know who won the prize. "Do you think the Emperor Tianshu will go back? Besides, what's the use of this thing?" Tianshuan said. "Give it to his children." Lin Shen still didn't believe that such a good thing could happen. "That's why I said, are you the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianshu, otherwise why would I give it to you? But it is certain that he cannot directly give the dark domain lotus seeds to his children, and he does not think that his children can get it. Otherwise it won't be your turn." Tian paused and then continued, "According to this logical reasoning, among the competitors of dark domain Lianzi, there must be someone who is even afraid of the Emperor Tianshu, and whose children cannot win. The Tianren clan can make the Emperor Tianshu, although there are a few people to be afraid of. The only one who can truly compete with the Tianshu Emperor and be able to compete is an Yi Sun and Jiahe. If my guess is correct, your main opponent this time isn't Jiahe. He is a person who is not easy to deal with. His talent is one of the top among the Celestials. His martial arts level is extremely high and his methods are endless. In addition, it is Nirvana level and you are not Nirvana yet. It is too difficult to defeat him." Tian laughed at this point. "That's right. Emperor Tianshu wants you to be the referee. Let you find a way by yourself, whether it is using the rules or using any means, anyway, and Jiahe cannot be allowed to take away the dark domain lotus seeds." "I see, the dark domain lotus seeds do not belong to the Emperor Tianshu at all. Originally, and Jiahe could not take them away. It should be logical to take away the dark domain lotus seeds. Emperor Tianshu has done so many things. Just because he doesn't want Jiahe to get the dark domain lotus seeds. After all, I'm still a tool. Man." Lin Shen sighed. "You don't want to be a tool that can take away treasures like lotus seeds in the dark realm. There are many people who want to be Emperor Tianshu treats you well? Tian Shen asked with a smile. You are really not the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianshu. Do you think I have wings? Lin Shen said helplessly. And Jiahe is a very powerful person. If you are already at the Nirvana level, you should have a great chance of defeating him. Now, you have to think of something else. Let's do this. I'll let Yeshing and the others help you. The rest is just, you can figure it out yourself. Tianshuan said. After hanging up the communication, Lin Shen felt refreshed. It's just like what Tian Shen said, if he can keep the dark lotus seeds for his own use, then the problem of nirvana will really be solved, and there will be no need for Lao Wei to stab him again. Can we customize a rule and directly kick Jiahe out? Lin Shen really wanted to change the rule so that nirvana people cannot participate, and only ascended people are allowed to participate. Thinking about it, he knew that this would definitely not work. If he changed like this, his opponent would no longer be in Jiahe, but Din and E. If we can't kick Jiahe away, then I can change it to my benefit. I can lead the band when I play. This should be no problem. Lin Shen thought for a while, and then turned to the competition venue. This kind of competition definitely cannot be held in the city of Zentradi. Lin Shen plans to directly find a planet with a harsh environment that can maximize his skills. No, you have to ban the use of spirit bases and pets, otherwise you will suffer too much if you upgrade quickly. Lin Shen was thinking about how to weaken the advantages of the Nirvana level as much as possible so that he could defeat Jiahe. The schedule also needs to be arranged. First, find a few Nirvanas to consume Jiahe, and then explore his background to see what kind of abilities he has. Lin Shen suddenly felt that it felt so great to be both a referee and a player. It's cool, no wonder so many people want to be a related household. Lin Shen came to Tianchi Academy and told her that the Emperor of Heaven was going to hold a competition, and asked her to get a copy of the rules of the competition according to her own requirements. After Onsai listened, he gave Lin Shen a suggestion. Dean, how about setting up a resurrection competition system so that if something unexpected happens, we can still have a second chance? Fairness, the competitions we hold must be fair. Don't use a competition system like this that seriously affects fairness. Lin Shen said this, but in his heart, he really wanted to come up with this resurrection competition system, in case he missed it. There are second chances. It's a pity that the other party is also protected by Din and E, so he will definitely not let him do this. Maybe he will be used by the other party at that time. And Sai started to work on the competition rules according to Lin Shen's request. After she finished, Lin Shen had to read it first. After confirming that there were no problems, he would start to announce and start registration. The registration time must be short to prevent too many people from registering. If too many Nirvana strongmen register, it will be troublesome for Lin Shen. While Lin Shen was thinking about how to target Jiahe, and Jiahe was making tea for an E. Father, you and the Emperor of Heaven had an agreement at the beginning. Shouldn't the dark domain lotus seed belong to you? Why is there such a competition? And Jiahe brought the brewed tea to an E. You won the first place in the competition, and the dark domain lotus seed is still yours. And he said lightly. That's right. Without the immortals participating in the competition, and he didn't think that anyone among the younger generation of the Tianren clan could take the first place from him. And no one knows that the reward for the competition is the dark domain lotus seed. Even if they know that the reward is the dark domain lotus seed, they don't know what the dark domain lotus seed is used for. The name of the dark domain lotus seed was originally a name that Tian Shitty and An casually gave. Outsiders don't know what this thing is. You have to be careful. Of the new dean of Tian Academy. An put down the teacup and looked at Njiahe and said, "Isn't the competition held by Tian Academy? Can he still participate?" Njiahe was slightly startled. The Tian Academy is responsible for the competition, and they have the final say on the rules. An said calmly, "This is very detrimental to us." Njiahe said thoughtfully, "Should we find a way to take the right to host the competition into our own hands? Do you think the Emperor of Heaven will agree to our hosting a competition?" An said while sipping tea. "Then arrange for our people to enter the competition and clear away the obstacles." Njiahe thought for a while and then said, "That Lin Shen, I have tested his background. He does have some abilities and powerful skills, but his skills are still not good enough. It's not systematic, which is a fatal weakness against a real master. Moreover, he is just leveling up quickly and doesn't have the capital to compete with me. I'm afraid that he will play tricks on the rules of the game. Don't underestimate any opponent. The Emperor of Heaven doesn't want you to get the Dark Lotus seeds. If he can use Lin Shen, he must think that Lin Shen has the ability to snatch the Dark Lotus seeds from you." An said. Njiahe nodded and said, "What my father is worried about is that in this case, we must be careful of his secret methods. There are already many talented Nirvana practitioners in my academy, and their identities are also extraordinary. I asked them all to participate. He couldn't hack everyone in the competition, right? If he really dared to do that, the noble sons from the Tian, Qi, and families wouldn't let him go, even if he offended the public. With Emperor Tianshu protecting him, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to gain a foothold on the Zenith Star." Lin Shen got the competition rules formulated by Insai and felt very satisfied after reading them. The rules restrict Nirvana to the greatest extent. They cannot use spiritual bases or pets. Although the ascended ones are also limited, if the Nirvana ones can use Nirvana pets and Nirvana spirit bases, it will be more difficult for the ascending ones to win. Lin Shen looked at it and thought it was okay, so he asked Onsai to announce the registration for the competition. Suddenly, something like a red tendon rope crawled out of Lin Shen's pocket. The dead fan has completed his second Nirvana. Lin Shen felt happy, then thought of something, and quickly contacted Onsai again. Fortunately, Onsai hadn't published the rules of the competition yet, so Lin Shen asked her to modify them. The use of spirit bases was not allowed, but pets could be used. Onsai asked several more times and confirmed that pets could be used. Then he made changes and issued a competition announcement. The registration time was only given 3 days in total. The competition rewards are only the first place prize, and there are no other consolation prizes. The final reward is the hidden mysterious grand prize. Under such circumstances, Lin Shen thought that there would not be too many people signing up. When the time comes, he will arrange for the 4 Yexing girls to go up and explore Njiahe's strength first, and finally, he will take action to eliminate Njiahe. With the die-hard fans of Second Nirvana, Lin Shen felt that it would not be difficult to eliminate Njiahe. Lin Shen looked at the attributes of the dead fans and found that the 4-dimensional attributes of the dead fans had not changed and were still the same as before. The only thing that has changed is the Nirvana attribute. The attribute before the death fan was called Xinji Zhuxia Death Light, but now it has become Xinji Zhuxia Deconstructed Death Light, and the name has become longer. Lin Shen found a place to try it out and found that the power of nirvana of the dead fan had become stronger. Not only did it retain its previous powerful destructive power, it also had the decomposition ability of Changhen Dongli. It's really strong. In terms of destructive power alone, the power of nirvana of death fan should be considered top-notch. Lin Shen waved the death fan, and felt that death fan was still easy to use. Although his sword skills and fan skills are quite good now, compared with his die-hard fans, they are still not good enough. Just the Xinji Zhuxia Deconstructed Death Light, which cannot be destroyed or eliminated, cannot be cracked by those two techniques. Lin Shen's cutting skills with a slag knife failed to cut through the Xinji Zhuxia Deconstructed Death Ray. Instead, the sword energy was eliminated by the death ray. The entity of the slag knife and the scabbard was able to block the death ray, but it only blocked it and failed to cut away the death ray. Instead, he was shocked and retreated far away, and the scabbard in his hand fell off. Lin Shen's skills were fully activated. After merging with the rebel, he could then use the slag knife to cut open the dead ray. The slag knife and the scabbard had to be physically coordinated, so the sword energy was useless at all. A single scum knife skill cannot cut off the death ray at all, and the upgraded death ray is really a bit scary. While Lin Shen was studying the abilities of dead fans, Ansai sent a communication request. Ansai, what happened? Lin Shen looked at Ansai's expression, and something seemed wrong. Dean, there are surprisingly many people who have signed up. Many noble children from the Tian and Qi families have signed up, and several emperors have also signed up. Ansai said with a complicated expression. This is completely different from what they thought at first. With so many strong men signing up, it will not be so easy for them to control the game. Lin Shen immediately understood what was happening and asked in a deep voice, have all those who signed up studied at the family college in Anjiahe? Ansai was startled for a moment, then said after he came to his senses, wait for me. After Ansai looked at the registration form, he quickly said, Dean, I asked you to say it right, what should I do now? Lin Shen was even more certain that his opponent this time should be in Jiahe. Everyone can participate in the competition. If they want to participate, let them participate. The more the better. Please take down the registration forms of Yixing and the others. They will not participate. Find some ascendants to sign up for the competition. Lin Shen ordered. Ansai understood what Lin Shen meant and immediately got busy. Lin Shen knew that he could not stop the noble children of the three families from signing up. And Jiahe's move was ruthless enough. If he dared to do something shady in the competition, he would offend all the people of the three families, and he would probably have a hard time in the future on Zenith Star. This Jiahe is really ambitious. The Hejia Academy he founded probably wants to follow the path of the Chonggao Academy and gather all the talents of the Tianren clan and even foreign races under his tutelage. With such ambition, it's no wonder that the Emperor of Tianshu can't tolerate him. Lin Shen sneered in his heart. And Jiahe thought that he could force him to compromise with his large numbers, but he was wrong. Although the registration period was only 3 days, more and more people signed up, and there were many famous nirvanas in the Tianren clan. Many top nirvanas who didn't even participate in the race ranking battle actually participated in this competition without knowing what the prizes were. Now the whole celestial race is discussing the competition held by the Celestial Master Academy. Many people are very confused. The Celestial Master Academy is no longer the same as before, and the prizes are so shabby. How can it have such a strong appeal that so many famous young men are participating in the competition? Window _tabula equals window _tabula dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target type mix. After 3 days, Lin Shen and the big guys of Tian Academy studied the registration form together. There were many powerful nirvanas on it, and none of them were weak. The most powerful person was naturally Anjiahi, Minister of Logistics. Design the battle grouping, assign those powerful nirvanas to Anjiahi, and assign all the ascenders to me, so that I can successfully advance to the finals. Lin Shen said. I'm good at this, leave it to me. The Minister of Logistics said with a smile, but I have to ask Sister Sai to help me. I have to figure out the connections of these people first, and then I can arrange it. Aunt Sai. Lin Shen looked at Aunt Sai. No problem. Aunt Sai nodded. Vice Dean and frowned and said, Dean, if we do this, will those families be willing? Fair draw and grouping, can't I be lucky? Lin Shen looked at Qi Xinhua and said, Old Hua, the task of drawing lots is handed over to you. You must ensure that all my opponents are ascenders. Those powerful guys will be given to Injiaha. Dean, don't worry, it's right to leave it to me. Qi Xinhua laughed. Dean, do you want me to help you deal with Injiaha? Vice Dean Qiao suddenly said. Can you deal with Injiaha? Lin Shen looked at Vice Dean Qiao in surprise. Dean, don't get me wrong, I won't participate in the competition. Vice Dean Qiao smiled and explained, I have some friendship with several aunts of Injiaha, and I can think of a way to prevent him from playing. Lin Shen gave Vice Dean Qiao a thumbs up. Old Qiao, you really have an idea, but don't mess with him this time. He still has to play. If he doesn't play, the competition can't go on. If you have something to say, please talk. Vice Dean Qiao said. Very gentlemanly. Even if we can clear those obstacles, we still have to face Njiahi in the end. Dean, you have to be careful. That person is not easy to deal with. There are not many nirvanas among the celestials. Who can beat him? Vice Dean and said. So, there is still someone who can beat him? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Njiahi was already number 1 in the Celestials. I can only think of a little uncle under heaven. Vice Dean and narrowed his eyes and said, Dean, you have a good relationship with the little uncle, and the little uncle has a bad relationship with the first mansion of the Yin family. If you can ask him to help, it will be foolproof. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Lin Shen slapped his thigh. Vice Dean and really reminded him. He had been thinking about how to deal with Njiahi before, and there was no one around him who could beat Njiahi. Although Yi Xing and the others are not bad in ability, they definitely have no chance of winning against Njiahi alone. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu have not yet been promoted to Nirvana, so they can't be relied on for the time being. He had been thinking about how to beat Njiahi, and had forgotten about Tianxia. If Tianxia was willing to help, he wouldn't have to do it himself. Being both a referee and a contestant, his reputation wasn't very good after all. After the meeting, Lin Shen contacted Tianxia, explained the situation clearly, and asked if he could help. Tianxia had a bad relationship with the Yin family. And he also said that he owed Lin Shen a favor. After hearing that, he readily agreed. Lin Shen had seen Tianxia's strength, and with the 10 Directions Ghost and God's soul-slaying sword in his hand, he should be invincible. In Nirvana. With Lin Shen's current strength, even with his diehard fans, he might not be able to beat Tianxia. A young man like Anjiahe is still far from being able to fight Tianxia. In this way, Lin Shen wouldn't have to do it himself. Lin Shen asked Sai to get a registration form for Tianxia, and Tianxia's grouping was naturally the same as his previous grouping. In order not to make it so obvious, Lin Shen asked the logistics minister to change the grouping and randomly assigned a few not-so-powerful nirvanas to Tianxia to warm up, so as to prevent Tianxia from consuming too much energy and to be able to deal with Anjiahe in peak condition. After Tianxia won the game, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed could fall into Lin Shen's hands safely. On the day of the game, after Anjiahe and others looked at the list of the game groups, others did not think there was anything wrong, but Anjiahe could not help but be slightly startled, because he did not see Lin Shen's name in the list. What's the matter? Why didn't Lin Shen participate in the game? Anjiahe was full of doubts and immediately looked at the list again. When he saw Tianxia's name, his face suddenly changed. Little Uncle Tianxia actually participated in the game? Anjiahe's face was uncertain. Because Lin Shen himself did not plan to participate in the game, the originally scheduled competition venue was also changed. It was arranged on a picturesque planet with a suitable temperature, and it would not be so hard to be a judge. The sky was clear, with only a few white clouds floating. There was actually a small island hidden in one of the white clouds. On the artificial seashore, Emperor Tian and Ani were sitting on the dock, fishing with fishing rods. Emperor Tian was fishing while looking at the group list. When he saw Tianxia's name, he couldn't help but scolded. How come Tianxia is also participating in the competition? Isn't this nonsense? I'll go and catch him back now, he said powerfully, but his butt didn't move at all. The little uncle meets the competition standards, and it is right for him to participate. Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry, Ani said slowly. How can he meet the standards? How old is he? Emperor Tianxiu looked at the competition rules again and found that the age limit rule was gone. It only stipulated that the immortal level could not participate. How does this Tian do things? There is no age limit. We want to train new people, not an old man. Emperor Tianxiu was furious. He was angry for a long time, but he didn't send anyone to call Tianxia back. Your Majesty, calm down. Rules are rules. The little uncle meets the rules, so he naturally has the right to participate in the competition. Ani said. Old one, I didn't think it through. No matter who wins, I will let him give the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to Jiahe. Don't worry, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will definitely belong to Jiahe. Emperor Tianxiu said. Your Majesty's words are golden and jade. How can you go back on your words? The winner takes the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. The rules cannot be abolished. If my son can't get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, it's because he doesn't have the ability. You can't blame anyone. Your Majesty doesn't need to do this. Ani said lightly. Emperor Tianxiu seemed to not understand the irony in An Yi's words at all, and said with a smile, Jiahe has excellent talent. It is not impossible for him to defeat the little uncle. The dark domain lotus seeds are still his after all. And he did not speak, half squinting his eyes, as if he was about to fall asleep. When the game started, the opponents of Tianxia basically admitted defeat directly. Even if they were not arranged by Lin Shen, they did not dare to fight against Tianxia. And Anjiahe felt very unfriendly. Most of the famous Nirvanas he arranged to participate in the game were assigned to his group. Anjiahe could only defeat them one by himself. Although these people were encouraged by him and had a good relationship with him, it was obviously unrealistic to let them admit defeat directly. Even if others were willing to give in, or knew that they were not opponents, they had to fight with him for a few moves before admitting defeat. The problem was that the people who were assigned to his group, although they had studied in his academy, were not much worse than him in status and position, and they were all arrogant. Not only did they not want to admit defeat, they also fought back and forth with Anjiahe, which made Anjiahe angry. Don't you care about your dignity? You group me like this? Anjiahe kept a smile on his face, but in his heart he wanted to beat Lin Shen, who was sitting on the stage watching the game, to death. But he couldn't say anything. After each round of the game, the groups would be redrawn, but the person who drew the lots always happened to draw him and those famous Nirvanas from the Hajia Academy. If you say there is no secret manipulation, Anjiahe would never believe it. Window, _tabula equals window _tabula dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article. Feed, target _type, mix. Originally, he wanted to punish Lin Shen, but Anjiahe fought all the way up and eliminated all these famous young masters. That is, Anjiahe's status is there, and others can't do anything to him. If it were someone else, these famous young masters would not let it go so easily. Tianxia also defeated all the opponents, but he was much more relaxed. Most of his opponents were ascenders. Occasionally, a Nirvana came up and claimed that he had admired him for a long time and came to see the style of the little emperor uncle. This battle was almost like a fan meeting. Seeing this, Anjiahe didn't know that this was all arranged by Lin Shen. Now he felt a little regretful. He didn't expect Lin Shen to cheat so blatantly. He shouldn't have encouraged so many famous young masters to participate in the competition. Now he is riding a tiger and it is difficult to get off. Accuse Lin Shen of cheating. Lin Shen didn't participate in the competition at all. How can he be accused? Say that he cheated for the little emperor uncle? Unless Anjiahe is crazy, he will do such a brainless thing. Anjiahe had planned everything, but he didn't expect that his opponent would change from Lin Shen to the little emperor's uncle. All the previous plans were useless now. All he could do now was to win the first place and get the dark domain seed, otherwise he would be defeated this time. But it was not so easy to defeat the little emperor's uncle Tianxia, but Anjiahe had no way out. He had to win. Double Nirvana was too important for him. Both of them defeated their opponents and met in the final smoothly. The winner between Anjiahe and Tianxia was the champion of this competition and could win the mysterious prize. In the eyes of discerning people, the previous competition was a farce, and only this last game was serious. Those famous young men were also watching Anjiahe's performance. They knew very well in their hearts that Anjiahe pulled them over to embarrass the new dean of Tianxia Academy, but he ended up suffering a loss. They all wanted to know how Anjiahe would fight back against Tianxia Academy. It was not easy to defeat Tianxia My little uncle, I'm sorry. And Jiehe came up and bowed first. It's up to you to show your full strength. Tianxia carried a long box on his back, which contained the 10 direction Ghost God Soul Slashing Blade. All the way up, he had no chance to use the 10 direction Ghost God Soul Slashing Blade, and he didn't even use the big iron hammer in his hand. At this time, Tianxia raised the big iron hammer in his hand and smashed it directly at Jiehe. The power of his hammer could break mountains. Although Jiehe had a long sword with a sheath hanging on his waist, he had never used it. His body movements were like a dream. Under Tianxia's open and close hammer method, he wandered like a ghost. The storm-like hammer couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Tianxia was not impatient. Suddenly, he smashed the ground with a hammer. A terrifying flame rose above the hammer, and the flame exploded like a bomb. A huge round pit was directly blown up on the ground, and Jiehe's figure was pushed into the air by the power of the explosion, and his body was wrapped in a white jade shell. Can we fight seriously now? Tianxia said, carrying a giant hammer on his shoulder, looking at Jiehe in the sky. I have no regrets in my life for being able to fight with the little uncle today. Jiehe took off the sword on his waist and slowly pulled it out. The sword was as green as water, the blade was like a deep spring, and the blade was shining with cold light. Good sword. Tianxia looked at the sword in Jiehe's hand and praised, if I am not mistaken, the sword in your hand should be the famous sword Death's announcement made by the sword master Zhongji Chuan, right? The little uncle has good eyesight and good knowledge. Yes, this sword is the Death's announcement made by Master Zhongji Chuan. Jiehe said. But threw the Death's announcement in his hand aside and took the scabbard in his hand. Everyone was a little stunned. They didn't know what Jiaquen meant by this. Why did he throw away the famous sword and only hold the scabbard? Did he have a brain twitch and threw it wrong? What do you mean by this? Tianxia looked at Jiehe coldly. Jiehe explained with a smile, you and I are both the best of the Tianren clan. We shouldn't fight each other. If we hurt anyone, it will only make our relatives sad and our enemies happy, and it will also be a loss for our clan. But my sword skills are too sharp, and I will hurt people when I attack, so I only fight with the scabbard to avoid accidents. Jiehe's words were beautiful, and even Lin Shen had to admit that even as Jiehe's opponent, it was difficult to have a bad impression of him. Unfortunately, these words of Jiehe had no effect on Tianxia. Tianxia had seen too many different kinds of people, and it was impossible for Jiehe to impress him with just a few words. Tianxia hit the ground with the giant hammer in his hand, and the death god's declaration inserted in the ground was shocked and flew up, just in front of Jiehe. You are a junior, and you don't have the ability to hurt me. If you have the ability, just use it, so as not to find excuses after losing, which is very troublesome. Tianxia said impatiently. Seeing that Tianxia was not buying it, Jiehe had no choice but to accept the death announcement and said to Tianxia solemnly, since the little uncle insists on doing this, I have no choice but to obey. Please be careful, my knife will hurt your left shoulder. Come on. Tianxia did not respond to his words at all, leaving Jiehe no way to continue pretending. Be careful. Jiehe flapped his wings and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Tianxia. Tianxia stood there like a pillar supporting the sky, looking at him coldly, motionless. At the moment when Jiehe and Tianxia crossed each other, everyone saw Tianxia suddenly raise the giant hammer in his hand, but no one saw Anjiahi's sword. Dang! A strange sound suddenly sounded, and everyone only saw blood blooming like flowers on Tianxia's left shoulder, and a deep cut was pierced on the shell. What a fast sword! The faces of the people watching the battle changed slightly. They were also Nirvana level, and most people did not see Anjiahi's sword clearly. Teacher Jiahe is really extraordinary. This sword is hard to find an opponent in the world. If he can participate in the weapon rankings, I'm afraid his score will exceed the boxing god. Many young masters who have studied in the academy couldn't help but admire. The Tianshu emperor who was watching the battle was also slightly surprised. Jiahe's sword just now was so fast. But why have I never seen such a sword technique before? This is just his messing around. The sword technique he practiced himself is not worthy of the emperor's eyes. And he said, at such a young age, he can actually create such a sword technique. My nephew Jiahe's talent is probably the best that my Tianren clan has rarely seen in 1,000 years. As expected, he is the most suitable candidate for the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Emperor Tianshu was pleased. What a fast sword. Tianxiao looked at Anjiahi and praised him. Little uncle, our battle ends here. How about shaking hands and making peace? Anjiahi said this very appropriately. If Tianxia admits defeat at this time, it can be regarded as saving some face, but the final reward will definitely not be enough to compete with Anjiahi. You are far from being able to shake hands with me. You need to show some more skills. Tianxia said lightly. Little uncle, you and I are both pillars of the Tianren clan. Why do we have to fight for our lives? Anjiahi sighed. Tianxiao ignored him, threw away the sledgehammer in his hand, took off the long box on his back, and stuck it directly into the ground. He opened the top of the long box with one hand and reached into the long box with the other hand to pull out the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Spirit sword. When this sword came out, everyone was in danger. The murderous aura that rushed into the sky seemed to cut people in two, and they couldn't help but step back a few steps. Even the Tianshu emperor and an E in the cloud showed surprise. That sword, why do I feel familiar? That sword intent, could it be the Sanjing sword technique of the peerless swordsman of the Shen clan? And Yi's face changed slightly, and he returned to normal in an instant. I didn't expect that my uncle could actually forge such a sword. Emperor Tianshu was a little surprised. He didn't know that Tianxia had forged the 10 Directions Ghosts and God's soul-slaying sword. Tianxia just stood there with the sword in one hand, giving people a sense of aloofness that the 10 Directions Ghosts and Gods could not approach, like a demon among demons in the abyss. Anjiahi looked at Tianxia, and his face became solemn. The famous sword in his hand, the Death God Declaration, seemed to have dimmed a lot under the fierce flame of the 10 Directions Ghosts and God's soul-slaying sword. Draw the sword. Tianxia's body was full of demonic flames. And the 10 Directions Ghosts and God's soul-slaying sword hung on the ground, constantly flashing terrifying demonic light. Anjiahi's eyes condensed, and he moved like a startled rainbow. In an instant, he arrived in front of Tianxia, and the Death God Declaration pulled it out in that incredible moment. Dang! The 10 Directions Ghosts and God's soul-slaying sword was lifted up by Tianxia, blocking the almost invisible sword of Anjiahi. Dang! 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 At the moment when the death was blocked, Anjiahi turned into thousands of ghosts, and the sword lights crisscrossed, like lightning born from nothingness, covering the sky. The 10 directions ghost god slashing sword in Tianxia's hand only moved slightly, and the tip of the sword was always facing downwards, without showing any attacking posture, but it blocked all the crisscrossing sword lights. The sound of the swords hitting each other has been connected into a line, and it is impossible to tell how many times they hit each other, and the interval between swords can no longer be heard. Everyone was dazzled by the sight, and Anjiahi's body was already flowing, merging with the sword light. Only the sword lights flashed all over the sky, but no human figures appeared. The sword light was sometimes like thunder and lightning, sometimes like a flood, sometimes like flowers falling all over the sky, and sometimes like 1,000 entanglements of love. People who watched were terrified. Even if they were also nirvana, they were also horrified in their hearts. This Anjiahi is really not comparable to ordinary nirvana. His swordsmanship is really like a demon or a ghost. It's hard to see clearly. Lin Shen was glad to find Tianxia. If he faced Anjiahi himself, he didn't know Anjiahi's background and might be hit with the first sword. Anjiahi would not be as particular about him as he was about Tianxia. Maybe the first sword would cripple him. We really underestimated the strong men in this world before. As nirvana, I'm afraid we can't even take his sword. His sword is too fast. Yekong said timidly. His sword is not just fast. Ouyang Yudu sighed. If you don't enter nirvana, you will just stand outside the door. It seems that we should start nirvana. Everyone was dazzled. In just a moment, Anjiahi didn't know how many swordsmanship he had used. Moreover, he had integrated all those swordsmanship into his own swordsmanship, just like the 10,000 streams returning to the origin, and he already had the aura of a generation of swordsmanship masters. However, no matter how his sword skills changed, they were all blocked by the 10 directions ghost god slashing soul sword. The 10 directions ghost god slashing soul sword seemed to have a spirit. Its tip was facing the ground, floating in front of Tianxia. It only moved slightly to block all kinds of sword skills of Anjiahi. To ordinary people, Anjiahi has controlled the whole situation, but the real strong ones all understand that Anjiahi has already lost. Tianxia didn't make a move at all, and Anjiahi couldn't do anything to him, and couldn't even break his sword. That's enough. Tianxia had no patience anymore, stretched out his hand to hold the 10 directions ghost god slashing soul sword, and directly slashed against the sky. The messy hair danced wildly, the devil flames were surging, and the moment the sword light rose, it was like the fierce light that killed billions of demons, instantly shattering the sky of sword light. The terrifying sword light was like a demon with infinite magic power, roaring and rushing towards Anjiahi. Anjiahi's pupils contracted, holy light rose from his body, and 4 pairs of crystal angel wings rose from his back. The 6 wings spread out together, and the infinite energy in the space condensed on his body, turning his body into a 6-winged angel of light, shining as dazzlingly as the sun. Anjiahi held the knife with both hands. The light on the knife was originally wholly white, but because the white light was too deep, it turned into black, like a black hole. The long knife fell, meeting the terrifying power of Tianxia's slashing against the sky. In just a moment, the famous knife death god declaration in Anjiahi's hand and the black hole-like knife light he condensed were shattered by the 10 directions ghost god slashing soul knife. The shockwave that erupted abruptly blew Anjiahi's body into the sky. Anjiahi's face was full of horror, and he forced a beam of light between his hands to resist the terrifying knife energy. But even his strongest knife could not block Tianxia's slashing power. So how could he block it at this time? The power of the 10 Directions demon soul-slashing knife was still unstoppable, and it continued to pounce on Njiahi like a roaring demon, wanting to devour him completely. Suddenly, Tianxia pressed the back of the knife with his other hand, and pressed the 10 Directions demon soul-slashing knife down. The terrifying demon-like knife force also deviated from its trajectory with Tianxia's press, rushed past Njiahi's feet, and rushed directly into the clouds, directly splitting the sea of clouds and the sky in the middle. Boom! When people were watching in amazement, they saw the beam of light bursting out from Njiahi's hands, hitting Tianxia, who was pressing the knife, and blasted Tianxia, who had endured the backlash of the 10 Directions demon soul-slashing knife, backflipped and hit the ground heavily, and the ground was cracked. Njiahi, like a six-winged angel of light, flew down from the sky, like an angel descending, and rushed towards Tianxia again. Enough, the winner has been decided, no need to continue. Lin Shen shouted angrily while rushing out. I am not dead, he is not dead, the winner is not decided, the battle must continue. Njiahi seemed to have lost control, and turned into a white rainbow again, piercing through the injured Tianxia. Lin Shen was already behind the injured Tianxia, grabbed Tianxia's body, and jumped back, avoiding Njiahi's terrifying attack. Njiahi's power blasted a huge pit in the earth, and the rocks in the pit were crystallized, like a hydrogen bomb explosion. Fortunately, Lin Shen retreated quickly, otherwise the seriously injured Tianxia would have been half dead if he had not died from this blow. How dare you, do you not take me, the Dean of Tianchi Academy, seriously? Lin Shen looked coldly at Njiahi, who was like a seraph in the sky. Others only saw Tianxia injured, but they didn't know that he was injured by Njiahi, because of the backlash of the 10 Directions ghost god slashing soul sword. What if I don't take you seriously? Njiahi was determined to take the dark domain lotus seed today. Such an opportunity is hard to find in the ages, and it will never come again. Your qualification is cancelled, get out now. Lin Shen left no room for him and pushed Njiahi to the edge of the cliff. Cancel my qualification? You don't have that qualification. Njiahi said contemptuously. The competition is organized by my Tianchi Academy. I said to cancel your qualification, so I cancel your qualification. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, you still have to get out. Lin Shen said. Then let's see who gets out today. Njiahi's eyes were cold, staring at Lin Shen, and the knife light burst out from his body. The whole person was like an unparalleled demon sword, emitting a thrilling knife light. Please step back, Dean. Let me take care of him. Chi Xianhua stood in front of Lin Shen. Step back. Today, the Dean will personally get rid of him. Lin Shen shouted back. Chi Xianhua took off the scabbard knife hanging on his waist, and walked towards Anjia. He step by step. At the same time, a brilliant shell appeared on his body. Everyone watching the battle was a little surprised. Although Lin Shen was the head of a hospital and had strong abilities, he was only a flying upgrade after all. He was far from being able to fight against a top-level nirvana like Anjia. If he took action himself, he might not be able to drive Anjia away, and his own life would be in danger. It had come to this point. Anjia, he would not show mercy to his men. In their opinion, Lin Shen's behavior was no different from suicide. In the clouds, Tian Shudi and Ani watched the development of the situation below. No one spoke, and they drank tea by themselves, as if nothing had happened. Anjia swung out with a knife-like palm like lightning, and the knife light came in an instant, so fast that it was almost invisible. Squeak. Lin Shen pulled out the Dreg's knife and faced Anjiahi's knife light directly. Many people shook their heads when they saw it. Fighting Nirvana with Ascension, it was like seeking death. But the next moment, many people widened their eyes. The Dreg's knife in Lin Shen's hand actually cut through Anjiahi's knife light. How is this possible? It was unbelievable. Anjiahi's knife light was not an ordinary knife light. It was condensed by the power of Nirvana, which was qualitatively different from the power of Ascension. Lin Shen, with the power of Ascension, actually cut through the knife light condensed by the power of Nirvana, and it was the knife light condensed by the top Nirvana power of Anjiahi. This was simply a shocking thing. Anjiahi's eyes condensed, and the knife energy on his body burst out. Crazily. Both hands moved together, and knife lights slashed at Lin Shen from different angles. Lin Shen held the knife in one hand and the sheath in the other. He waved his hands firmly and split the knife lights, cut by Anjiahi one by one. His footsteps did not stop, and he walked towards Anjiahi step by step. The sword lights flashed all over the sky, and were chopped off one by one. Lin Shen was like a battlefield killer who went against the will of heaven, swinging his sword to smash the divine punishment from heaven one by one. Everyone had already been stunned. All of Anjiahi's terrifying sword light attacks were blocked, and not a single sword light could touch Lin Shen. What kind of sword technique is that? How can it be so powerful? Someone couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. The sword light transformed by the power of Nirvana was not repelled, but was still moving forward step by step, like an unstoppable god of war. This was simply a miracle. No matter what kind of sword technique, it is impossible to cut off Anjiahi's Nirvana power. You must know that Anjiahi practiced the angel reincarnation technique, and the Nirvana power he achieved must be top level, which is definitely not comparable to the power and sword technique of the Ascender. The famous young man who knew Anjiahi a little bit was even more surprised. They knew more clearly how difficult and terrifying what Lin Shen was doing now. To ascend to a higher level and challenge a Nirvana master, one must not only face a tenfold difference in attributes, but also a qualitative difference in power. All of this makes it almost impossible to challenge a master of a higher level. Even a person as strong as Dais would not easily challenge a master of a higher level. Anjiahi waved his hands faster and faster, and the knife light became stronger and stronger. The knife light was like a sky full of lightning. Lin Shen's steps were still firm. He waved his hands quickly, and the knife and scabbard in his hands actually defeated all the lightning in the sky. Anjiahi's eyes became colder and colder. He never thought that Lin Shen could actually take his attack head on. Since he knew Lin Shen, he had never regarded Lin Shen as an opponent. He was just guarding against Lin Shen using the rules to blacken him. But now Anjiahi was surprised to find that this person seemed to be more difficult to deal with than he thought. You want to die, then I will grant you your wish. Anjiahi's murderous intentions rose up, and he stretched out his hand to grab. The knife light condensed in his hand and turned into a black light knife. The 6 wings behind Anjiahi moved together, and he turned into a long rainbow, passing by Lin Shen in an instant, and the light knife was also swung out at that moment. This knife was so fast that it was invisible to the eyes. It was Anjiahi's knife technique that killed people in the light. People's hearts jumped violently. Anjiahi's knife technique was not even able to defend against it at the beginning. Lin Shen, an Ascender, could defend against this knife? Bang! People's eyes widened because the black light knife in Anjiahi's hand was actually chopped into pieces by the slag knife in Lin Shen's hand. The power of the slag knife was still not enough, and it chopped on Angjiahe's chest, and Angjiahe was directly chopped and flew out. It's unbelievable. Tian Buluo, who was watching the battle with Tian Qingyu, widened his eyes. He asked himself if he could do what Lin Shen did. Although his unity of heaven and man could predict the enemy's moves, if the enemy's power was too strong, he could not stop it even if he knew what moves the other party was using. Angjiahe was the kind of person he could not stop, but Lin Shen not only stopped him, but also injured Angjiahe. Angjiahe looked down at the shallow marks on the shell, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. Angjiahe always regarded himself as the top master of the younger generation of the Tianren clan, and even opened a school to teach his peers the skills. He did not even take his peers seriously. Lin Shen, an ascender, could actually fight him to this extent and blocked his light killing knife technique, which completely aroused Angjiahe's murderous intention. This person must die. Angjiahe condensed a black light knife with both hands, and flashed in front of Lin Shen like a startled wild goose, and the black light knife slashed out like a ghost. The light on Angjiahe's body became stronger and stronger, and the whole person was like a sun that was hard to look at directly. Above his head, an angel ring appeared, which continuously emitted terrifying energy, blessing Angjiahe and making his knife faster. Window _Tabula equals window _Tabula _Tabula push mode thumbs feed 01 container Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _type mix 3 minutes 3 whole minutes. Everyone felt as if their acupoints had been tapped and they were held captive for 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, Angjiahe launched a suffocating offensive, flickering around the forest like a ghost, disappearing and appearing, and from various incredible angles, slashing out the knife that ordinary people could not see. Such a thrilling attack was still unable to break through Lin Shen's defense. All the black light knives that were slashing at Lin Shen were blocked by Lin Shen and chopped into pieces. Lin Shen is like a mountain that will never collapse. If it is hit by huge waves, it will only be broken by huge waves in the end. The knife and the scabbard seemed to have some magical power, forming a fortress that could never be breached. The Dean's sword skills are about to become a Taoist skill. Vice Dean Qiao praised in admiration, this sword skill is good. The only drawback is that it seems to only be defensive and not offensive. Qi Xinhua muttered. Can you block N? Jiahe's offensive with the power of ascension? Can you do it when you are ascending? Vice President N said while drinking tea. Of course it can't be done. Qi Xinhua shook his head. That's fine, there are gains and losses. If the Dean's sword skills were offensive, maybe he wouldn't be able to sustain it now. Vice Dean N said. Slowly, there are juniors in my family who have been to Hejia when I was studying in the academy. I often heard that boy mention Angjiahe. He said that Angjiahe was a genius and could master any technique at his fingertips. He had already reached the level of a master who could bring together the best of hundreds of schools. Being able to see through the opponent's weaknesses and predict the opponent's behavior at a glance is like a god. I thought that little guy was a bit exaggerated before, but after watching his battle with the little Emperor uncle, although he has not really reached the master level, it is not far away. If the Dean takes the initiative to attack him, he may, if he predicts his behavior and finds his weaknesses, it will be difficult to stop him. But if you keep being beaten passively like this for a long time, you will always make Mistakes, right? No one can defend perfectly all the time. Qi Xinhua said again. That's not necessarily true. Ardene's sword skills seem to be very stable. The logistics director said with a smile. Stable? How stable? I have never heard of a defense that is 100% flawless. Qi Xinhua said. I don't know if there is a defense that is 100% flawless, but based on my accounting experience, Ardene is very good at settling accounts. The logistics minister said with a smile. What does this have to do with settling accounts? Qi Xinhua was puzzled. Of course it does matter. If everyone in the universe saves 0.1 day coins for you, can you imagine how rich you will be? The logistics minister said, you should understand the principle of adding up a little to make a lot, right? Waiting for work for a long time, consuming Njiaha's strength at the minimum cost. Njiaha may seem ferocious, but his consumption is far greater than that of Ardene. Whoever's physical strength is exhausted faster will show his flaws first once his physical strength is exhausted. That's why I say that Ardene is very stable. Even if he reveals his flaws, Njiaha will reveal them before him. While several people were discussing, they suddenly saw Njiaha disappear in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already beside Tangxia, who was receiving treatment. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Njiaha was so crazy that he really dared to kill Tianxia, but who knew that Njiaha grabbed the Sherfang Ghost and God Slayer sword that he had put aside, and then returned to the battlefield in an instant among. There's something wrong with the knife in your hand. This is only fair. Njiaha held the Sherfang Ghost and God Slaying knife in his hand and pointed at Lin Shen and said. Everyone was shocked. They had all seen how terrifying the Sherfang Ghost and God's soul-slaying sword was. Like Njiaha, they had long suspected that there was something wrong with the sword in Lin Shen's hand. Now Njiaha actually took the Sherfang Ghost's and God's soul-slaying knife. No matter how good the knife in Lin Shen's hand was, it could be better than the Sherfang Ghosts and God's soul-cutting sword? Lin Shen looked at the Sherfang Ghost and God-slaying sword in Njiaha's hand, but felt a little weird in his heart. Speaking of which, the Sherfang Ghost and God-slaying sword and the slag sword are actually two knives made from one furnace. The Sherfang Ghost and God Slayer sword is cast from the essence, while the slag sword is cast from the refined impurities. Theoretically speaking, the Sherfang Ghost and God Slaying sword is naturally much stronger than the slag sword. But Lin Shen has been using the Jia Dao for so long, and found that this knife may not be worse than the Sherfang Ghosts and God's soul-slaying Dao. It's just that it's not as individual as the Sherfang Ghost and God's soul-slaying sword, nor is it as powerful as the Sherfang Ghost and God's soul-slaying sword. It looks ordinary, but if you can use it correctly, it may be stronger than any knife. The Sherfang Ghost and soul-slaying sword itself is very powerful, but the slag sword requires a strong master to reflect its power. Njiaha held the Sherfang Ghosts and God's soul-slaying sword in his hand, like a destroying angel who had mastered the world-destroying blade. He was condescending, slowly raised the soul-severing sword in his hand, and slashed at Lin Shen. The terrifying sword light turned into a roaring evil ghost and fell from the sky, as if it was going to tear apart and destroy everything. Combined with Njiaha's sword skills and strength, the spirit-slaying sword became even more weird and vicious. The soul-slaying sword possesses the artistic conception and power of the Sanjing sword technique, which is as indestructible as the true evil-killing divine light. Just now, Njiaha's sword and sword Light were shattered by a single blow, making it completely unstoppable. Just when everyone thought Lin Shen would avoid the knife, they saw Lin Shen swinging the knife in his hand again, and it was still the fierce defensive knife. Others may think that the soul-slaying sword is very powerful, but Lin Shen is not afraid at all. The true extreme destruction of evil by the die-hard fans is stronger, but the slag knife can still saw it apart. Unless it is suppressed by absolute power, the effect of the slag knife is infinite. Angjiahe obviously cannot suppress Lin Shen with absolute power. When Lin Shen's various skills are fully activated, Angjiahe's attributes are not much stronger than him, and he cannot reach the level of crushing. The knife and scabbard in Lin Shen's hand are crossed in front of him, and he wants to use the slag knife cutting technique to block the attack of the soul-slaying knife. But when the power of the soul-slaying knife rushed over, Lin Shen was a little stunned. The power of the soul-slaying knife actually rushed directly into the slag knife, causing the platinum-colored slag knife to burn with purple-black flames. Lin Shen did not feel that the power of the 10 Directions Ghosts and God's soul-slaying knife caused damage to the slag knife. Instead, he felt that the slag knife, which originally had no power, was now filled with a powerful force. Lin Shen's mind moved, and he swung the knife backhand. The terrifying power in the knife suddenly turned into the roaring evil ghost power and rushed towards Angjiahe. Angjiahe was in doubt and wanted to swing his sword to block, but he found that the soul-slaying sword in his hand seemed to be fixed in the air, and he couldn't lift it. Angjiahe just dropped his sword and dodged Lin Shen's sword. The terrifying sword energy rushed into the sky, broke through the clouds, and rushed past the artificial suspended island in the clouds. Angjiahe's face was ugly, but he saw that Lin Shen had come to the side of the soul-slaying sword, stretched out his hand to hold the soul-slaying sword, and lifted it up casually. A divine weapon can only be used by a virtuous person. With your character and virtue, you are not worthy of using this knife. Lin Shen held the handle of the soul-slaying knife and stroked the blade. The soul-slaying knife seemed to respond to his touch, making a trembling sound. Suddenly, Lin Shen threw the soul-slaying knife in front of Angjiahe and said lightly, "Don't you want to use this knife? You don't need to snatch it. If you have the ability, take it and use it." Angjiahe's eyes flashed with a strange color, but at this time he was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He had to reach out and hold the 10 Directions Ghost God soul-slaying knife floating in front of him. At the same time, terrifying light energy burst out from his body, trying to control the 10 Directions Ghost God soul-slaying knife by force in his hand. But no matter how his power burst out, it was difficult to make the 10 Directions Ghost God soul-slaying knife move at all. The soul-slaying knife seemed to be fixed in the air and could not move at all. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect such a knife to have such power. Even Angjiahe couldn't do anything with it. How could they know how terrifying the power contained in the 10 Direction Ghost God slashing soul sword was? It was created based on the blueprint of the peerless swordsman of the Xian clan. The Sanjing sword technique was one of the few that could compete with the ancient king of the world. How could Angjiahe, who was just a nirvana, make the 10 Direction Ghost God slashing soul sword surrender? Looking at Angjiahe, who couldn't shake the 10 Direction Ghost God slashing soul sword no matter how hard he tried, a mocking smile appeared on Lin Shen's mouth. He stretched out his palm and whispered, "Come here." The 10 Direction Ghost God slashing soul sword suddenly made a shocking sound, and the terrifying sword energy rushed into the sky, shocking Angjiahe, who was holding him back. The shell on Njiahi's palm was shattered by the sword energy, and his palm was injured and bleeding. But Njiahi ignored the injured palm, just staring at the 10-direction ghost god slashing soul sword that automatically flew towards Lin Shen. He couldn't believe that the soul-slaying blade, which he couldn't control, would obey Lin Shen's orders like a dog. At this moment, Njiahi felt like a clown. Others also looked at Lin Shen, who had already grasped the soul-slaying blade, with complicated expressions, and couldn't help but have strange thoughts in their hearts. Could it be that the divine weapon is really spiritual and the virtuous are in charge? Njiahi's actions made him despise even a knife? If not, how can it be explained that Njiahi couldn't even lift the knife under heaven, but Lin Shen could use it at will? How could they know that the 10 directions ghosts and God's soul-slaying blade was originally forged by Lin Shen, and Lin Shen also comprehended the true extreme evil-slaying divine light? In addition, the slag knife and the 10 directions ghosts and God's soul-slaying blade were originally made from the same furnace. Lin Shen carried the slag knife with him, and he had the aura of the slag knife on him. If there is anyone in this world who can use the soul-slaying blade besides the world under heaven, it is only Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not use the soul-severing knife, but threw it casually, causing it to fly back to Tianxia. Njiahi, let's stop here. The winner has already been decided. If Tianxia had not shown mercy, you would have been killed. Tianxia was the winner, and you would not have been eligible to continue the competition. Lin Shen said lightly. Lin Shen said before that Njiahi was not eligible to participate in the competition, but most people actually disagreed. The Tianren clan is warlike and good at fighting. Njiahi refused to admit defeat and continued to fight, which could barely be said to be the courage to fight to the death. But after the incident with the soul-severing knife, just now, many people looked at Njiahi with a little strangeness. Even those famous young men who had studied in the Hajia Academy now looked at Njiahi with more or less contempt. For someone who even despised a knife, how bad was his character and morality? Although no one said it explicitly, the personality that Njiahi had established before had already cracked. Njiahi naturally knew this, he knew it better than anyone else. But compared to the opportunity of the dark domain lotus seed, he would rather not have these reputations. The opportunity of double nirvana is rare in the ages. And it is related to whether he can stand at the top of the pyramid of the universe in the future. In comparison, a little bit of reputation is nothing. When he becomes immortal and surpasses all the heroes in the future, who will care about what he did before? Everyone will only say, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. The game is a game, and success or failure is determined by winning or losing. According to the rules, I have not admitted defeat, so the game must continue. If you are not convinced, then defeat me with your ability. I allow you to fight on behalf of the little uncle. Do you dare? Njiahi said, with a cold face. No matter what, he must get the dark domain lotus seed today. Just now, he saw that Tianxia had stood up and reached out to hold the knife. He didn't want to continue fighting with Tianxia. The 10 directions ghost and God's soul-slashing knife was too strong. He was not sure of defeating Tianxia holding the knife, so he turned around and provoked Lin Shen to take action. You are shameless, so I will help you. Lin Shen knew that the dark lotus seeds were too precious, and he would never give up until he completely drove Njiahi out. Lin Shen pulled out the slag knife again and continued to fight with Njiahi. Njiahi did not attack immediately. He looked at Lin Shen with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Lin Shen, according to the rules of the game, you can use pets, right? Yes. Lin Shen made the rules, of course, he knew them very well. Then let me show you the real gap between the Ascenders and the Nirvana. Anxiety took out a pet gun from somewhere and fired at the sky one after another. One by one, terrifying Nirvana-level pets flew out. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen Nirvana pets appeared around Anxiety. That one that exudes cold air is a Nirvana-level frost beast, right? I remember that it is a rare Nirvana creature from Bingling Star. And its frost attribute can freeze everything. That is the nine-headed demon worm, the terrifying existence of the hell hole. Worm. The Abyss Demon Walker, the Heavenly Armor Divine Weapon, the Thunder Destroyer. The names were called out one by one, and all of these pets of Anxiety were top-level Nirvana creatures. Any pet that was pulled out could fight with the top Nirvana people. Now more than a dozen Nirvana-level pets appeared on the battlefield at the same time. I am afraid that the top Nirvana people can only run for their lives. What's more, Lin Shen is just an Ascender. Even if he uses pets, he can only summon ascended pets at most, and it is impossible to compete with these pets of Anxiety. It's bad. Lin Shen is still an Ascender and can't use Nirvana pets. This is a big loss. Tian Luo secretly said that it was not good. Xiao Luo, you are too naive. Tian Qingyu seemed to have a different opinion. How am I naive? Tian Luo asked in confusion. Lin Shen is the rule maker of this game. Do you think he could be so careless and leave such a loophole? Tian Qingyu said lightly. He is indeed not such a careless person, but in this situation I really can't think of how to solve it. What do you think? Tian Luo pondered. Who knows? He is always so unexpected. Before today, who could have imagined that he could stop Anxiety? Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen on the battlefield and said strangely, I always feel that he can solve all problems. Window, _Tabula equals window _Tabula, dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01. Container, Tabula, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. The problem is that this problem seems unsolvable. Tian Luo still didn't figure out how Lin Shen could deal with Anxiety and a dozen Nirvana creatures when he ascended. Although the abilities of those Nirvana creatures are relatively simple, and they don't have Anxiety's adaptability and various techniques, their strength and skills are top-notch among Nirvana. Any one of them can kill a group of Ascenders. Everyone in Tianchi Academy was shocked to see that Anxiety actually summoned so many Nirvana creatures, and they were ready to go down to help. However, Lin Shen waved his hand to signal them not to go down, put the slag knife back into the sheath, hung it back on his waist, and looked at Anxiety's pets. Dean Tian, who should leave now? Anxiety did not immediately let these top-quality pets attack Lin Shen, and sneered and mocked. I said, whoever comes today, you have to leave. Lin Shen said, stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the dead powder that was wrapped around him like a rope was pulled out by him. After the dead powder left Lin Shen's body, it immediately became straight, like a javelin carved and polished from a ruby, held in Lin Shen's hand. The spectators were all stunned. They originally thought that Lin Shen would have some killer moves, but they saw that he actually made a strange weapon that looked like a gun but not a gun, and a spear but not a spear. No matter how powerful the weapon is, can it still stop more than a dozen top-grade Nirvana creatures? I'm afraid that those Nirvana creatures can blast Lin Shen into slag with a Nirvana force, and no matter how powerful the technique is, it will be useless. You can summon some pets, even if they are upgraded by flying. Although they are definitely not the opponents of those top-grade Nirvana pets of Anxiety, as long as there are enough of them, they can also distract attention. Stand still and let them kill. They will kill for a while. Some people saw that Lin Shen had no movement, and they were all worried. For Lin Shen. Can you use a gun? Anxiety looked at the dead powder in Lin Shen's hand and smiled. With narrowed eyes. Now it doesn't matter what skills Lin Shen knows. Under the siege of more than a dozen top-grade Nirvana pets, an ascender will die no matter how powerful his skills are. No. Lin Shen held the death powder in his backhand, just like throwing a javelin. He looked at Angiahi and a group of top-grade pets in the sky and said lightly, I don't need to know how to use a gun to deal with you. Just a casual shot will be enough. As he said that, Lin Shen took a big step back with his right leg, and stretched his arm holding the death powder to the extreme, making a move to throw a javelin. The competition is to win. No matter who you are, since you are already here, you have to bear the consequences. You should bear. Angiahi's eyes turned cold, and more than a dozen terrifying Nirvana creatures, with various colors of light on their bodies, looked down at Lin Shen from the sky like the demons that devoured the world. The terrifying power fluctuations made even those who watched the battle from afar feel a little scary. In comparison, Lin Shen, who faced the sky with a gun, seemed so small. Those terrifying Nirvana creatures, like the demon beasts of destruction, descended from all directions with terrifying brilliance, as if they were going to destroy Lin Shen and the entire planet together. Finally, Lin Shen, whose arms and waist had been stretched to the limit, threw the red crystal javelin in his hand. Many people felt a little confused. What's the use of throwing a javelin? Even if it was a magic gun, it would definitely kill a Nirvana creature. There were still more than a dozen terrifying Nirvana creatures, which was irrelevant. Moreover, they had never heard of any weapon that could allow an ascender to kill a Nirvana creature with one strike. The moment the dead powder was thrown by Lin Shen, it was like a red javelin, rushing straight towards one of the Nirvana creatures. The speed of the javelin was very fast, faster than a bullet, but for the Nirvana creature, this speed was far from enough. The Abyss Demon Walker, whose whole body was burning with black flames, stretched out his hand like a demon to catch the dead powder flying in front of him. The other terrifying creatures ignored the dead powder and continued to bar their fangs and claws, like a group of demons dancing wildly, rushing towards Lin Shen with terrifying lights, and the power of Nirvana nurtured in their claws and teeth was about to blast out. Seeing that the Abyss Demon Walker was about to catch the dead powder, everyone was disappointed. But suddenly saw a bright red light on the dead powder. The whole body of the dead powder was lit up with a bright red light, as if the acceleration mode was turned on instantly. Seeing that the Abyss Demon Walker was about to catch the dead powder, his palm was empty. A red lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere, shocking the whole world in an instant. The red light was like a winding lightning in the sky, traveling through the sky at an incredible speed, and instantly pierced through the head of the Abyss Demon Walker and the burning black flames. Fast. Incredibly fast. What was even more incredible was that after the red light pierced through the body of the Abyss Demon Walker, its speed did not slow down at all. It twisted its body like a winding lightning. And in an instant, it strung together all the Nirvana creatures in the sky like a string of bracelets. The red light was too fast, and the remaining light formed a red line in the sky, stringing together the dozen Nirvana creatures, like a demon necklace in the sky. Looking at the flashing red light in the sky, some people's brains did not react for a moment, staring at the sky in a daze, wondering what happened. Why did the javelin thrown by Lin Shen turn by itself? Could it be that the spear was a spiritual base? Even if it was a spiritual base, it couldn't be that fast all of a sudden. Ascendants can only use spiritual bases that have been upgraded, right? And it seemed to have penetrated the heads of more than a dozen Nirvana creatures. How did it do that? Those were top-level Nirvana creatures. How could their Nirvana power and Nirvana-level physical strength be easily penetrated? Even if it was a top-level Nirvana-level strongman, it would be impossible to penetrate the Nirvana power and body of more than a dozen top-level Nirvana creatures in an instant. Looking at the Nirvana creatures that seemed to be strung together in the sky, everyone's brains seemed to be a little confused. All this happened too fast and too unreal. It wasn't until the real body of the dead fan was suspended in the air and motionless, the red light and shadow it left disappeared, and blood holes appeared on the heads of more than a dozen Nirvana creatures, and they fell from the air one after another, that people realized what had happened. More than a dozen top-level Nirvana pets were killed by the strange javelin in an instant. Realizing this, everyone felt their hair stand on end and goosebumps all over their bodies. They had only heard of the names of those Nirvana creatures, each of which was as famous as thunder, but they had never thought that these terrifying existences would be killed in one blow. Looking at the dead powder flashing red in the sky, everyone seemed to suddenly realize for the first time that red seemed to represent danger. Angehi's eyes widened to the limit, looking at the dead fans in the sky, as if he had seen a ghost. Those pets were the best in Nirvana. Even he had spent a lot of money to collect them one by one. How could they be killed in such a moment? This made Angehi doubt for a moment whether Lin Shen was a disguised immortal. No ascender could kill his Nirvana creatures, let alone kill them in an instant. Unless Angehi seemed to realize something, staring at Lin Shen with a gloomy face, and said, "You cheated. The rules of the game do not allow the use of spiritual bases." Angehi's words were suddenly swallowed, because he had seen the dead fans floating in the sky like javelins, and his body swelled up in an instant, turning into an extremely huge monster, like a ruby giant insect, flying down with his strange mouthparts, swallowing the pet corpses that fell to the ground one by one. Fear, unspeakable fear spread in everyone's brain when the death powder killed these Nirvana creatures, because the speed was too fast and there was no blood. Most people felt that the death powder was very strong, but they did not have a clear concept of its horror. It was not until the death powder entered a huge state and swallowed those Nirvana creatures that seemed extremely powerful to them into pieces, that they really felt fear. People always have an innate fear of huge things. The giant death powder, like a dragon-like body, twisted and flew through the sky, swallowing all the pet corpses into its stomach. Then it turned into a normal state and flew back to Lin Shen's hand. It still looked like a spear-like weapon, like a javelin, and there was no change compared to the beginning. But now everyone's eyes looking at it are completely different from before. That is, a pet. A Nirvana-level pet. Some people were full of doubts, and still couldn't believe their eyes. How could Lin Shen, an ascender, use a Nirvana-level pet? Even if it was a Nirvana-level pet, how could it kill more than a dozen top-grade Nirvana creatures at once? Some people even suspected that the dead powder was not a Nirvana pet at all, but an immortal pet. Aren't you going to use a pet? Go on. Lin Shen pointed at Angjiahe in the sky with the dead powder and said. In an instant, Angjiahe felt fear coming like a tide, and subconsciously retreated. To avoid the dead powder. The horror of the dead powder's attack was really too impressive. Angjiahe looked at Lin Shen and felt his throat dry and uncomfortable, as if it had been cracked, and it was difficult to say a word. He was very confident that he would not lose to anyone of the same level, and he would not be afraid of any nirvana. But the strange pet in Lin Shen's hand made Angjiahe realize for the first time that he was not really invincible at the same level, nor was he really fearless. Everyone knew that the battle was over. When the red light necklace appeared in the sky, the battle was over. Angjiahe lost miserably. Lost his character and lost the game. However, what Zenith Star discussed most was not Angjiahe's failure. The Celestials are a race that does not like to fail. Losers will soon be forgotten. They are more discussing the winners. Many people are speculating what kind of pet Lin Shen has in his hand. There is no doubt that it should be a nirvana creature, but they have never seen or heard of such a strange nirvana creature. The key is that pet actually killed more than a dozen top-grade nirvana pets in an instant, which is a bit too abnormal. Some people have called the dead fan the strongest pet under the immortal, but they don't know the name of the dead fan, so someone gave it a nickname Red Warning. Red represents danger. When you see that touch of red, you should know to stay away from it. Lin Shen is an ascender who can become the head of Tian Academy. How can he be an ordinary person? I have known for a long time that he must be extraordinary. Come on, didn't you say before that Lin Shen is a piece of trash, and you can take the position of the head of Tian Academy? I still say that now. Lin Shen is a piece of trash. Give me his knife and Red Warning, I can do it. Tisk. The person at the same table curled his lips. I can say that, I don't even want the knife, give me the Red Warning, I can do anything. Red Warning is really too strong, it is undoubtedly the strongest pet under the immortal. Didn't you see how scared Angjiahe was at that time? He didn't even dare to say a tough word. Fortunately the people from the palace came out and took him away, otherwise I really don't know how he would step down. Red Warning is strong, but don't underestimate Lin Shen. His swordsmanship can force Angjiahe to use pets to win. Apart from Lin Shen, who else among the Ascenders can do it? You all just heard about it. I was there at the time and saw it with my own eyes. Lin Shen's swordsmanship is really amazing. He is definitely the reincarnation of the god of swords. You didn't see that Angjiahe wanted to take the sword of the little emperor's uncle, but in the end, he couldn't even lift it. It was Lin Shen who just casually made a move, and the sword flew into his hand. What do you think is not the god of swords? The story of Lin Shen's battle with Angjiahe was widely spread on Zenith Star. This battle not only made Lin Shen famous, but the reputation of his die-hard fans was even greater than Lin Shen. It's a pity that after swallowing so many top-grade nirvana creatures, this guy entered the nirvana state again and started the third nirvana. This guy's upgrade speed is too fast. He can upgrade as long as he eats. This is too cool. If he continues to develop at this speed, he may become immortal in a short time. Lin Shen thought, if the dead fan is really immortal and can be used by him, then he can really walk sideways in the future. Lin Wan sat in front of her assistant's desk. Today, her eyes were always unfocused, as if she was thinking about something. She also watched the battle between Lin Shen and Angjiahe yesterday. For the dead fan, Lin Wan just thought it was a little interesting and didn't take it seriously. In her long life, she has seen many creatures as powerful as the dead fan, and she doesn't think it's strange. What really concerns her is the swordsmanship used by Lin Shen. Others don't know, but Lin Wan knows it very well. Lin Shen's swordsmanship is derived from her forehand and backhand. But Lin Shen had actually practiced the sword technique to a level that even she didn't recognize, and it was even more bizarre than her forehand and backhand. Why is this person so weird? Lin Wan couldn't help but look at Lin Shen, who came to Tian Academy today and was working in the dean's office. Lin Shen came to Tian Academy today not for work, but to wait for Emperor Tian Shu to send over the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. The game has been played, and there is no sign of the prize yet, so I won't worry about changing it. Won't Emperor Tian Shu covet the Dark Realm Lotus Seeds on his own? Lin Shen was worried when he saw Tian Songyun coming, and he was immediately overjoyed, thinking that Tian Songyun came to deliver the Dark Realm Lotus Seeds. Who knew that Tian Songyun asked Lin Shen to go to the Imperial Palace to meet Emperor Tian Shu, and he didn't know what kind of monster Emperor Tian Shu wanted to be. Lin Shen then thought again. It was normal for something as precious as the Dark Domain Lotus Seed not to be given to others, casually. The Emperor Tian Shu should have given it to him in person. In order to get the Dark Lotus Seeds, and Jiahe didn't even give up his face. If he really asked someone else to bring them over, he might be robbed halfway. This kind of thing is really not impossible. After following Tian Songyun to the Imperial Palace, Lin Shen was now familiar with the road and made a circuitous route to the study room of the palace. Dean Tian, you did a good job and your sword skills are good. Emperor Tian Shu praised Lin Shen in a rare way. When doing things for the emperor, you should do your best. Lin Shen bowed slightly and said in salute. The matter is done. Do you want the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds or not? Emperor Tian Shu said suddenly. Lin Shen was so depressed that he wanted to curse, this old fox, doesn't he want to hack my Dark Lotus Seeds? I said, how can there be such a good thing, such a rare treasure that he will give me? It seems that Tianshuan baby made a mistake this time, the old guy has no intention of giving me the Dark Lotus Seeds. This kind of question is simply a proposition. Just say you want it, Emperor Tian Shu has no intention of giving it to him. Just say you don't want it. After all the effort, even the die-hard fans were exposed. It's really unacceptable. After thinking about it, Lin Shen still said, I want it. It's not that Lin Shen didn't want to say something flattering, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say anything unnecessary. As long as you want it, then you can go to En's first mansion to get it. Emperor Tianshu's words made Lin Shen's eyes widen. Your Majesty, can you let the people of the En family work harder, send Dark Domain Lotus Seeds here? How could Lin Shen dare to go to En's first mansion? He secretly cursed in his heart, I knew that Dark Domain Lotus Seeds were not this old man. He is generous with his things. After working for a long time, the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are all at his house. Now I go to Anjia. Can Anjiaha let me go? Can Ani give me the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds? Lianzi is the one who has seen hell, this pit is really big. If we can let them send it over, why do you need to get it? Emperor Tian Shu said with a half-smile, the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are a natural foreign object. They grow on a planet that is completely different from the normal planet. The growth conditions are very harsh. After being picked, special methods are needed to preserve it. The only place on the zenith star that can preserve the dark domain lotus seeds is the Goli nest in the first mansion of the Yin family. If you want to get the dark domain lotus seeds, you can only go to Goli nest to get them yourself. After taking out the dark domain lotus seeds, you need to swallow them on the spot in Goli nest, otherwise the dark domain lotus seeds will dissipate into the world on their own. Between Your Majesty, will swallowing the dark lotus seeds lead to nirvana immediately? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. The lotus seeds from the dark realm cannot bring you to nirvana. It will only slowly change your physique, giving your body the characteristics of the dark realm. Seeing Lin Shen's confused face, Emperor Tianshu continued. To explain, the lotus seeds from the dark realm, it has a very special property. How to describe this property? You should have heard of many conjectures about dark matter. You can think of dark lotus seeds as a kind of dark matter. It has completely different properties from ordinary matter. When you use the dark domain lotus seed, it will change your body characteristics and let your body also have the characteristics of the dark domain. Under this characteristic, you can choose 2 nirvana powers with completely different attributes. To perform dual nirvana without being affected is the key to double nirvana. That's it. Lin Shen quietly realized. However, the characteristics of the dark domain lotus seeds are not applicable to the ordinary world. After you use the dark domain lotus seeds, the dark domain properties that your body has been transformed into will also disappear with the passage of time. According to previous experience, swallowing about 1 month after placing the dark field seeds, the dark field characteristics are the strongest. After 1 month, the dark field characteristics of the body will gradually disappear, and in about a year, the dark field characteristics will completely disappear. You'd better complete nirvana within about a month after swallowing the dark lotus seeds. If it's too early, the success rate will be lower and lower. After Lin Shen left the imperial palace, he was thinking about how to go to An's first mansion to get the dark domain lotus seeds. Now An's first mansion may have regarded him as a thorn in their flesh. Now that he goes to An's first mansion, they will definitely not let him take away the dark domain lotus seeds. But if you don't go, you won't be able to get back the lotus seeds from the dark realm, and there will be no hope for double nirvana. The Tianshu Emperor shouldn't let me die. Right? Lin Shen gritted his teeth and decided to go to the Yin family's first mansion to get the dark domain lotus seeds. Before going, Lin Shen also asked Tian Sun for his opinion. Tian Sun said that An would not do anything to him in An's first mansion, but if he went to get the dark lotus seeds, he would inevitably be embarrassed. As long as your life is not lost, then let's go. Lin Shen originally planned to bring the people from Tianchi Academy and the 4 Yexing girls with him. Even if he asked them to wait outside the gate, others would know that he had entered the Yin family's first mansion. If the people of the Yin family want to do anything to him, they have to be a little cautious. But Lin Shen's idea was rejected by Tian Sun. Tianshuan said, "Do you know that An walked directly into the Tianchi Academy and cut off the head of the former dean of the Tianchi Academy in front of everyone?" At that time, the dean of the Tianchi Academy was a powerful person, far more glorious than you are now. An can kill such a person at will. Do you think the few people you bring with you can have any impact? On the contrary, it will be counterproductive. If you go to ask for things like this, the people of the Yin first mansion will give them to you. In the future, others will follow your example. How can the Yin first mansion gain a foothold in this Tianding star? Lin Shen thought about it, and it was right. If An really wanted to kill him, it would be useless for him to bring more people. Thinking about it this way, Lin Shen understood. He didn't plan to bring anyone with him. He prepared a small gift and then went to visit Annie alone. Lin Shen came to the gate of the Yin first mansion. The Yin family guarding the gate saw that it was him, and naturally they didn't look happy. Lin Shen was not angry. He presented gifts and visiting cards, and secretly stuffed a small gift to the Yin family guarding the gate. The Yin family member wanted to refuse verbally, and even wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but when he saw clearly what Lin Shen quietly put into his hand, his expression became a little strange and complicated. You wait here. Whether my master is willing to see you depends on your luck. The guard said loudly and turned to go in, then closed the door heavily, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was neglecting Lin Shen. As Tian expected, and he did not refuse to see him, but he really did not see him. An family member named Njishue received Lin Shen. Njishue was polite and behaved like a gentleman. When talking to Lin Shen, he did not make people feel neglected or hostile, just like receiving an ordinary guest. Njishue told Lin Shen that Dean Annie was busy with official duties and could not spare time to receive Lin Shen. However, Dean Annie already knew the purpose of Lin Shen's visit, so he asked Njishue to take Lin Shen to Gully Nest and let him go to get the Dark Domain Lotus seeds. Lin Shen frowned when he heard it. Gully Nest can store Dark Domain Lotus seeds because it is an extremely special place. According to Emperor Tian, the location where the first mansion of the Yin family was built was originally a nest of an immortal creature. The Gully Nest was originally the place where the immortal creature gave birth to its offspring. There was a special energy surge inside. Ordinary people who entered the Gully Nest were easily eroded by that special energy, and their bodies would be infected with a strange disease. For people infected with that strange disease, the hardness of the bones in their bodies will increase abnormally, but the toughness will decrease. The result is that the patient's bones will become as hard and brittle as glass. If they fall, all the bones in their body will be shattered, and it will be almost difficult for them to fight with others in the future. Not to mention fighting, even walking must be careful. If you accidentally fall, you may die. The closer you are to the storage location of the Dark Domain Lotus seeds, the stronger the special energy will be, and the more serious the erosion of your body will be. Unless you have the ability to resist special energy, when you retrieve the Dark Domain Lotus seeds, you may become a glass man. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts warned Lin Shen that the special energy is very special, and the general nirvana power has no effect on it. Among the various properties currently known, only Anyi's nirvana property can resist the erosion of that special energy. In other words, Anyi is the only one who can enter the Gully Nest and take out the Dark Domain Lotus seeds. Now Anyi didn't say that he would not give him the Dark Domain Lotus seeds, but he wanted Lin Shen to go to Gulliwo to get them himself, which was no different from not giving them to him. Anyi's attitude was very clear. If you have the ability, you can take them. If you don't have the ability, the Dark Domain Lotus seeds will have to stay in the first mansion of the Yin family. Brethren, can I meet Dean Annie? Lin Shen looked at Njishue and asked. Dean Tian can call me by my name. I am just a housekeeper and I am not worthy of being called Dean. Njishue said in embarrassment, now is a time of trouble. Many planets in the border areas of our clan have been in constant friction with various clans. In order to solve these problems, My master has not returned to the mansion for many days. It is really difficult to split himself to see. Dean Tian. Please forgive me, Dean Tian. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Knowing that the Yin family was making things difficult for him, Lin Shen had no choice but to not get angry. He would rather meet someone like Njiahe, who would come up to deal with him, so that Lin Shen could raise his hand and slap him in the face. People like Njiahe make people feel powerless. Lin Shen's heart moved. Dean Tian is busy with official duties, and I can't disturb him, but I still need to inform you of such an important matter. I wonder if I can meet Mr. N? Dean Tian, I'm really sorry. My son was seriously injured and has not recovered. He went to a foreign planet to treat his injuries. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back in the next few days, so I can't meet you in person. And Njiahe blocked Lin Shen's way with just one sentence. Lin Shen sighed lightly. In that case, I'll visit you another day. And Njiahe smiled bitterly and said, Dean Tian, you must not do that. My master has told us that we dare not keep such precious things in the mansion any longer. If anything goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. The master repeatedly reminded us that if you come, you must let Dean Tian take the things away. Our mansion really has no ability to keep them. If it is really inconvenient for Dean Tian to take away the dark domain lotus seeds, if you want to deposit them here, you have to write a disclaimer. If there is any problem with the dark domain lotus seeds, we really can't afford to pay for it. Please understand the discomfort of us servants. Lin Shen thought, this means that if I don't take the dark domain lotus seeds today, they will swallow them themselves. Lead the way. Lin Shen knew that since he was here today, he might not be able to take away the dark domain lotus seeds. And he wanted to embarrass him, but Lin Shen couldn't do what he wanted. If an E gets an immortal creature to guard there, Lin Shen really has no way to deal with it. But that special energy that can make people sick sounds similar to viruses. Evolution is the most effective way to deal with this kind of thing. And Njiahe brought Lin Shen to a courtyard in the backyard of the Yin family's first mansion, where there was a large tomb more than 10 feet high. Is this the gully nest? Lin Shen thought it was a large tomb, no matter how he looked at it. That's right. And Njiahe smiled and nodded. Are you sure this is not a tomb? Lin Shen even saw a huge stone tablet several meters high on the side of the gully nest. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a tombstone. How can it be a tomb? This is the gully nest. If you don't believe me, look at the tablet. And Njiahe pointed at the stone tablet and said. Lin Shen looked at the stone tablet and saw that the two largest characters on it were gully, and there were many smaller characters behind it. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that it was an article to encourage learning. The general meaning is that you should start learning early and not slack off, etc. These are all old-fashioned things and are not very interesting to read. And Njiahe explained. On the side, Guli is the name of the first son born to the first master of the Yin family. Guli is a child, very playful and naughty, almost to the point of being hated by people and ghosts. At that time, the owner of an E mansion engraved this article of encouragement and Guli's name here to warn the descendants of an E mansion to study hard and not be playful. Is it useful to encourage students to learn like this? Lin Shen thinks this is nonsense. If you give such advice and write it down, will your children listen? Useful, very useful. And Njiahe's answer was beyond Lin Shen's expectation. And Jishua said seriously, the master of an Ifu threw Guli into Guli's nest and took Guli out a few days later. At that time, Guli had already turned into a glass man. Take it casually. The collision would cause him to suffer comminuted fractures, and he would be lame in his legs and hands in a few days. When the children around him saw Li's appearance, they all became very well behaved, and they all loved learning. Lin Shen was dumbfounded after hearing this, and after a while he said, the master of an mansion is really a person who understands education. With this kind of education method, no other child will dare to be disobedient. That's not necessarily true. There will always be some mavericks who ignore the lessons of their predecessors. And Jishua said calmly, Are Jishua talking about me? Lin Shen heard the implication of Jishua's words, but remained calm. Window, _tabula equals window _tabula, _tabula, push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula, below article thumbnail, 300x250. Placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target _type, mix. If Dean Tian is willing to listen, I really have a few words from the bottom of my heart that I want to share with you. And Jishua did not deny it, but did not admit it either, so he turned to say, Would you like to hear it? You've already said it, haven't you? Now that you've said it, let's finish it. Lin Shen said calmly. If I were you, the dean, I would not enter Guli's nest. And Jishua continued, no matter how good the treasure is, it is only something external to the body, and how can it be compared with my own body? The body's hair and skin are affected by it. Parents, how precious can you bet on your life? It doesn't matter whether you take something or not. What matters is whether you can enjoy what you take out. That makes sense. Then please Jishua, please ask Dean and E to let him go in and help me take out my things. Lin Shen said. And Jishua suddenly burst into laughter. Dean Tian is joking. My master works day and night for important matters in the clan. He has no time to take care of these things. You'd better take care of it yourself. What I just said is just what I said from the bottom of my heart. Since you can't listen, go in, and I won't say anything else. Lin Shen said nothing more and looked towards the entrance of Guli's nest. Like a tomb, there is an arched passage just behind the stone monument. There is no door in the passage, only stone steps leading all the way down. It is not clear how deep it is. Lin Shen came to the passage and looked at the darkness inside, which was like the entrance to hell. The wind blowing from inside was a bit cold, which made Lin Shen couldn't help but shiver. And Jishua stood sideways, instead of facing directly at the entrance of the passage, like Lin Shen, and said, after Dean Tian goes in, keep walking along the passage, and you will see what you are looking for. Lin Shen seemed not to have heard anything and stood in front of the passage, staring straight into the passage. He could feel that something was wrong with the wind blowing out of the passage. The cold wind seemed to be blowing into the seams of his bones, making his bones tremble with coldness. Lin Shen guessed that the special energy in Guli nest should be contained in this wind, but the amount was relatively small. He turned sideways and stood aside, waiting for the changes in the theory of evolution. If the theory of evolution did not work, he would definitely not go in again. When Jishua saw Lin Shen's actions, he thought he knew he was scared and didn't dare to go in or out of the nest, so he couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen stood for a while, suddenly used the base carapace, and then walked towards the passage. And Jishua was slightly startled. He originally thought that Lin Shen was about to back down, but why did he suddenly become so determined? Again. Dean Tian, please listen to my last sentence. And Jishua stopped Lin Shen and said again, Guli's father, the first master of an Ifu, also died in the end. In this Guli nest, he is an immortal level strongman. Lin Shen understood what he meant, but had no intention of retreating. Without saying a word, he walked down the steps into the darkness. And Jishua did not dare to approach the passage, so he stood on the side and looked around, but Lin Shen could no longer be seen. He really went in. And Jiahe walked out of nowhere and came to Jishua's side. He looked at the dark passage and said coldly, you are really a thing that doesn't know whether to live or die. It will turn into glass in the future. A human being is a useless person. How can Emperor Tianshu control his life or death? And Jishua smiled bitterly and said, young master, although he is useless, the lotus seeds in the dark realm will also be taken away. We did not win. Lin Shen lost, we lost, and the only one who won was the Emperor of Heaven. I really didn't want him to take this path, but I didn't expect him to be so determined. He didn't get what I couldn't get, and it cost him his life. That's enough. And Jiahe could say this, which showed that he hated Lin Shen deeply. If it weren't for Lin Shen, and Jiahe would still be the highly regarded young master Jiahe, and the dean of the academy. After the battle with Lin Shen, his reputation was not as good as it used to be. Some young men from famous families even quietly dropped out of school and stopped going to the academy. As Lin Shen walked down the passage, he felt as if a dark wind was blowing into his body like a knife. The carapace, which had already fully activated its skills, could not block the strange and light wind. Fortunately, the theory of evolution has begun to run wildly, and the warmth in his body is gradually growing, allowing him to gradually adapt to this weird wind. While walking and stopping along the way, Lin Shen discovered that there were many sculptures of gods and humans carved on the stone walls on both sides of the passage. The postures of each of the celestial beings are different, but looking at the faces of those celestial beings, they are the same person. The light on Lin Shen's carapace could illuminate the nearby area. Lin Shen took a quick look and found that these celestial figures should depict a celestial being performing some kind of sacrificial ceremony. The further down you go, the stronger the cold feeling becomes, but it's not as freezing as the real cold, it's just cold, cold to the bone. There was no ice or frost in the cave, but it was still a little damp. And Jishua was right, he just had to keep walking along the steps. There were no forks here at all. Although the steps turned a corner, there was only one way going down. After walking for a while, Lin Shen began to feel that his body was getting hotter and hotter. He was sweating profusely and wished he could peel off a layer of skin to dissipate the heat in his body. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Shen to take off his clothes in a place like this. He didn't even take off his carapace and continued walking down. On the stone walls on both sides, the celestial beings' movements became more and more strange, as if the sacrifice had reached a critical moment. Lin Shen walked and looked all the way. When he saw the heavenly man scraping himself alive as a sacrifice, the steps had reached the end. Damn. He said, this is not a tomb. Lin Shen saw a cave at the end of the steps, and a sarcophagus was placed in the cave. The lid of the sarcophagus was open and pushed aside. Lin Shen took out the luminous flower and looked around the entire cave. Apart From the sarcophagus, there was nothing else worth noting, and no trace of the dark lotus seed was found. The place where the dark lotus seeds are placed must be inside the sarcophagus, right? Lin Shen was sweating more and more, almost dehydrated. He did not dare to waste any more time and walked quickly towards the sarcophagus. When he lowered his head and looked into the sarcophagus, he was immediately startled. In the sarcophagus, there was a corpse without facial features. The strange appearance almost scared Lin Shen to the point of drawing his sword. But upon closer inspection, it was not a faceless corpse at all, but a stone statue with no carved facial features. On the forehead of this stone statue, there is a mysterious crystal-like gem inlaid, and there seems to be a red light looming inside. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that it looked like a black crystal lotus seed. It should be the dark lotus seed. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts said that if you get the dark domain lotus seed, you must eat it, otherwise the dark domain lotus seed will leave the gully nest and be affected by the environment and slowly dissipate. Lin Shen reached out and picked the dark domain lotus seed that looked like a black gem from the forehead of the faceless stone man. Half of the dark domain lotus seed was embedded in the stone, but it was not fixed very firmly. Lin Shen gently pulled it out. It was in the shape of a lotus seed, oval, about 2 centimeters long and less than 1 centimeter wide. Although it was a black crystal, you could see the vertical direction of the crystal. In the middle of the interior, there was a crystal column emitting white fluorescence, and white light was flowing in the crystal column. If you look at it from the top of the oval, it looks like a black eye with a white pupil emitting fluorescence. It was obviously a crystal, but when Lin Shen held it in his hand, he felt like air and could not feel any weight. If you close your eyes, you can't even feel its existence. It is lighter than air. This is a very wonderful experience. You don't even know if it really exists in this world. It's as if its existence itself is a dream and unreal. There is nothing to hesitate. Lin Shen put the dark lotus seed into his mouth and wanted to swallow it. But Lin Shen only felt as if he swallowed a ball of air, and then he felt a surge of air in his body. Lin Shen endured for a while, but finally couldn't help it. He let out a series of loud farts, one after another, like a cannon. Lin Shen even doubted whether his clothes would be broken. Fortunately, he came here today and was dressed more formally. He was wearing the combat suit that the Heavenly Art Emperor gave him, which was not so easy to be torn. Lin Shen's stomach was getting more and more gas, and the loud farts continued. As the gas was discharged, Lin Shen didn't know if he had an illusion. He felt that his weight was getting lighter and lighter, as if he was about to float up, and he actually had a feeling of being weak and not light wind. When he was about to leave, Lin Shen took another look at the sarcophagus, only to find that the faceless stone man inside the sarcophagus had dense black and red lines on his body. The black and red lines were like the whole body's arteriovenous blood vessels, but their direction was obviously different from that of the blood vessels. What is this? Lin Shen lowered his head and observed carefully for a while. But he couldn't figure out what these black and red lines were. However, it can be seen that these black and red lines all extend from the place where the dark domain lotus seeds were embedded just now. Black and red are like the roots of plants, gradually spreading on the faceless stone man's body, and are about to spread all over the stone man's body. The black and red lines are intertwined, but they do not affect each other. After they fill the whole body of the stone man, they form two completely different systems, as if some kind of power is circulating in the black and red lines. And the small circular groove where the lotus seeds were originally located is simultaneously red and black, like the shape of a Tai Chi yin-yang fish. What's even more bizarre is that the black and red yin-yang fish is actually rotating slowly. As the yin-yang fish rotates, the black and red lines are constantly changing. Some black lines will gradually change into red lines, and some red lines will also turn into black lines. Lin Shen can clearly feel that the abnormal energy in the cave has become stronger. Fortunately, the theory of evolution has gradually adapted to the impact of this energy on the body. Lin Shen only feels that there are two kinds of energy, cold and hot, constantly changing, and he has not been affected too much. This reminds Lin Shen of the two fish on the top of the Feishing pool, one of which even spit saliva at him. Lin Shen looked at it and suddenly saw that there were small red dots of acupuncture points on the body of this stone man. Huh. How can there be acupuncture points on the stone man? Could it be that it is not something carved by humans, but a stone man creature? Lin Shen was shocked. But he immediately found something wrong, because there were many red dots of acupuncture points on the body of this stone man. And the number was unimaginable. If this stone man is really alive, then there are too many acupuncture points and weak points on its body, and there are even many red dots on its face and feet. What's even more strange is that those red acupuncture points are distributed on the red and black lines, like nodes. What on earth is this stone man? Lin Shen was more and more surprised. He hesitated for a moment and reached out to touch one of the red dots. The acupuncture point he touched was on a red line on his arm. As he touched it, it actually worked. After he touched the red dot, the red line behind the red dot gradually dried up and disappeared like a stream that had stopped flowing. Lin Shen touched the red dot again, removing the restriction of the acupuncture point, and the disappeared red line slowly recovered and reappeared. He tried several times in a row, touching different red and black acupuncture points, and the result was that the black and red lines at different positions disappeared. Some acupuncture points have fewer red and black lines, and some acupuncture points will have a lot of red and black lines disappear after acupuncture points are pressed, and even the red and black lines on half of the stone man's body will disappear. This thing, can't it be an acupuncture point array? Lin Shen studied it for a while and found that it seemed to be true. Could it be that acupuncture points are real, and not just the power created by the fire? Lin Shen felt more and more strange as he looked at it. Each acupuncture point seemed to have different functions. But Lin Shen had not yet figured out what these acupuncture points were used for. Although he did not understand, this thing seemed to be related to acupuncture, so Lin Shen wanted to write them down. So he took out a small notebook, drew all the acupuncture point arrays, and then pressed those acupuncture points, and then recorded the pattern of the disappearance of those red and black lines. What will be the consequences if all the acupuncture points are sealed? After writing down all the acupuncture points and the red and black lines they controlled, Lin Shen pointed like the wind, and pressed all the acupuncture points along the direction of the flow of the black and red lines. The black and red lines became fewer and fewer, until finally, all the black and red lines on the stone man disappeared completely. The black and red colors in the groove on the stone man's forehead became thicker and thicker, as if they were about to overflow. Click! The stone man's face, without any facial features, suddenly split open in the middle, like a robot's visor, revealing a fist-sized space under the face. There was something stuffed inside, like a silk product. Lin Shen pulled out the slag knife, stood far away, and carefully used the tip of the slag knife to pick out the things inside. The thing that was picked out was a very thin silk product, so thin that it was already transparent, even thinner than plastic wrap. It was just a small lump of something as big as a fist. When I picked it out and spread it out, it turned out to be dozens of square meters in size, with densely embroidered handwriting on it. Are the world in your eyes and the world in my eyes the same world? Lin Shen felt a little baffled when he saw the first sentence of the chapter. You can see these words, and the world in your eyes should be a little different from that of ordinary people. Lin Shen continued reading. I don't know what the world is like in other people's eyes. Everyone around me told me what the world is like when I was young, but the world I saw was different from what they said. I once doubted, there is something wrong with my brain, I am an alien that is different from others, a hopeless patient. In the end, I chose to live in the imaginary world, the world they call. The more Lin Shen read it, the more he felt that it was like an autobiography of a mental illness. The sentences in it were very messy, and even some places were not coherent. The person who left these words has been saying that the world he sees is different from the world others see. Although he knew that the other person might be sick, Lin Shen's curiosity was aroused and he couldn't help but continue to read, wondering how the world in this person's eyes was different from the world in the eyes of normal people. Until one day, I came here, and I suddenly discovered that maybe this world is not what they said, maybe the world I see is the real world. When the text reaches this point, the handwriting becomes very sloppy. It seemed that the other party was very excited when he embroidered these words. From then on, I firmly believed that everything I saw was real, but in order not to be regarded as an alien and not to let people around me look at me like a monster, I chose to spend my life acting and playing a character, a normal person in their eyes. I succeeded. They all thought that my illness was cured and I could live like a normal person. But only I knew that they were all wrong. They were the ones who were abnormal. They were the ones who were sick. I spent my whole life trying to find a truly normal person like me, but until I was almost at the end of my life, I still couldn't find a normal person like me. The world is sick, everyone is sick, but they don't know they are sick, and I am the only one who is not sick. The world is so ridiculous, when everyone is wrong, only you are right, then what was originally right becomes wrong. Although the writing is very simple and does not contain too much emotional description, Lin Shen can still feel a strong sense of unwillingness and loneliness between the lines. Lin Shen remembered a book he had read, and there seemed to be a sentence like this. I stood in a sea of people, looking around at a loss. Why can't my eyes reflect a similar figure? Are my eyes sick? I wrote my true understanding of the world in a form that the world can understand into a so-called technique. If someone can practice this technique, maybe they can see the world I see. But I'm disappointed again. No one can master my technique, just like they can't see the world I see. They think this technique is nonsense and they can't practice it at all. Even if I tried my best to find some so-called geniuses to practice my skills, they couldn't even get started. Could it be that I was wrong? Am I sick? No, I'm not sick. I know that I am not sick, but they are sick. Just because they cannot see the real world does not mean that the real world does not exist. Since I can see the real world, then there must be people like me who can see to the real world. The content below is getting more and more confusing, even a little incoherent, repeating again and again that he is not sick, but the world is sick. My life is coming to an end, and I have no time to look for the same kind of people, so I made this stone statue of the living dead. If someone who is not sick can come here, open the stone statue of the living dead, and see what I have left behind, then please believe that you are not sick and there is nothing wrong with you. It is the world that is sick. And those patients who are wrong. Lin Shen tried his best to summarize the messy content below. Apart from the crazy words he said, the following content is the kind of technique he created. Tell me, what kind of world have you seen? Lin Shen was anxious, but the man didn't say anything. From his perspective, being able to find something inside the stone statue of the living dead meant that the visitor was a normal person like him, and there was no need for him to say anything. As for the techniques he left behind, they are tools that he has been studying in the hope that patients can use them to treat their illnesses and finally see clearly what the world is really like. It seems that this is really a lunatic. Lin Shen felt that what this person said was random and had no substance at all. What could it be if it wasn't a mental illness? But Lin Shen was shocked after seeing the techniques he used to treat diseases. The first sentence of this unnamed technique, which he casually calls a treatment method, is human is not a human, but a suture monster, an aggregation of many lives. This kind of suture is not a simple patchwork. It is a more complex structure. You only need to find the connection points of the structure, and you can easily control or even split them. Lin Shen felt that although what was said above was a bit bizarre, it was not something that could not be understood using scientific concepts. But the further back I look, the more bizarre and outrageous I feel. The patient can't see the connection points, so I used the stone statue of the living dead and used the energy here to create a suture diagram that ordinary people can see, in order to facilitate the patient's understanding. In fact, the suture diagram does not really represent the suture structure. But in order to make the patient understand, this is also a no-brainer. Just like drawing a three-dimensional creature into a two-dimensional one. This is an expression of dimensionality reduction, but this is the only thing I can do. Lin Shen continued to look down, and his expression became weird, because the connection points that this man wanted others to understand were actually the acupuncture points he saw. There was even a diagram of the human body below, with all the acupuncture points clearly marked, which was exactly the same as what Lin Shen saw. No way. Lin Shen looked frightened. He originally thought that this was a lunatic, but now he actually saw things that a lunatic could see. Could it be that he was also a lunatic? Fuck, I'm not a psychopath. Lin Shen cursed and continued to read the following content. A psychopath can only imagine that he can really press acupoints, which is definitely different. Now Lin Shen wants to know whether this person can use the technique he created. If he can't use it himself, then he must be a psychopath. Unfortunately, no one can give Lin Shen an answer. The following is basically an explanation of the role of that technique, so that people can understand the real world through this technique. Lin Shen found that the role of this technique is more and more similar to that of acupoint pressing. It's not the acupoint pressing in reality, but the acupoint pressing techniques. In video works, which can make people stay still, make people cry, make people laugh, and make people's bodies undergo all kinds of incredible changes. According to this person's theory, acupoint pressing temporarily blocks the connection between the organisms that make up a part of the body and the entire body's life system, so that those organisms cannot react temporarily. And the part of the body function they represent will naturally no longer have any effect. In the eyes of ordinary people, the world is what it should be. People are people, houses are houses, mountains are mountains, and trees are trees. But in my world, there are only endless monsters in this world. They are looking at me, looking at me. Fellows, remember my name, although this name does not belong to me, but to the countless lives that make up my body, but that is the only proof that I have existed. My name is Goli. The last paragraph finally let Lin Shen know who wrote these things. He originally thought it was Goli's father, the first generation Ani, but he didn't expect that it would be Goli who was thrown into Goli's nest and turned into a glass man. No wonder this place is named after Goli. Lin Shen read it several times again. After making sure there was nothing missing, he folded the thin silk and put it away, and then turned and left. He wanted to try whether the method Goli said was useful. In addition to being able to control the human body, does acupoint pressing have these strange effects? Lin Shen hoped that this technique would really be useful, but he was also afraid that it would really be useful. If it really works, doesn't it mean that the world that Goli sees is what the world should be like? Lin Shen thought again, maybe Goli is just a person with extraordinary talent, born to be able to see the microscopic world. He can see the microscopic world, so he feels that this world is different from the world that ordinary people see. After returning to the original path and walking out of Goli's nest, Lin Shen saw Jiahe and Njishue standing outside. Jiahe and Njishue saw Lin Shen coming out and didn't feel that they were away. The energy of Goli's nest does not kill people, but can cause changes in people's bodies. It is normal for Lin Shen to come out. But when they saw Lin Shen's appearance, they couldn't help but be stunned. Although the glass man is not really turned into glass all over, it is just a description. However, people whose bodies have changed in Goli's nest will have an abnormal luster on their skin, which is easy to identify and can be seen at a glance. But Lin Shen didn't have that luster on his body, at least they didn't see it. Could it be that Lin Shen didn't reach the deepest part of the Goli nest, so his body was not affected too much? And Jiahe was delighted, if that's the case. Even if he didn't take the dark domain lotus seeds, his body was also affected. That kind of impact is irreversible, and he will still be a useless person in the future. And Njishue had the same idea, and he looked at Jiahe, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. At this moment, there was a sudden rumble, and the Goli nest, which looked like a big tomb, collapsed directly with a loud rumble, as if there was an earthquake. The originally high-raised tomb suddenly sank, filling up the passages and caves inside, and the tomb became flat. And Njishue and Jiahe were both dumbfounded, staring blankly at the collapsed Goli nest, and their brains were a little confused for a while. Why did the Goli nest collapse? The mound of soil in the Goli nest, which looked like a tomb, looked like soil, but it was actually a special material that could not be blown up even with a nuclear bomb. Lin Shen was also slightly stunned when he saw the Goli nest behind him collapse. His instinctive reaction was to speed up his pace and leave this place quickly. Stop right there, you. What did you do? And Jiahe roared and rushed towards Lin Shen, trying to stop him. I didn't do anything. But I suggest that we should leave here immediately. Lin Shen pointed at the collapsed Goli nest and said. Jiahe and Njishue, who rushed over angrily, were stunned for a moment. They immediately realized what happened and looked in horror in the direction of the Goli nest. They saw that there was a white mist of cold air, slowly emerging from the cracks in the collapsed place. The two shuddered immediately, and they didn't care about finding Lin Shen. To settle the account, they turned around and ran at the first time, shouting while running, asking everyone in an E-mansion to leave an E-mansion immediately. The strange energy in the gully nest leaked out. If they didn't retreat in time, everyone here would become a brittle glass man. Dealing with Lin Shen was no longer the most important thing. There were so many old people and children in Ani Mansion, and they had to be moved out as soon as possible. Ani Mansion was in chaos, and Lin Shen took the opportunity to leave Ani Mansion. He did not return to Tianshi Mansion, but went to the Imperial Palace to meet Tianshu Emperor as soon as possible. Although he didn't intentionally destroy Gully's nest, will Ani listen to his explanation? Only Emperor Tianshu can help him suppress this matter. A strange thing happened to the Zenith Star people today. The people of Ani Mansion fled from Ani Mansion as if they were fleeing. Some people didn't even have time to put on their clothes. Some were wearing pajamas, some lost their shoes, some were holding babies, and some were carrying the elderly. 4a. While the streets outside Ani Mansion were crowded with those respectable men in Ani Mansion who usually dressed brightly and seemed to be high and mighty. When the people nearby saw this scene, they were secretly surprised and wondered if Ani Mansion had caught fire. But with the ability of those people in Ani Mansion, no matter how big the fire was, they could put it out easily. There was no need to panic at all. Could it be that Ani died, Ani Mansion was going to collapse, and all the people in the family were driven out? People couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Apart from this possibility, they really couldn't think of why the people of Ani Mansion left Ani Mansion as if they were fleeing. Gathered outside Ani Mansion, and looked eagerly at the mansion where they once lived. Their eyes were clearly filled with panic, confusion, fear, anger, and unwillingness. Could it be that the Yin family is really going to fall? Everyone had never seen the people of Ani Mansion so embarrassed and uneasy. Ani rushed back to An's house as soon as he received the news, and did not come out for a long time after entering Yi's house. It is obviously not an easy task to suppress the strange energy in Gully's nest. Fortunately, Ani came back in time. If it had been any later, not only in Yi's mansion, but also the surrounding residents would have been affected and had to move out. When Jiahe and Jishue went to find Lin Shen, they could no longer find him, and their teeth were almost broken with hatred. Lin Shen must die. And Jiahe's words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Lin Shen asked to see Emperor Tianshu. Fortunately, Emperor Tianshu seemed to have known that he would come for a long time. Tian Songyun was waiting inside the palace gate. Tian Songyun brought Lin Shen to the study again. Lin Shen came up and begged Emperor Tianshu with a grimace, "Your Majesty, you have to help me. You didn't get the dark lotus seeds, did you?" Emperor Tianshu said as he drank tea. He had already expected that it would not be easy for Lin Shen to obtain the dark domain lotus seeds from an Ifu. "I got the dark domain lotus seeds." Lin Shen's answer made the Emperor Tianshu slightly startled. Emperor Tianshu looked Lin Shen up and down and found no signs of vitrification on Lin Shen's body. His skin was normal and not glowing. "It seems you are not stupid. Who went deep into Gully's nest for you and took out the dark lotus seeds?" Emperor Tianshu thought that Lin Shen asked someone else to go deep into Gully's nest and obtain the dark lotus seeds on his behalf. But as soon as the words came out, Emperor Tianshu felt that something was wrong. He stared at Lin Shen and frowned and said, "Since you have obtained the dark domain lotus seeds, what else do you want me to help you with?" "Your Majesty, I took the lotus seeds, but there was something wrong." Lin Shen didn't know how to say this. "You had a fight with people from the Yin family and injured them?" Emperor Tian said in a deep voice, then. "It's your fault. You should not fight back when hit or scolded, and then I can help you." "Didn't do anything." Lin Shen shook his head. "Then what did you do?" When Emperor Tian heard that he didn't do anything, he felt relieved. He picked up the teacup and took another sip of tea. Goli's nest collapsed. Lin Shen said helplessly. "Pfft." The sip of tea that Emperor Tian had just taken into his mouth spurted out. His eyes widened and he stared at Lin Shen in disbelief and said, "What did you say?" "Say it again?" "Go." Li's nest collapsed, but I really didn't want it to collapse. Lin Shen defended himself. However, Emperor Tian was not in the mood to listen to his excuse. He immediately took out the communicator, turned on the entire button, and then saw the holographic image of an Ifu, which was still from an aerial perspective. Seeing the Yin family in a state of embarrassment outside an Ifu, Emperor Tian first breathed a long sigh of relief, and then laughed loudly, "An Ifu is actually here today." After he finished laughing, he looked at Lin Shen again and said, "Boy, do you know how much trouble you have caused?" Goli's nest collapsed, and the energy inside leaked out. If he could not evacuate in time, the whole Yin family would be destroyed. Several generations will be destroyed in your hands, and even I won't be able to stop an E from going crazy. My God, I really didn't collapse the Goli nest. Lin Shen quickly told the story of what happened after he entered the Goli nest. Except that he didn't say that he could see the acupoints on the stone man, he basically said what he said, with almost nothing to hide. In the end, Lin Shen presented the Goli silk he got to the Emperor of Heavenly Magic. "You went deep into the Goli Lao yourself, didn't someone else go down on your behalf?" Emperor Tian was a little surprised. "At that time, I didn't think that people from the Yin family would let me go down by myself, so I didn't take anyone with me. I just went to an Ifu alone." Lin Shen said with a bitter face, "Fortunately, I have an innate ability. I can resist the erosion of my body by that special energy, otherwise I will definitely not be able to get the dark domain lotus seeds. Your innate ability can resist the special energy of Goli's nest. You are quite lucky." Emperor Tian looked at the content on Goli's silk and said, "I have also heard about this Goli thing. Goli's nest is named after him. Goli has been different from ordinary people since he was a child. It is said that he was mentally retarded and had a brain disease when he was a child. He was extremely naughty. I didn't expect that there were other reasons for this. I think what he said is not entirely crazy. It may be that his eyesight is naturally different from ordinary people, and he can see all kinds of things in the microscopic world, so he is different from normal people." Emperor Tianshu's guess was in line with Lin's. Deeply coincident. The Emperor Tianshu looked at the techniques at the back and said with a smile, "But his mental endurance is too poor, and he has developed delusions just because of this. The techniques he created are purely imaginary and do not comply with laws and regulations. Is a false technique imaginary? No matter how hard he searches, he can't find anyone who can practice it." After saying that, Emperor Tianshu asked someone to return the Goli silk to Lin Shen. "You take the things first. This matter is a bit troublesome." You almost wiped out the whole family. I want to save you. I'm afraid I have to put this old face aside. God, save me. Lin Shen lamented. That's all. You wait here first. I'll go to an Ifu to have a look. If I don't come back, you can't leave the study even half a step, and don't go out no matter who tells you. Emperor Tianshu asked Lin Shen to wait here, and he went on his own. Left. Lin Shen had no choice but to wait here. And he was a ruthless man who dared to come directly to kill the dean of Tianchi Academy. If this matter was not resolved, his life might not be saved. The previous dean of Tianchi Academy was a top immortal powerhouse, but he was just a small ascendant who was really not enough to kill. It was not until midnight that Emperor Tianshu returned belatedly. In order to save your boy, I have to personally help an Ying get out of the nest, and his life will be shortened. The Tianshu emperor's voice sounded a bit hollow. The emperor's great kindness cannot be repaid. A Tian swears allegiance to the emperor to the death. Lin Shen bowed and said, The less trouble you cause me, that's better than anything else. Emperor Tianshu seemed to be really tired, and waved his hand. Go back, and he himself has problems with this matter, and with this emperor here, he won't do it because of what will this matter do to you, but the feud between you and Anifu has been completely settled, and your life with Tianchi Academy will not be easy in the future, so just take care of yourself and go out as little as possible. Lin Shen left the imperial palace without going home. He went directly to Tianchi Academy, summoned everyone, and told them to be careful in what they do in the future and not to be caught. The incident in Anifu, was it the dean who caused it? Onsai and others were shocked. Everyone in the Zenith Star knew about Anifu's escape today. It's just that they never expected that Lin Shen was responsible for this matter. Window _tabula equals window _tabula dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300x250 target _type mix. Lin Shen didn't explain that much. He just sent them a batch of money and asked them to go home for the holidays. If people from an Ifu come to Tianchi Academy to cause trouble, let them smash and move things, and don't conflict with them. After the meeting, Lin Shen took Wei Wufu to the giant ring star overnight. Originally, he was going to take Ouyang Yudu back with him, but Ouyang Yudu wanted to stay and continue to maintain the normal operation of the Special Service Department, and refused to leave with Lin Shen and the others. Don't worry, even if Ani wants to settle a score with someone, he will settle a score with you. It won't affect a little person like me. Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen gave some advice, and saw that Ouyang Yu was determined to stay, so she had no choice but to let him go. When Ani killed the previous dean of Tianchi Academy, he only killed the dean and did not affect other people. I don't think that everyone in Tianchi Academy will be killed because of this incident. What's more, the Tianshu Emperor has already come forward, so there shouldn't be any big problems in the Tianchi Academy recently. After arriving at the giant ring planet, he told Tian Sun the whole story in detail. After hearing this, Tian Sun shook his head and said, Ani will not attack you in Tianchi Academy because of this matter, but you should be careful in the future. Ani didn't take you seriously before. After this incident, although you are still not worthy of his personal action, he will not let you and Tianchi Academy continue to develop. You must be careful in your actions in the future. You won't be implicated, right? Lin Shen asked worriedly. No, just live here with peace of mind. Tian said. With a smile. Lin Shen settled down on Paradise Island. Now Tian basically has the final say on this giant ring planet. Unless the Yin family directly sends immortals here, there is no need to worry about it. Even so, Lin Shen lived in seclusion and did not dare to leave Paradise Island, lest he be plotted by the people. In an Ifu. Being idle was also boring, so Lin Shen studied and practiced the techniques left by Goli. This thing even the Tianshu emperor said was just a delusional and false technique, and it was impossible to practice it. But after Lin Shen practiced for a long time, he discovered that this was different from what Emperor Tianshu said. After practicing this technique, he found that the number of acupoints visible to his eyes had actually increased. In the past, for a strong person like Tian, Lin Shen could only see one red dot on an acupuncture point on her body, but after practicing the technique for a period of time, he actually saw a second red dot on Tian's body. There were 2 to 3 more red spots on acupuncture points seen on other people's bodies. As Lin Shen practiced more deeply, he saw more and more red spots on others. This technique can actually enhance the fire ability. Lin Shen felt more and more incredible, and at the same time he was shocked. If this technique is real, it means that hooking away is not just a delusion. Lin Shen found Wei Wufu to test. In the past, he could only see one red dot on Wei Wufu's body, but now he could see 4 red dots on the acupoint. He used the acupuncture method and clicked the red dot on the corresponding acupoint. According to the hooking technique. According to the mark of Goli, this acupoint should correspond to the laughter point. After he clicked it, Wei Wufu actually laughed wildly. With Wei Wufu's ability to control himself, he couldn't even control himself. It wasn't until Lin Shen released his control over the laughter point that Wei Wufu finally stopped laughing wildly. It's true, it's all true. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. Imperfect super-evolutionary fire point acupuncture. By hitting the acupuncture points on the creature's body, it affects the status of the creature. And 1 out of 10 will hit. Lin Shen remembered that Diansuan was a failed super-evolutionary fire before, but now Diansuan has turned into an imperfect fire, like Sacrifice to Heaven and Zhansong. This has shown that Diansuan's ability to fire has indeed become stronger. The detailed explanation is also a little different from before, and there is an additional explanation that is sure to win 1 out of 10. Literally understood, it should be that 1 of 10 acupuncture attempts will be effective. It sounds like the probability is relatively low, but if 1 out of 10 means that no matter what kind of opponent it is, no matter how strong the opponent is, even if it is an immortal level, it will definitely work 1 time out of 10 times, then it is different. In the previous battle with Night Crow, the point-pointing function was extremely limited because it could not break through the defense. If he could definitely hit Night Crow 1 time out of 10 times, he would not need to fight so hard. Lin Shen planned to find someone to give it a try, but decided that he could only find Wei Wufu. In order to test the true effect of hitting 1 out of 10, Lin Shen pressed Wei Wufu's acupuncture points with little force. The first 9 times were of no use. The strength of Lin Shen's fingers was not enough to affect Wei Wufu's acupuncture points. But when he took action for the 10th time, Lin Shen suddenly felt something was different, and the scene he saw in front of him also changed strangely. Just like the artistic conception that the true extreme evil-killing divine light brought him into, Lin Shen's eyes seemed to have entered the microscopic world But it was somewhat different from the microscopic world that the true extreme evil-killing divine light entered, and it seemed that what he saw was not just the microscopic world. That scene just flashed past. Lin Shen's finger had already touched Wei Wufu, and Wei Wufu suddenly stopped motionless. Lin Shen was surprised. This time, like the previous 9 times, he didn't use much force, and Wei Wufu also wore a carapace. Theoretically speaking, tapping the acupoints should not have any effect, but this finger touched Wei Wufu. Lived. In other words, the rule of 1 out of 10 is that as long as the 10th time is hit, it will definitely work, completely ignoring the enemy's defense. Lin Shen then thought again, is there another possibility? Is it certain that 1 out of 10 will win? After Lin Shen untied Wei Wufu, he tried again. It turned out that he thought too much. 1 out of 10 is not a sure hit, but it will definitely have an effect. Even so, it is already amazing. This must-hit point that ignores all defenses means that Lin Shen can ignore the gap in level and strength and can pose a threat to anyone. But when he used the 10th acupuncture point, what he saw with his eyes still made him a little concerned. He tried a few more times, and sure enough, every time he hit the target, his eyes could see the microscopic world. The air is full of dust and bacteria, there are all kinds of things on human skin, and there are all kinds of parasites in the water. There were also some indescribable scenes that flashed by, and Lin Shen was not sure what he saw. He seemed to see a double image of a creature. But it was not as simple as a double image. It was as if he saw a person's skin and bones separated, forming 2 strange, independent individuals. But that situation only passed by in a flash. Lin Shen was not sure whether it was because his eyes were suddenly able to see the microscopic world, which caused some abnormal conditions. In short, it's not a beautiful picture. Fortunately, this situation only occurs when the 10th finger is used, and it only lasts for a moment. If he was allowed to see the microscopic world and those things all the time, he felt like he would go crazy. Don't continue to change, it's enough now. Lin Shen was really scared and didn't want to see those things all the time. Lin Shen tried using sand between his fingers again, but the result was still the same. 1 out of 10 would hit the target. If he repeatedly hit an acupuncture point 10 times, he would be sure to succeed. No longer practicing acupuncture techniques, Lin Shen waited for time to pass. Day by day, his body was changing every day, as if he was getting lighter and lighter. Just over 10 days later, under the gravity conditions of the giant ring star, Lin Shen's body seemed to be walking on the moon. With a little effort, he could float far away. Lin Shen didn't know if he had lost weight, and there was no equipment that could weigh him now. The dark lotus seeds are playing their role. It seems that I should go to nirvana. Lin Shen has determined to take the path of double nirvana. Moreover, the place of nirvana has been chosen, and nirvana will take place in the ancient temple on that mysterious planet. However, the nirvana eggs had not yet been selected. Tian gave him some choices and found some top-quality nirvana eggs, but Lin Shen felt that the attributes of those nirvana eggs were not particularly suitable for him. It's a pity that the dead fan is still in nirvana. Otherwise, we can go and take a look at the spaceship that crashed on the mother planet. Maybe we can find the original eggs that can be used for nirvana. Lin Shen didn't have any dead fans and didn't dare go explore that ship alone. What's more, his current body is almost floating like a hydrogen balloon due to the dark domain lotus seeds, which is a bit inconvenient. No matter where Lin Shen goes now, He must carry a weight with him, otherwise he may really float. In fact, it's not really floating. Lin Shen's body is now in a very strange state. His weight seems to be infinitely close to zero. His body seems to be floating and can be blown away by a gust of wind. When Lin Shen was worrying about what to choose, Wei Wufu came to Lin Shen and told Lin Shen that he wanted to return to his home planet. I am about to reach the critical moment of nirvana. Let's go back after I achieve nirvana. Lin Shen wanted to persuade Wei Wufu not to go back. You nirvana egg, don't have, spaceship, see. I also nirvana, ready. Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen didn't expect Wei Wufu to want to go to the spaceship to find the original seed egg. Thinking about it, he thought it was okay. Changhan Dongli had been killed by them, and there might not be any living creatures on the spaceship. If he could find the original seed egg of nirvana level, he could use the original seed egg and the ancient temple brazier to perform double nirvana. The two returned to the mother planet together, passing through several planets on the way. Lin Shen felt something was wrong. The gravity of each planet was different, but on each planet, his body was in a state where the weight was infinitely close to zero, without any change, as if gravity had no effect on him at all. The dark domain lotus seeds are indeed a little different. I haven't heard Tian Shidi mention it before. There will be such an effect. Lin Qishan didn't care much, thinking that this was a normal reaction after using the dark domain lotus seeds. After returning to the mother planet, the two rushed back to Tiancheng and told Wei Chongqing and the others about their idea of going to the spaceship to look for the original egg. The outer shell of the spaceship is too hard, we can't destroy it at all. If we want to enter, we can only go through the disconnected place. There are many pipes there, and the pipes are always oozing blue liquid. Those blue liquids are the source of mutation. If you get in, it will have a great impact on your body. Wei Chongqing persuaded them, hoping that they could give up this plan. My body can withstand those blue liquids. Let Wei Wufu wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look. Seeing that old Wei was very disappointed, Lin Shen didn't dare to refute Wei Chongqing, so Lin Shen had to stand up and say. Wei Chongqing finally agreed to Lin Shen's search in the spaceship, and sent old acquaintances Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin to go with them. However, their main task was to watch Wei Wufu and prevent him from venturing into the spaceship. When he came to the underground world again, no matter how many times he saw it, Lin Shen was still extremely shocked. No one had expected that there would be such a huge space underground. The place where they came down was above the blue river polluted by the spaceship. The spaceship that was broken into two pieces crashed into the river. One part was exposed above the river water, and the part that was sunk under the river water was unknown. The river water there had turned into a strange blue-green color, which looked like a river seriously polluted by chemicals. No one dared to go into the water there. When ordinary people were contaminated with these blue-green liquids, their flesh and blood bodies would easily change like those genetically modified creatures, and eventually become in human forms. The part of the spaceship that was exposed to the water had honeycomb-shaped tubes at the break, and the blue liquid flowed out of the tubes there. On the wall of the tube, there was a sticky blue liquid, which had a stronger pollution ability than the river water. The Wei family had done experiments before. Ordinary poultry and livestock, if they came into contact with the blue liquid, would completely mutate into a body of steel in just a few minutes. Of course, this mutation is irreversible, and the rapid mutation also has a serious impact on the brain. Even trained hounds will become crazy and bloodthirsty after mutation, and completely ignore the orders of their masters. Lin Shen squatted by the river and entered the superbase form. His flesh and blood body suddenly turned into silver crystals. He put his fingers into the river water, and the blue river water could not stain his body at all. Lin Shen directly splashed the river water on himself, and the blue river water still flowed down his shell without leaving any trace. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin were both surprised and happy when they saw this. Lin Shen said to them, "Wait for me here, I'll go in and take a look," and walked on the river to the broken part of the spaceship. Those honeycomb-shaped tubes looked quite small from a distance, but when you get really close, their diameters can exceed 2 meters. Lin Shen chose to go to the front of the spacecraft. Generally speaking, the cockpit should be located relatively forward. Seeing Lin Shen stepping on the blue slime and entering one of the tubes, Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin stared at it nervously. Wei Wufu was sitting on the shore, but he was not as nervous as them. Lin Shen didn't know which tube would lead to where, so he could only choose a tube that seemed to be more likely to lead to the depths and walk along the tube. He carried the slag knife and the evil ghost blade on his back, which could add some weight to him so that he wouldn't walk like a spacewalk. The front of the tube was hexagonal, but after walking a distance, the inside became round. On the blue transistor wall, circles of light flashed from time to time, like a damaged light strip flickering. After walking a short distance, the front reached the end. The hexagonal wall blocked the way. Lin Shen looked at the wall as if it was a hatch, but he didn't see any hatch handle or anything like a password lock. He reached out and tried to push it. Before his hand touched the hatch, the hexagonal crystal retracted, revealing the passage behind. The sensing system can still operate normally. Lin Shen was even more surprised. He looked at the passage behind and found that the passage behind was much larger than the tube he came from. There was a wide 4-lane road inside, with many blue spheres, with bases on both sides. Each blue sphere was like a blue crystal. You could see the inside of the blue sphere through the crystal-like shell. Lin Shen walked in, approached the blue sphere and looked inside, and was slightly startled. The inside of the blue crystal sphere was obviously hollow, but it was full of liquid. In the liquid, there was a pet egg the size of a human head. There were many blue crystal fiber-like things connected to the pet egg. They were densely packed and no one knew what they were used for. This shouldn't be the original egg, right? Lin Shen looked at the pet egg, which was so huge, completely different from the original eggs he had seen before. He looked at the other blue spheres again. Some of the blue spheres contained some genetically modified creatures that Lin Shen had never seen before, and they were also connected with many blue fibers. It seemed that they had no life characteristics. I don't know if they died naturally or were originally specimens. Some blue spheres were empty, with nothing inside except liquid. Some blue spheres were open, revealing a circular opening, which could enter the inside of the blue sphere. Lin Shen did not try to go in. He felt that the creatures and pet eggs in these blue spheres were like biological samples soaked in formalin, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Several blue spheres broke, but no liquid was seen on the ground, and no biological specimens were seen falling out. After passing through rows of blue spheres, there was another hexagonal hatch in front, but this time, when Lin Shen approached it, it did not open by itself. Lin Shen pushed it, but there was no Response. He explored the surroundings again, but still couldn't find the switch to open the hatch. He had no choice but to take out the slag knife and try to pry it open. Apparently Lin Shen underestimated the hardness of the hatch. The slag knife, combined with the slag knife skills, only left a shallow scratch on it. According to the thickness of the previous hatch, it would definitely be impossible to saw this hatch open without a few days. Configurable equipment has been checked. Do you want to configure it immediately? The mechanical watch on Lin Shen's wrist vibrated. The mechanical watch is actually related to the spaceship? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He had once thought that Hulu Mountain should not have fallen with the spaceship, but he didn't expect that the two were actually related. Lin Shen chose to configure, and the mechanical watch immediately showed the screen in the configuration. After a while, the mechanical watch showed another message: configuration cannot be completed due to system damage, connection has been successful, function is missing. Lin Shen didn't know whether the system damage meant that the mechanical watch itself was damaged, the spaceship was damaged, or both. No matter which possibility it was, it couldn't be used. Lin Shen was about to turn around and go back to see if he could enter the hull through another channel. Who knew that the hatch in front of him suddenly opened by itself? Lin Shen looked inside and his eyes widened. The space inside the hatch seemed like a storage room, with rows of crystal cabinets inside. Inside the cabinets were all kinds of mini eggs, some of which were very similar to the original eggs that Lin Shen had seen before. Some original eggs were emitting different radiances, and they were obviously original eggs with Nirvana attributes. These are all original eggs, right? If I had known there were so many original eggs here, I would have come to get them earlier. I let Lao Wei lose the opportunity to use the original eggs to ascend and obtain the double life base. Lin Shen's first reaction when he saw so many original eggs was to be very annoyed. Lin Shen didn't expect that his luck was so good that he could find the place where the spaceship stored the original eggs so easily. He entered and saw that each crystal shelf had a label written on it. God-making. Egg number 0018. The blueprint is the mutant ascended creature Red Devil King. The mutant ascended creature Evil Luo Xinjiang. The mutant ascended Snow Clan Snow Qianhe. Lin Shen saw that the first few creatures were still genetically modified creatures. But the name of the Snow Clan appeared at the end, which surprised Lin Shen. The materials used to make God-making eggs are not just genetically modified creatures, but also large cosmic races? Lin Shen had just seen the name of the Snow Clan on the cosmic rankings. They are a serious, cosmic human race. I didn't expect that the God-making clan would use the Snow Clan as a material to make God-making eggs. Lin Shen looked at the labels one by one. Each original egg was based on at least 2 or more genetically modified creatures, and there must be a cosmic human race among them. Lin Shen saw many famous cosmic races on the labels of these God-making eggs, and the Celestial Clan and the Emperor Barbarian Clan were both listed. Most of the God-making eggs here are of the basic mutation level, with a small number of them upgraded to the flying level. There are also more than a dozen Nirvana-level God-making eggs. There is also a God-making egg with a label that says it is based on an immortal-level creature. The mutated immortal creature Mirror Realm Nightmare King, the mutated immortal of the ancient clan, the name and origin are unknown. Although this God-making egg is based on only 2 creatures, it surprised Lin Shen even more. After the disappearance of the ancient realm king, the ancient dynasty fell apart, and the ancient clan was almost exterminated later. Now no one from the ancient clan has been seen for a long time. The god-making clan actually found a mutated immortal of the ancient clan as material to create a god-making egg. It is really unimaginable how powerful it is. There are also many crystal cabinets that have been destroyed, and there are no god-making eggs in them. In a corner of this warehouse, there is a big hole, and below is the blue-green river water. It seems that many god-making eggs have fallen out from here before. Lin Shen opened the cabinet and collected all the remaining god-making eggs in it, preparing to take them all back. With so many god-making eggs, his nirvana is no longer a problem, and he can even choose anyone at will. I don't know if Lao Wei can rebuild. With so many god-making eggs, it is not a problem for him to rebuild a double life base. Lin Shen was thinking about where to find a method to rebuild for Lao Wei, so that he can do it again and ascend again in the most perfect state. With Lao Wei's talent, if he can build a double life base and combine it with the method of double nirvana, he will definitely be the pillar of the human race in the future. However, without the dark domain lotus seeds, it is still a bit difficult to achieve double nirvana. You can use the immortal land of the ancient temple to achieve nirvana. Although it does not have the dual attributes of double nirvana, it is already a top nirvana method. Lin Shen collected the god-making eggs. When he passed the hatch behind, the hatch opened automatically very sensitively, which scared Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at the space behind the hatch vigilantly and found that there were devices similar to hibernation cabins inside. The lids on those devices were transparent, but from Lin Shen's angle, he couldn't see if there were people in those hibernation capsules. He carefully collected all the god-making eggs, packed them into the space, and then carefully walked into the space where the hibernation capsules were parked. When he looked up, Lin Shen's expression suddenly became strange. The inside of the hibernation capsule, like those blue spheres, was full of liquid, and there were many blue fiber tubes connected. But this time, the blue fiber tubes were not connected to those specimen-like creatures and pet eggs, but a small god-making egg. Unlike the god-making eggs in the crystal cabinets in front, this god-making egg actually looked like an ordinary poultry egg. There was a faint flow of liquid in the white shell, and even a faint sound similar to a heartbeat could be heard. Unfortunately, there was no label here, and I didn't know what level of god-making egg this was. But its appearance was different from the previous god-making eggs, but it was somewhat like the original egg that Wei Wufu gave him at the beginning. Lin Shen looked at the remaining hibernation capsules again. There were no creatures inside, but he also didn't see any god-making eggs. Most of them were empty. It wasn't until Lin Shen walked to the last hibernation capsule that he saw another god-making egg. However, the shell of this egg had been broken, revealing a creature that looked like a fetus inside. Blue fiber tubes were connected to the creature's body, as if to provide it with nutrition. That thing looked a bit like a mouse that had just been born and had not grown skin yet. Its eyelids were still closed, and there was a ruddy red-skinned thin tail on its butt. What is this? Lin Shen was even more surprised to see that this thing was made of flesh and blood, not steel or crystal. Suddenly, the zipper of Lin Shen's backpack seemed to open automatically, and Fatty jumped out of it and landed directly on the hibernation capsule. Its claws smashed the lid of the hibernation capsule, and it swooped in like a hawk, grabbed the thing inside, and pulled it out directly, tearing off the blue fiber connected to its body, then throwing it into the air and swallowing it with its mouth open. Fatty's movements were smooth and he swallowed the thing in the blink of an eye. Then he circled in the air and swooped down towards another hibernation capsule containing The God-making egg. Watching Fatty smash the lid of the hibernation capsule, grabbing the God-making egg with his claws. Tearing off the blue fiber line connected to it, and throwing it into the air, to swallow it. Lin Shen rushed up quickly, grabbed Fatty, pulled it into his arms, and caught the God-making egg with his other hand. Don't worry, let me study what this thing is, and you can eat it if it's useless. Lin Shen took out an original egg and fed it to Fatty, who was struggling in his arms, which made Fatty calm down. But it still stared at the God-making egg in Lin Shen's hand unwillingly, as if it was eager to try. As long as Lin Shen was not paying attention, it would rush over and swallow it into its stomach. Seeing this, Lin Shen had to put it back into his backpack first, and then held the God-making egg that looked like a pigeon egg with a weak heart inside, looking around, hoping to find useful information to figure out what this God-making egg was, and what was different from those God-making eggs outside. No damaged equipment found. Do you want to enable it? The mechanical watch popped up a message again. Enable it. Lin Shen, who was worried about not finding it, looked at a workbench in front of him. It was only after he approached the workbench that the mechanical watch responded. Window, _Tabula equals window, _Tabula, _Tabula, push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target _type, mix. As the pointer in the mechanical watch turned, a circular area in the middle of the workbench slowly rose and soon rose to a 1-meter-high cylinder. A syringe was fixed in the middle of the cylinder. Through the transparent part of the syringe, you can see that it is filled with blue liquid. Lin Shen thought it was a device like an intelligent brain, or at least a projection, which could obtain some information. Unexpectedly, it was just a hidden space with a syringe. Lin Shen reached out and took out the syringe. The space in the cylinder was set up to store the syringe. The shape was just right to put down this syringe. There was nothing else, not even an instruction manual. He took the syringe and looked at it. He found that there was a steel stamp on the metal shell of the syringe with a few words on it. Degeneration agent. I've only heard of evolution agent. What is the use of degeneration agent? Does it make people's bodies degenerate? Lin Shen carefully put away the degeneration agent. Fortunately, this syringe itself has a locking setting, so there is no need to worry about accidental touch. The cylinder on the workbench slowly descended and finally fit tightly with the workbench. There was no gap at all, as if they were originally a hole. At this moment, the workbench suddenly lit up. It looked like metal, but now it has become a display screen. The backup plan has been activated. Do you want to transmit immediately? The transmission will start automatically in 10 seconds. A text prompt and the options of yes and no appeared on the display. Lin Shen decisively chose no. God knows what this transmission is. If he is transmitted to the lair of the God-making clan, it will be bad. This thing is obviously an emergency plan in the spacecraft. It may be used for escape. I don't know why no one activated this thing when the accident happened. The display went dark and returned to its original metal state. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay here any longer and left the spacecraft quickly. There were too many strange things in this spacecraft. He was a little worried that something might go wrong. Since he had already got the God-making egg, there was no need to take risks. It would not be too late to come back and explore after the dead fans were covered. Seeing Lin Shen coming out of the pipe way, Shouqing and the others were relieved, but seeing that Lin Shen had nothing in his hands, they thought that Lin Shen had not gained anything. We got the original eggs. Let's go back first. Lin Shen shook off the blue liquid on his body and left the underground space with them. After returning to the underground hall, Lin Shen took out the god-making eggs and degeneration agents he had obtained, and then told Wei Chongqing and others everything he found. Inside, seeing so many original eggs, everyone was surprised and happy. With these original eggs, there will be more nirvanas on the mother planet, and the manpower to suppress the underground space will not be so tight. As for the degeneration agent, they didn't know what it was used for, and no one dared to use it. According to what you said, all the original eggs are made of mutant materials. No wonder the promotion using original eggs is all mutant promotion, Wei Shouqing said. Wei Chongqing pointed at the immortal level original egg and said, "These original eggs don't need to stay, you can take them all away." Everyone was stunned. Wei Chongqing continued, "You need more help to fight with others outside, take them to cultivate more human strongmen. As long as you stand firm outside, you will naturally be able to give more help to the mother planet." Lin Shen knew that Wei Chongqing had not finished speaking. Now all the major families are developing towards the universe. Even if these original eggs are left, how many people are willing to be reborn on the mother planet and stay on the mother planet forever? The Wei family is almost empty, and Wei Chongqing is willing to let Wei Wufu leave, which means that he doesn't want the descendants of the Wei family to be trapped here. That is not their destiny. Old Wei, do you want to consider rebuilding? With these original eggs, you can rebuild and get a double life base. Don't worry about the method of rebuilding. I will find a way, Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu. No, now, you can. Wei Wufu shook his head and said. Wei Wufu had no intention of rebuilding, as rebuilding was indeed risky, because after rebuilding, it would be difficult to obtain the same talents and abilities, and his life base would also change. Wei Wufu was unwilling to lose his current talents and life base, so he could only maintain his current state. Lin Shen did not leave the mother planet. He still planned to stay here for a while to see if the dead fans could complete nirvana before the effect of the dark domain lotus seeds reached its strongest. He would have to explore the spaceship again. During this time, Lin Shen helped the Wei family clean up the base-changing creatures in the underground world, especially those nirvana creatures. It would be best to find the nirvana place in the underground space to see if there was any way to use it. If there really was such a place, humans on the mother planet would not need to use the original eggs if they wanted nirvana in the future. Lin Shen also planned to take another look at the area in the underground space that was not explored last time. Once he completed nirvana, it would not be so easy to return to the mother planet. Lao Tai only knew how to get out, but didn't know how to return to the mother planet by walking on Hulu Mountain. A lot of nirvana creatures would emerge from the underground space every once in a while. With the help of Lin Shen, the Wei family cleared out another wave of nirvana creatures and found 2 nirvana eggs. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu came to the place where Changhan Dongli was killed. After passing through that area, they found that the canyon in front was a ring. They went around and killed a few nirvana creatures, and then went back from the other side. The base change area in the underground space is not here. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He thought that the base change area must be in this area. There is no other way to go here. Fortunately, Lin Shen has the ability to climb the ladder, so he took Wei Wufu to the top of the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, they saw from afar that there was a Red Sea outside the mountain range. The endless Red Sea, like blood, extended to the far distance and was connected to the stone dome. This blood sea was no worse than the ocean on the surface. The strange thing was that they saw something like the moon or the sun above the blood sea. The pink sphere hung between the blood sea and the stone dome, like the sun that was about to set, and like the moon that had just risen. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. How can there be a moon and a sun in the underground space? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu climbed over the mountains together and came to the side of the blood sea. The Wei family had never been here before. The blood sea was no different from the real ocean. The coastline was a white sand beach, and the waves formed by the blood-red ocean were like ripples, rushing onto the white sand beach and slowly receding. The sphere that looked like the moon and the sun had been hanging far away in the sky, neither falling nor rising. Lin Shen didn't know how far away that thing was from them. When he was hesitating whether to cross the blood sea to see what it was, he suddenly saw waves surging in the blood sea in the distance. A huge monster broke out of the blood sea and jumped out of the sea. What is that? Lin Shen's pupils shrank, and he seemed to find it hard to believe what he saw. Window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Lin Shen could not describe what kind of creature it was, because he had never seen a similar species, so he could not find any words to describe it. That creature was unlike any known species in the world. Its body was like smoke, fog, electricity, crystal, jade, demon, devil, god, and fairy, but it seemed to be nothing. The colorful and ever-changing, indescribable form made it difficult for Lin Shen to describe what kind of existence it was, but he felt extremely shocked in his heart. It just jumped in the air, and then fell back into the sea. And the sea water was slapped and surged with huge waves of blood. The two retreated again and again in shock, until they retreated to the mountainside, and then they saw the blood waves slapping the mountain wall, like a doomsday tsunami that swallowed the world, and half of the mountain was submerged in blood. After waiting for a long time, the blood surging away, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu did not dare to stay at the seaside, and hurriedly returned the same way. The creature was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. The nirvana creatures that Lin Shen had seen could not be compared with it. If it was disturbed, who knows what would happen? That thing. Could it be an immortal creature? Lin Shen's face was not very good. But the blood sea did not seem to be polluted by the things in the spacecraft, so how could such a terrifying creature exist? If there were such creatures in the underground space, then their previous speculations might be wrong. Maybe the base change place in the underground space was not nirvana level, but a more advanced existence. If this was true, their previous calculations would probably fail. If such an existence wanted to rush out of the underground space, the Wei family would not be able to stop it. When the two were running away, they suddenly saw a strange light in front of them, illuminating the mountains with colorful lights. Looking up, they saw that the sky was covered with brilliance, like the aurora. The next second, both of them felt dizzy, and the power in their bodies continued to explode, but they could not control their bodies at all, and rolled in the aurora. When the two people stabilized, they found that they were already in the body of the indescribable creature. They felt like they were in a ball of transparent water, and in a fluffy cloud like cotton. The streamer flowed around, and the colorful light even passed through their bodies without any hindrance, just reflecting their bodies into constantly changing colors. They were clearly in the body of this creature, but they felt like they were in the clouds, and as the creature rose and fell in the sea, it seemed like flying in the clouds. "Old Wei, are you okay?" Lin Shen found that he could talk and communicate normally in this strange creature. "No." Wei Wufu shook his head. They didn't feel any damage to their bodies, and they could even move freely in this creature, as if they were in water, and in a pile of cotton. The body of the strange creature seemed to be infinitely large. No matter how they moved, it was difficult to reach the edge of the body of the strange creature. The strange creature rode the wind and waves, rising and falling in the sea of blood, and actually went towards the pink moon hanging in the sky. The two only felt that the surrounding scenery was rapidly receding, so fast that they felt that time was flowing. The pink moon was getting bigger and bigger in their eyes, and they were shocked to find that it was actually a huge sphere. It was just that the sphere was not as big as the real moon, but it was much bigger than an ordinary island. As the distance got closer, they actually saw several small red and blue houses on the island, and some plants like coconut trees. Some of the houses and trees were under the sphere, and they looked like planets and houses drawn by children on paper, with very exaggerated and unreal proportions. Lin Shen thought that such a scene could only be seen in comics, but today he actually saw the real thing. The strange creature took them directly to the strange sphere, and then dispersed like clouds and smoke. They also landed on the sphere and fell down to Earth. However, the position where the two people were standing was parallel to the sea of blood and the dome. It seemed that the sea of blood and the dome were like two high walls that extended infinitely on both sides, and finally connected together in a distant place. The shattered body of the strange creature condensed in the air and rushed into the sea of blood as if flying. The huge waves of the sea of blood rose above their heads and then fell into the sea of blood. This feeling made people feel very strange. "Welcome." A voice interrupted the two people who were in shock. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked around in horror, but did not find the person who spoke. "I'm here." The voice sounded again. The two looked down and saw that the owner of the voice was actually a snail, the size of a fist. The snail's shell was colorful, with a glowing glow, and its body was crystal clear like jade. Two round eyes stood on the tentacles, looking at them curiously, and the human expression and eyes were like creatures in cartoons. "Who are you?" Lin Shen looked at the snail with a strange look, and he didn't know how to call it. "My name is Little Star." The snail twisted its body to show its colorful shell. The brilliance on the shell looked like countless tiny star sands, or like colorful stars in the sky. "What are your names?" Little Star blinked and asked them. "My name is Tian." "His name is Fu," Lin Shen said. Xiao Xingxing seemed very happy. He jumped up and landed on a stone next to him. He twisted his body and said, "Ah Tian." "Ah Fu. Welcome to you." "To welcome you, I decided to hold a carnival party. What do you think of this idea?" Before Lin Shen could speak, Xiao Xingxing continued to say, "Oh, you must think this idea is great and you must be looking forward to it, right? Don't worry, wait for me, the welcome party will start soon." As he said that, Xiao Xingxing jumped off the stone and rushed towards a red house at a very fast speed. Lin Shen had never seen a snail crawl so fast. It even ran out of an afterimage, like a comet, with a colorful light tail behind it. The two saw it rush into the house, and then a flash of light and shadow appeared. When it rushed out again, it moved quickly in the air like lightning. Strips of light and various items flew out. In just a moment, it seemed that the venue in front of Lin Shen and them had become a light exhibition venue. There were actually two speakers taller than a person, and a microphone was placed on the stone in the middle. Little Star stood behind the microphone, with a small hat on the snail shell and a butterfly knot on the neck. The picture was obviously very strange, but it looked surprisingly harmonious. To welcome my friends a Tian and a Fu, let me first dedicate a song to you. I am your little star. Little Star sang affectionately into the microphone. Like a singing superstar. When she sang deeply, she threw a flying kiss to the two. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were stunned. Wei Wufu, who was always calm, also half opened his mouth at this time as if he was acupunctured. What the hell is this? When they were caught by the strange creature just now, they thought of countless possibilities, and even thought of being eaten alive by the terrifying immortal creature, but they didn't think that this would happen. A snail was singing affectionately to him. As the snail sang, its eyes stretched out to the side and it pressed the remote control next to it, which was bigger than its body. The lights around it suddenly changed, as if it had suddenly changed from the venue of a New Year lantern festival to a disco. The lights flickered and shook wildly, and the music coming from the speakers became more violent. My friends, let's have fun. The voice of Little Star also got excited, and then there was a rap that was so awkward that it had no friends. You said I was your little star, you can't live without me. Window_tabula equals window_tabula. _tabula. Mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu stared blankly at the little stars jumping on the rocks. They even got a pair of mini sunglasses from nowhere and put them on their eyes. They were a little stupid. After a song ended, Little Star took off the hat with one of his eyes and made a gesture similar to a curtain call. Lin Shen stared at Little Xingxing blankly. Little Xingxing remained in that position and the scene became awkward for a while. Little Xingxing raised her other eye slightly, looking at them secretly, her body still maintaining the posture of the curtain call, and whispered, "My friends, have you forgotten something? I know that my performance is wonderful, let you shocked, but, should you?" Little Xingxing didn't finish speaking, but Lin Shen understood, and clapped his hands quickly, and bumped Wei Wufu with his shoulder, asking Wei Wufu to clap along with him. Thank you, my friends." Little Xingxing put the hat back on the snail shell and said happily, "Tian, Fu, I am very happy to meet you. As a friend, I will prepare something for you. A little mysterious gift, I hope you guys like it." "There's no need for gifts." Lin Shen wanted to just ask them to leave here, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Little Xingxing. "Of course I do, you are my friends." Little Xingxing pressed the remote control again, and the door of the blue room next to it opened automatically, and a sweeping robot came out slowly, dragging a square box. Swallowed it to the side of the little star. "My friends, guess what gift I gave you?" Little Xingxing jumped on top of the box and said with a mysterious face, "Cake?" Lin Shen didn't know what this little star was and didn't want to conflict with it, so he just cooperated. No, use your imagination, no longer. Confine your brain, feel free to guess again. Little Xingxing winked and dismissed Lin Shen, feeling a bit mean. Sound. Player? Lin Shen guessed again. Baby, your imagination is too lacking. You should be more bold and let your imagination fly higher. Little Xingxing said loudly. Well, it couldn't be a little star, right? Lin Shen was a little doubtful that it couldn't be a little snail inside. He remembered that he had heard someone say before that there were many stray dogs and cats. If you were kind to it and got its approval, it would pick up the babies it gave birth to and give them to you. Although Little Star was not a stray dog or cat, it gave Lin Shen the feeling that it was a little interesting. Congratulations. You got the wrong answer again. It seems that my friend you are not good at imagining. Then let me reveal the answer to you. Little Xingxing stopped again and said meanly, Are you nervous? Are you looking forward to it? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu nodded numbly together. They were expecting a ghost, and now they just wanted to leave here quickly. Then come on, my friends, don't be too excited. Little Star said, jumping suddenly and popping up the lid of the box. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu subconsciously stretched their necks and looked inside the box. To be honest, they were actually a little curious. Deep down, when they saw clearly what was inside the box, they couldn't help but be slightly startled. The box was empty, there was nothing inside. When the two of them were wondering, the box suddenly burst into light, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu suddenly felt that everything in front of them turned into light. My friends, enjoy the gifts I give you. Little Star's voice rang in the ears of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Lin Shen was all too familiar with this feeling. This was the feeling of using a teleportation device. The box itself was a teleportation device. Lin Shen just didn't know where the snail who called himself Little Star was going to teleport them. The figures of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu disappeared on the planet. Little Xingxing took off his hat and used it to fan the flames to himself, as if he breathed a long sigh of relief. How come humans discovered this place so quickly? Well, I was smart and teleported them there. It should be impossible for them to come back. The only blame is that you shouldn't have come here. Don't you know that curiosity killed the cat? It's just a shame to wander around. These two humans are pretty funny. After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu completed the transmission, they were slightly startled when they saw the scene in front of them. This is the ancient temple star. Lin Shen saw the mountain temple not far away and felt familiar, and immediately knew where it was. That little star had no good intentions and teleported us to the ancient temple star. He wanted to kill us, Lin Shen said bitterly. Fortunately, I'm not afraid, Wei Wufu said. I don't know the origin of that little star. Is that weird? Sphere foreign, or does it originally exist in the underground space? Lin Shen was full of doubts. But now no one can answer the doubts in his heart. If that little star can be captured and tortured, maybe all the secrets can be known. But the creatures in the sea of blood are inherently weird, and the little star is also mysterious. This time it just teleported Lin Shen and the others to the ancient temple star. If it was known that they were not dead, God knows what kind of methods they would use. I think Xiao Xingxing's strength should not be too strong, otherwise why not kill us directly, but teleport us here? When my level is promoted, I We'll find a way to go back and deal with Xiaoxingxing. Lin Shen secretly made up his mind. The two had been to this mountain temple before, and it was easy to distinguish the direction. They passed many temples they were familiar with along the way. But when they came to the location of the Golden Buddha Temple, the two were stunned. Where is the Golden Buddha Temple? Why is the Golden Buddha Temple gone? Lin Shen stared at the place where the Golden Buddha Temple should have been, but there was nothing there, just a bare piece of land. Lin Shen ran over and looked around. It was indeed the right place, but the Golden Buddha Temple was gone. Old way. Did we take the right road? Lin Shen actually knew that they could not have taken the wrong road. The temples on the road were all right, and they were not wrong at all, but how could such a large temple as the Golden Buddha Temple disappear? That's right. Wei Wufu nodded. What about the Golden Buddha Temple? Lin Shen asked again. It's gone. Wei Wufu said. How did it disappear? I don't know. The two looked at each other, and for a moment they were at a loss. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu could only search around, hoping to find some clues. But they walked back and forth several times, and finally confirmed a fact: they did not take the wrong road, and the Golden Buddha Temple was indeed gone. This made Lin Shen's face look a little ugly. Without the Golden Buddha Temple, they had no way to leave this planet. That damn little star, don't let me see it again, otherwise I will peel off its shell. When Lin Shen was angry, the sky had already darkened. Fortunately, Lin Shen had the sun shooting Bao in his hand, and Lao Wei had the Jade Order in his hand. As the night fell, beams of light shot up into the sky, and countless ghosts and gods appeared in the sky. When those lights and shadows disappeared and the world fell into darkness again, except for the glowing white light emitted by the Bao and the Order, no light could be seen. In the darkness, it seemed that countless pairs of eyes were staring at them, and even the panting sound like a beast could be faintly heard. Lin Shen and his friends had to find a way out again, but until now Lin Shen still couldn't figure out why the Golden Buddha Temple was gone. Even if the Golden Buddha Temple was gone, the pool there should not be gone, and the ancient temple below was even less likely to disappear. But all of this was gone. Lin Shen checked many times, even dug up the ground. But there was nothing there. In the silent night, Lin Shen talked to Wei Wufu from time to time. This broken place gave people a feeling that was too depressing. When the two passed by a mountain temple, they found that the mountain temple was intact and looked quite new, and there was still light inside. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, and the two walked towards the mountain temple in tacit understanding. When they opened the temple door, they saw that the door of the main hall was open, and the mountain god statue inside was sitting on the altar. On the offering table in front of the altar, there was an incense burner made of clay, and 3 incense sticks were lit in the burner. On both sides of the incense burner, there is a clay candlestick, on which candles are burning, and the light is emitted from the candles. When we came here before, this mountain temple was not like this, right? Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and asked. The statues they saw before were all hung on the beams, but the statues here are on the altar. No. Wei Wufu confirmed Lin Shen's memory. Forget it, no matter what, there are many gods to worship, and there will be gods to bless us. Let's worship the mountain god is generous, and let us stay here for one night. We will leave when it gets light. Lin Shen saw incense on the altar, so he walked over, picked up the incense and lit it on the candle, and then offered 3 incense sticks to the mountain god. In this temple, there is no feeling of being surrounded and watched. Lin Shen plans to stay here until dawn, and then find a way out. Lin Shen just inserted the incense into the incense burner, and saw that the eyes of the clay statue actually lit up, like 2 searchlights, shining on Lin Shen. Your ability is not enough to ascend the altar. Are you sure you want to challenge the throne? A vague voice sounded in the temple. Not sure. I won't challenge. Lin Shen shook his head immediately. Too late. The corner of the clay statue's mouth actually showed a strange smile. Lin Shen had already retreated quickly, but it was still too late. He only felt a pain on his forehead, as if he was burned by a branding iron. He subconsciously reached out to touch it, but he didn't touch anything. His forehead was wrapped in a shell, and the shell was not damaged. Boom! When Lin Shen turned around to look again, he saw that the clay statue actually broke apart by itself, fell to the ground, and turned into a pile of mud. Lin Shen didn't know what was going on. He used the communicator to shine on his forehead. The shell on his forehead was as bright as new, and there was nothing. But Lin Shen still felt something was wrong. His forehead was obviously uncomfortable. He took the shell back and used the communicator to shine it again. He immediately saw a blood-colored mountain-shaped mark on his forehead. Sure enough, there is something. Lin Shen rubbed it. And the bloody mountain-shaped mark seemed to have penetrated into the flesh. Even if the skin was rubbed to pieces, it could not be rubbed off. Just when he was wondering what this thing was, he suddenly heard a sound like thunder in the sky outside. The Supreme and Supreme Jade Emperor of Haotian Jin Ke has ordered that the altar of the Immortal Court will be opened again today. All living beings in the world can ascend the altar by themselves and obtain the position of the Immortal Court. Lin Shen was shocked and walked to the door of the main hall and looked at the sky. In the night sky, a gorgeous white jade door like a fairy was suspended in the void, like a dream. From the white jade door in front of the void, jade steps appeared out of thin air and extended to the dark planet, like a rainbow bridge connecting heaven and earth. Old Wei, did you hear the name that the voice said just now? Lin Shen heard the name that the voice said just now, as if it was the honorific name that the Jade Emperor told him when he went to the Immortal Court that day. Understood. Wei Wufu nodded. What's the name? Lin Shen was delighted to hear that and asked hurriedly. Haotian Jin Ke. Supreme. Supreme. Natural. Wonderful. Miro. Supreme. Jade Emperor. God. Wei Wufu said it word by word. Lin Shen was overjoyed after hearing that. Although Wei Wufu didn't speak clearly, his memory was good. He remembered such a complicated name after just one listen. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to repeat it several times, and he silently memorized the honorific name of the Jade Emperor. At this time, in the dark night, a creature suddenly stepped onto the jade steps that looked like a white rainbow. Lin Shen took a closer look and saw that the creature that walked onto the jade steps was a white jade fox with a red body and 9 tails. Its body was crystal clear, emitting white light, and the power of nirvana on its body was so strong that it overflowed. So there are nirvana creatures on this planet? Lin Shen was a little surprised. After the 9-tailed jade fox stepped onto the jade steps, flames suddenly burned in its body. The flames did not seem to be external forces, but seemed to burn from its body. The nine-tailed jade fox climbed up the jade steps desperately, but for some reason, its crawling speed was extremely slow, and its body seemed to be carrying a mountain on its back. It had only climbed a dozen jade steps, but its body had been burned black and gray, and it fell on the jade steps. With a scream, the nine-tailed jade fox opened its mouth and spit out a bead-shaped life base, which radiated white light, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. But just as the life base came out, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared from the void and directly shattered the bead-shaped life base. Blood spurted out of the mouth of the nine-tailed jade fox, and it struggled to get up, but it couldn't stand up at all. In an instant, it was burned to ashes and dissipated into nothingness. The nine-tailed white fox had just died, and another huge dragon-like python climbed up the jade steps. It swam up along the white jade steps, and its body suddenly burned with flames. As it swam, the flames on its body became more and more intense. Seeing that its jade-like green scales were about to be burned into black charcoal, it saw that it also opened its mouth and spit out its life base. A green jade sword flew out with green light, but unfortunately it was shattered by a lightning bolt that appeared out of thin air before it could play any role. With its life force destroyed, the green-scaled snake could no longer hold on. Its body twisted in the flames, and soon it was burned to ashes. Lin Shen watched the Nirvana creatures climb up the jade steps one by one, and then they were burned to death one by one, and not even one could climb halfway. However, there were still many Nirvana creatures who continued to climb up the jade steps without fear of life and death. In less than an hour, dozens of Nirvana creatures had died on the jade steps. What on earth are they climbing up for? Lin Shen didn't quite understand why these Nirvana creatures were climbing up. In the universe, he rarely heard about the news of the Immortal Court. It was only when he was practicing stepping on the Immortal Court that he knew there was such a place. But he was not sure whether the Immortal Court really existed. Later, after the 5 sacrificial robes merged and he went to the Immortal Court, he knew that there was such a place as the Immortal Court. Even after going there, Lin Shen still didn't quite understand what was so good about the Immortal Court that was worth these Nirvana creatures risking their lives for a chance to enter the Immortal Court. Are they immortal? Wei Wufu had the same doubts. He guessed that the reason these Nirvana creatures desperately wanted to enter the Immortal Court was to seize a chance of immortality. It shouldn't be. Lin Shen shook his head and said, I have also read some information about promotion to immortality in the library of the Celestial Clan. It is more difficult to promote to immortality than to Nirvana. Nirvana can still be achieved through the path of small Nirvana, but immortality does not have such a shortcut. It is impossible to promote to immortality even by swallowing immortal eggs. Only by comprehending the laws of immortality can one be promoted to immortality. It requires not only energy, but also an understanding of the rules of the universe. These Nirvana creatures are suffering from fire and electric shocks. What rules of the universe can they understand? While the two were talking, they saw another Nirvana creature walking up the jade steps. This time, the creature that walked up the jade steps was a giant with a height of more than 10 meters and a body like gold. After he walked up the jade steps, strange flames also burned on his body. The flames came out from his body, not caused by external forces. It's just that this golden giant is a little different from the previous Nirvana creatures. The flames burning him not only failed to burn him into charcoal, but made his golden body more dazzling. This golden giant seems to have a chance to go up. Lin Shen also wanted to know what would happen after these Nirvana creatures went up. The golden giant walked up step by step with great effort. It's strange that those smaller nirvana creatures can only cross one jade step at a time when walking on the jade steps. The golden giant is so huge that he can only cross one jade step at a time. The size of the jade steps doesn't seem to have changed, and the body of the golden giant has not changed either. I don't know how this effect can be achieved. When the golden giant walked halfway through the jade steps, his body was shimmering with golden light, as dazzling as the sun. But his steps seemed to be unable to lift up, and his steps became slower and slower, and it was almost difficult to move forward. At this time, the golden giant roared to the sky, and the golden light on his body flashed. Countless golden particles with golden light flew out and turned into a golden hammer life base in his hand. Boom! The moment the golden hammer appeared, lightning and thunder appeared in the void and struck the golden hammer. Under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, the golden hammer was not shattered like the life base of other nirvana creatures. The thunder and lightning continued to shock the golden hammer. And through the transmission of the golden hammer, it extended to the body of the golden giant. The thunder and lightning that continued to be generated in the void, as if attracted by the golden hammer, all condensed over, and the golden giant's body and the golden hammer were full of lightning, almost turning into an electric man. In this state, the golden giant's steps became much lighter, and his steps became faster and faster, and he walked towards the gate of the fairy court at the end of the jade steps step by step. The golden giant bathed in thunder and lightning, at this time, was like a thunder and lightning war god. His whole body was submerged in thunder and lightning. Lin Shen was stunned. The power fluctuations emitted by the thunder and lightning made him feel very terrifying even when he was standing here. The golden giant was able to walk up hard, which was really amazing. Finally, the golden giant walked through the jade steps and came to the gate of the fairy court. The thunder and lightning and flames on his body had disappeared. At this time, the body of the golden giant was obviously different from before. It seemed thinner than before, but the golden body seemed to look more textured than before. Every inch of his body was shining with pure golden light. I couldn't say what was special and different from before, but I just felt that something was different. The golden giant pressed his hands on the gate of the fairy court, and the golden light on his body surged. He tried his best to push the gate open. But no matter how hard he tried, the gate of the fairy court remained motionless. In front of the magnificent gate of the fairy court, the huge golden giant also seemed to be much shorter, like shaking a tree. I have already walked up, but they didn't even open the door. This fairy court is too stingy, Lin Shen muttered. When the golden giant saw that he couldn't push the gate open and was afraid that he would fail again, the space around the golden giant began to twist. In the void, golden lights appeared out of nowhere and gathered towards the back of the golden giant, forming a strange golden symbol on his back. That is the mark of immortality. The golden giant is going to be promoted to immortality. Lin Shen was a little surprised. I didn't expect that. Ascending to the immortal court could actually lead to immortality. Wei Wufu had guessed it right before. On the back of the golden giant, the immortal mark exuded a mysterious power, and the body of the golden giant gradually changed. In the light of the immortal mark, under his ribs, 2 pairs of arms grew out, and the head on his shoulders was divided into 3, becoming a 3-headed, 6-armed, demon-like form. As the power of the immortal mark was unlocked, the body of the 3-headed, 6-armed golden giant became even taller, as if he was a golden demon from hell. His 6 golden palms pressed on the gate of the immortal court, and terrifying power burst out. The surrounding space was distorted by the power he burst out, and it looked extremely unreal. Boom! The gate of the immortal court was finally slowly pushed open by him. The 3 heads of the golden giant roared at the same time, and the power burst out again, forcibly pushing the gate open and roaring in. So strong. Lin Shen admired in his heart. After the golden giant was promoted to immortal, the power he burst out was no longer something he could understand at this level. There was a golden light flashing in front of him, and he could no longer see clearly. The immortal creature ascended the altar and was granted the position of heavenly soldier god. A voice came from the immortal court. It was just such a simple sentence, and then the door of the immortal court that was pushed open suddenly closed. What the hell? Heavenly soldier god? Such a powerful creature only has a heavenly soldier god? Lin Shen was shocked. After the golden giant succeeded, more nirvana creatures rushed up the jade steps, trying to rush into the gate of the fairy court. However, most of the nirvana creatures died on the jade steps. Only a few could hold on to the second half. Only the golden giant succeeded in pushing the door open. Lin Shen understood that the process of climbing the jade steps was actually a process of training oneself. The burning of flames and the baptism of lightning and thunder were all strengthening the body and strength of nirvana creatures. If you can hold on, you have a chance to be promoted to immortality. But most creatures couldn't hold on and died on the jade steps. The reason is that they are not strong enough. Lin Shen found that the purer the power of nirvana of the creatures that climbed the jade steps, the higher the possibility of being able to withstand the burning of flames and the bombardment of lightning. And if you want the power of nirvana to be pure, you must have nirvana again and again, so that the fusion degree of your own particles and nirvana attribute particles becomes higher. But in this case, it doesn't matter for nirvana creatures. The probability of human beings becoming non-human after repeated nirvana is too high. Lin Shen thought that these nirvana creatures were desperately trying to rush into the immortal court just to be promoted to immortality. But when an immortal creature rushed up the jade steps, Lin Shen immediately knew that he was wrong. These creatures rushed into the immortal court, probably not just to be promoted to immortality. If only 1 or 2 immortal creatures came to attack the gate of the immortal court, it would be understandable, but then there were more and more immortal creatures rushing into the gate of the immortal court. The positions of gods they were conferred were basically the same, all of them were heavenly soldiers. It was not until dawn that the gate of the immortal court suddenly disappeared. Gone. Wei Wufu pointed at Lin Shen's forehead and said. Lin Shen knew what Wei Wufu was talking about, took out the communicator and took a picture, and found that the mountain-shaped mark on his forehead was gone. The skin on the forehead was smooth and white, without any color. This mountain temple. Lin Shen saw the surrounding situation clearly, but was even more surprised. They stayed in this mountain temple for a night yesterday, and only found out during the day that this mountain temple was in tatters and almost in ruins, and only the main hall was still intact. But the incense burner and candlesticks seen yesterday were gone, the altar was in tatters, and there were clay fragments everywhere on the ground. On the contrary, the clay statue that was broken yesterday was restored to its original state, but it was not on the altar, but hung on the beam by a black rope. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Old Wei, I think we should find a way to leave this planet as soon as possible," Lin Shen said and slowly withdrew from the mountain temple. The two went to the location of the Golden Buddha temple again, and the result was the same. There was no Golden Buddha temple there. This situation was also within Lin Shen's expectations. Since the Golden Buddha temple could not be counted on, they could only find a new way. They sped up and looked for possible transmission devices on the planet. They passed many familiar temples in the middle, but there was no change. After leaving the familiar area, they saw more temples. They just went in to take a look and did not dare to touch anything. When the night came again, they still couldn't find a way out. Familiar recipe, familiar taste, in this dark night, they felt like they were being watched by countless strange creatures again. But this time, they didn't choose to enter the temple, and continued to travel in the dark. Strangely, the fairy court and the jade steps appeared again, at exactly the same time as yesterday. Then Lin Shen and Wei Wufu saw an unbelievable scene. Another nine-tailed jade fox was the first to climb the jade steps, and its death was exactly the same as yesterday. "Old Wei, this is not right." Lin Shen frowned and said. "No. Wrong." Wei Wufu repeated. "Will the next one be the green-scaled snake?" Lin Shen looked at the jade steps, and it was indeed a green-scaled snake rushing up the jade steps. The next scene was an extremely magical scene. Lin Shen and the others watched again the creatures that attacked the jade steps yesterday, until the golden giant appeared again, promoted to immortality, and pushed open the door of the fairy court. They could be sure that this was the scene they saw yesterday. "Old Wei, have we traveled through time?" Lin Shen said with a strange look. "No. I'm hungry," Wei Wufu answered with certainty. "If you're hungry, tell me. I have ascension liquid here." Lin Shen took 2 bottles of ascension liquid from his backpack and gave them to Wei Wufu. Looking at the ascension court still replaying in the sky, he thought, "Are we not under the illusion of that little star? Are we in an illusion now?" Puff. Lin Shen felt a pain in his arm, and saw that the knife in Wei Wufu's hand directly pierced his arm, and blood was flowing down along the blade. "What are you doing?" Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu in a daze, and became more certain that this must be an illusion, otherwise how could Wei Wufu attack him? "Does it hurt?" Wei Wufu asked. "It hurts." Lin Shen nodded in a daze. "It's not an illusion." Wei Wufu pulled out the knife and put it back into the sheath. Lin Shen was speechless. "Why don't you stab yourself? You recover faster," Wei Wufu said seriously. Lin Shen was speechless. Now he was sure that this was not an illusion. This Wei Wufu was too real. It was impossible for 2 people to enter the same illusion. It's not a time travel, nor an illusion, so what's going on now? Lin Shen looked at the scene in the sky, and it was hard to guess what was going on for a while. Until dawn, the 2 of them didn't figure out a reason. They had to continue looking for a way to leave, but the planet was too big, and all they saw were temples and temple ruins, and there was no trace of the teleportation device. It was night again, and they watched the creatures attack the fairy court again. Lin Shen was a little suspicious whether this was a video recorded by someone else and projected using the sky projection system. But if it was a projection, the power and fluctuations generated by those creatures when they attacked the jade steps were real. They could clearly feel the terrifying power fluctuations of those immortal creatures, which was definitely not an effect that could be achieved by projection. When I was a child, I read a book about a man who was trapped on the same day. No matter how he committed suicide, when he woke up, he would return to the starting point of that day. Is it possible that we are in this situation? Lin Shen pondered. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, but just pointed at the communicator in Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen suddenly felt that his IQ had been crushed. Although the communicator had no signal, and he could not access Skynet or contact others, the time on it was still moving and had not stopped. If they were trapped on the same day, time should have gone back. The two searched for several days on this planet full of ancient temples, but they couldn't find a way to leave. Every night, they had to watch a classic performance, and they had to watch it even if they didn't want to. Lin Shen was a little skeptical. There was no teleportation device on the ancient temple planet. That little star wanted to kill them, so how could he let them escape? Old Wei, I have an idea. I wonder if I can try it. Lin Shen said thoughtfully. What? Wei Wufu stopped and looked at Lin Shen. Is it possible that the teleportation device to leave here is actually in the fairy court? Lin Shen pointed to the fairy court gate in the night sky and said, You, go up? Wei Wufu said, shaking his head, No, dangerous, immortal. Opportunity. That's just what I said. Let's look for it again. If we really can't find a way to leave here, we can only try this way in the end. Lin Shen smiled and said, After all, I am an old acquaintance of the Jade Emperor. He is still my guardian fairy. You can't watch me die. If it doesn't work, I can still read his real name and let him come out to help me. After searching for a few more days, there was still no clue. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't wait any longer and had to find a way to leave here quickly. Calculating the time, the effect of the dark domain lotus seeds is almost reaching its best effect. If you can't get out and go to the base change place for nirvana, it will be difficult to achieve double nirvana. Old Wei, there is no time. We can't wait any longer. We can only give it a try. I have observed for so many days and found that one of the important reasons why those failed nirvana creatures failed is that the degree of their body mutation is not high enough. Have you noticed that the nirvana creatures here are somewhat different from those in other places? They still have some carbon-based things on their bodies. Just like the nine-tailed jade fox, most of its body is crystal structure, but its ears are hairy. Most of the failed nirvana creatures are like it, with these carbon-based things on their bodies. That golden giant didn't have anything like that, so he succeeded. Is it possible that the key to success or failure in climbing the jade steps is not the level, but the degree of completion of the body's transformation? In my super basic form, I am a 100% transformed body, and I may be able to pass the jade steps. But to push open the gate of the immortal court, you need immortal level power. I can only try to see if I can use the name of the Jade Emperor to open the door. If I can't open it, I can only ask the Jade Emperor to come in person. Finally, try again, there is another way. Wei Wufu suddenly said. What way? Lin Shen asked in confusion. The mountain god, Mark. Wei Wufu pointed at Lin Shen's forehead and said. Lin Shen instantly understood what Wei Wufu meant and nodded, You can give it a try. When he was in the mountain god temple before, the mountain god left the mountain god mark on his forehead, which should be equivalent to obtaining the mountain god's position. Although I don't know why the mountain god statue did this, if I have the mountain god position, I am equivalent to a person in the fairy court. Can I use this identity to enter the fairy court directly? Unfortunately, the mountain god mark I got last time disappeared during the day and never appeared again. It is estimated that it is really gone. If I want to get the mountain god mark again, I have to go to the mountain god temple again. The two of them decided to go to the mountain god temple in the dark. On the way, they met those temples. There were also fires inside. It looked different from the dilapidated ones during the day. The temples in the dark were intact. Are these temples able to give others the position of God at night? The status of this temple is obviously higher than that of the mountain god temple. If I can get the position of this temple, the effect should be better, right? Lin Shen couldn't help thinking when he passed another temple. But after thinking about it, Lin Shen still didn't dare to go in. It's better not to cause trouble. When they came to the mountain god temple again, they saw that the scene of that night had returned to the mountain god temple. The clay statue was perfect, with the altar, incense burner, candles, everything was exactly the same as that night. The two entered the mountain god temple, and the clay statue did not react at all until Lin Shen lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the incense burner as he did that day. The mountain god's eyes really shone again, shining on Lin Shen. The mountain god's lines were exactly the same as last time, but when he asked Lin Shen if he was sure, Lin Shen did not say it like last time, but asked back, "Do you want to give me your throne?" As soon as he said this, the mountain god was obviously stunned. For a moment, looking at Lin Shen with a strange look in his eyes, and said, "You know. Don't you know me?" Lin Shen saw that he could actually talk to him, and immediately said again, "Why should this god know you?" The mountain god frowned. "He doesn't know me, which means that he has no memory of what happened last time, but how could he have no memory?" Lin Shen was full of doubts. "You know, no matter what, you must accept the position of the mountain god," the mountain god said with a fixed gaze, and Lin Shen suddenly felt a pain on his forehead, and a bloody mountain mark appeared on it again. "I can finally be free." Following the mountain god's voice, there was a click, and the clay statue broke into a pile of mud again. "It's done. I'll try," Lin Shen said and walked out of the temple, wanting to leave the temple and break through the jade steps. But just as he walked out of the temple gate, he found himself back in the temple. Not only did he return to the temple, but he also appeared on the altar, where the clay statue was originally located. "Oh my God. So that's what happened." Lin Shen understood immediately. In order to confirm what he thought, he quickly rushed out of the mountain temple, but he returned to the altar out of thin air. No matter how Lin Shen rushed out, as long as he stepped out of the range of the mountain temple, he would be forced to teleport back to the altar. "I originally wanted to use the god's position to enter the fairy court, but I couldn't even get out of the temple gate. Fortunately, this mountain god mark will disappear during the day, otherwise it would be too miserable to be trapped in this mountain temple for a lifetime." Lin Shen was a little uneasy, afraid of accidents. Fortunately, during the day, the mountain god mark on his forehead disappeared automatically. And there was no longer any impact after walking out of the mountain temple. It seems that there is no shortcut to go. Lin Shen had no choice but to rely on his own strength to step into the fairy court. Wait, that technique of stepping on the immortal courtyard, couldn't it be used to walk on this jade staircase? Lin Shen suddenly remembered this. "Bring all these things with you. If I find a way to leave behind this door and can take you Away with me, we will go together. If I can't take you with me, just find a safe place to wait for me. Don't leave. This way, wait until I come back to pick you up. Lin Shen gave way. Wufu everything he could use. If Lin Shen entered the fairy court gate and couldn't get out, he had to give Wei Wufu enough to survive. Ability to wait until he comes back. Lin Shen had already made a plan. If he couldn't take Wei Wufu with him, he would go to Little Star after Nirvana and force it to get Wei Wufu out no matter what. With the protection of Yuling, Wei Wufu should be fine if he stays here. After everything was arranged, Lin Shen, escorted by Wei Wufu, headed towards the Jade Steps. On the fairy tale sphere, a colorful shelled snail, calling itself Little Star, is lying leisurely on the stone, with the snail shell behind it shaking like a rocking chair. It's so boring. Finally, 2 living ones came, and they were 2 damn humans. We had to send them to the Mystic Star. Little Xingxing seemed to have thought of something, and turned over like a bastard. Turning over, he muttered to himself with a strange expression, speaking of which, there is still a way out of Mystic Star. Those 2 humans won't escape alive, right? However, Little Xingxing immediately denied this idea, curled his lips, and laughed at himself. It seems that I am really old, and I am starting to be suspicious. 2 upgraded humans are on the Mystic Star. Once the night comes, the Mystic God, if they are resurrected, they will be killed instantly, and there is no way they can survive. Even if they call the Mystic God's daddy, and the Mystic God is so stupid that he really treats them as his sons and doesn't kill them, they can't possibly think that the only way to survive from the Mystic God Star is in the fairy court. Even if they think of it, with their ascension level with such strength, it is impossible to walk to the gate of the immortal courtyard. Even if you walk up to it, you can't push the gate of the immortal courtyard without immortal power. Little Xingxing thought about it and realized that it was impossible for those 2 humans to leave alive. Mysterious Star, he must have been worrying too much. Lin Shen came to the Jade Steps, covered by the light of the bow and order. Creatures in the darkness did not dare to approach here. There were no creatures on the Jade Steps for the time being. Let's go. Lin Shen directly activated all his skills, and at the same time merged with the rebel, forcibly improved his attributes, said hello to Wei Wufu, and then stepped onto the Jade Steps. The first time he stepped onto the Jade Steps, he immediately felt his whole body burning. The flames seemed to rise from his skin, flesh, bones, and blood, and engulfed his whole body in an instant. In the flames, the flame was like wrought iron, burning every cell in his body. If he hadn't entered the super base state, the inside and outside would be integrated. Just the burning of this flame would be enough to burn his flesh and blood into charcoal. Fortunately, his super base form made his body completely flawless. Under the burning of the flames, Lin Shen's body did not suffer any major problems. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck Lin Shen. Even in his super basic form, Lin Shen still felt numb all over his body, and his soul almost flew out of the sky. Fuck. It won't work if I don't summon the life base. Lin Shen had seen those creatures before, and they only attracted thunder and lightning after summoning the life base. He allowed the rebel to fuse into his body, but he didn't summon it, and it didn't work either, which made him somewhat depressed. Fortunately, the power of the thunder and lightning was not able to damage his body, it just made him feel numb all over. Sure enough, it is exactly what I thought. As long as the degree of genetic transformation of the body is high enough, the intensity of fire and lightning is actually not that high. It is not difficult to withstand a nirvana-level physique. With the skills fully activated, although my physique is better than that of a nirvana level, it is weaker, but it should be able to withstand the fire and thunder in front of me. During the flame and thunder forging along the way, my super base and super recast can play a huge role in recasting my body to extremely high strength. As long as you can withstand the previous wave, you will definitely be able to go up. Lin Shen had already planned everything and raised his legs to step onto the second floor. But this step seemed to be burdened with endless pressure, and I almost failed to take it. No wonder even those nirvana creatures walk so slowly. The jade steps seem to have strong glue. The farther away the feet are from the jade steps, the stronger the suction force below. Lin Shen thought in his mind and used the wave step. The attitude of walking up. As soon as he stepped out of the wave step, Lin Shen immediately felt that the suction under his feet was greatly reduced. But after walking up the second step, Lin Shen felt that the flames on his body became stronger, and more thunder and lightning appeared in the void around him. Thunder and lightning seemed to be connected to his body, and continued to shock Lin Shen's body. Wei Wufu carried Lin Shen's backpack and stepped back a distance, watching Lin Shen walking up the jade steps from a distance. Fatty also climbed out of the backpack, stood on Wei Wufu's back, and looked at Lin Shen walking on the jade steps. Flames rose from Lin Shen's body, and thunder and lightning struck him from time to time. Under such a combination of thunder and fire, his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Wei Wufu frowned, as if he was very worried. He didn't know if Lin Shen could withstand such terrifying flames and thunder. Even he didn't have the confidence this time. After all, that road is difficult, even for nirvana creatures to complete. The key is that Lin Shen's body cannot evolve like a nirvana, nor can he be promoted to immortality. This is the most dangerous thing. It seemed extremely dangerous, but in fact Lin Shen's situation was not as bad as it seemed. In such an environment, the world power that the super base can absorb is terrifying to an unimaginable degree. The thick world power was sucked into Lin Shen's body, not only providing an endless supply of energy, but also strengthening Lin Shen's body. With the support of a high concentration of world power, the super base transformation and super base recasting were also strengthened, and the damage to Lin Shen's body caused by flames and lightning was quickly repaired. He walked up step by step, one step at a time, and the suction of each step would become stronger, and the power of the wave-walking step was gradually increasing, and it actually reached a delicate balance with the suction of the steps, making it not so difficult for Lin Shen to walk, and even walked a little faster than most nirvana creatures. But after walking for a little while, the power of flames and lightning had exceeded the maximum limit that Lin Shen's body could bear. The brilliant silver crystal body began to turn red and hot, and fine cracks spread on his body. Fortunately, the super base recasting was powerful enough to quickly repair the injured body. Before he had even walked halfway, Lin Shen's body had already been burned by flames and lightning, becoming as crystal clear as a piece of melting glass, emitting a strange silver glow. The flames and lightning of the jade steps were originally used for the evolution of nirvana creatures to immortality. Lin Shen forcibly climbed the jade steps with a flying upgrade, enduring the baptism that should only be borne by nirvana level creatures. It was already a shocking thing that he could reach such a height. If he had not possessed the super base form, I am afraid that when he stepped onto the first jade step, his flesh and blood under the shell would have been burned to charcoal. Burned by the raging fire and bathed in lightning, Lin Shen moved forward. Step by step, his body repeatedly changing between damage and repair. His whole body was like a red-hot iron block, repeatedly forged by lightning and fire. When Lin Shen walked halfway to the left, the surface of his body began to melt, and iron-like liquid dripped from his body. Even with his innate skills and the huge blessing of the Destiny Defier, Lin Shen's body was still a little bit unable to bear it, and the superbase recasting was too late to completely repair his damaged body. Fortunately, at this time, the superbase transformation finally reached the cooling stage, and Lin Shen's body suddenly cooled down rapidly, and white steam rose from Lin Shen's body. But under the terrifying flames and lightning, the white gas evaporated in an instant. Lin Shen's body, after being forged by both flames and lightning, has reached an incredible level of strength. In this state, the superbase form is so strong that even most nirvana creatures can hardly match it. But not long after Lin Shen continued to walk up, his body began to melt again. The repair speed of the superbase recasting soon could not keep up with the melting speed. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and forcibly activated the superbase transformation again. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to activate the superbase transformation a second time after just activating the superbase transformation, and the effect of the superbase transformation has not been released. The energy supply in the body cannot keep up. But on this jade step, the world power absorbed by the superbase text is so much that Lin Shen's body can't accommodate it. The world power consumed is far less than the world power absorbed. A large amount of world power is accumulated in Lin Shen's body. The terrifying amount of energy forced him to activate the second superbase transformation. The superbasic state was superbasic again. The body, which was already very strong, was strengthened again. Moreover, the superbasic state had just been opened. With the cooperation of superbasic recasting, the damaged body was repaired again. Lin Shen kept walking up step by step. The whole person was bathed in thunder and fire, like a walking thunder and fire. Wei Wufu could no longer see Lin Shen's figure. He could only see a group of constantly changing dazzling light. The flames and thunder and lightning were intertwined with the brilliant light on Lin Shen's body, making it impossible to look directly at it. Wei Wufu stared at the light ball without blinking, and his eyes were pierced by the light and kept crying. Lin Shen's body began to drip liquid like molten iron again, dripping on the jade steps one by one. The moment it touched the jade steps, it condensed into mercury crystals. Lin Shen knew that he could not stop. Once he stopped, the continuity of the wave-stepping step would end, and he would not be able to take even one step on the jade steps supporting his body. That was about to collapse. Lin Shen kept reciting the full name of the Jade Emperor in his mind. Once his body can no longer bear it, he will immediately call out the name of the Jade Emperor. Fortunately, Lin Shen's body still lasted until the second superbase transformation was completed, and the superbase transformation entered a cooling state. The body that was about to melt cooled down in an instant. Lin Shen's whole body exuded silver holy light, and there was mercury-like silver light flowing on his body between his gestures. Now his physical strength has far exceeded that of the Ascenders, and even exceeded that of the Nirvana. The secondary body forging of fire and lightning has made the superbase form that has completed the superbase transformation and recasting reach a strength that should not be possessed by his level. Lin Shen's previous judgment was not completely accurate. The completion of the body's base transformation is certainly an important foundation for ascending the jade steps, but the nirvana attribute is also an indispensable condition. In the superbase form, Lin Shen's body is already perfect enough, but unfortunately he does not have the blessing of the nirvana attribute. He relied on his body to carry it up, and the damage caused by the fire and lightning to his body was too great. There was still a little more jade steps to reach the gate of the immortal court, but Lin Shen's body, which had been strengthened by the second super base transformation, began to soften and melt again. Can I do it again? Just one more time. I can walk to the gate of the immortal court. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and activated the super base transformation again. His body had already experienced 2 super base transformations, and it took a huge amount of energy to maintain this state. The energy consumed by activating the super base transformation again was already incalculable. The huge amount of world power absorbed by the super base text was almost drained out in an instant, and the super base transformation was forcibly activated again. The dazzling light also shone, and Lin Shen took a step forward, with the flames and lightning on his body swaying like flowers. It's almost there. It's almost there. There are only a dozen steps left. Wei Wufu's eyes were so red and swollen that he could hardly open them, and his face was full of tears, but he still stared straight at the dazzling group of light that was moving forward step by step on the jade steps. In fact, he couldn't see anything, his eyes had long been dazzled by the dazzling light, and everything he saw was double. The superbase text continued to absorb the world's power, but the absorbed world power was almost unable to keep up with the consumption of the third superbase transformation. Fortunately, before the energy supply was about to run out, the third super base transformation was finally completed. After cooling rapidly, Lin Shen's body actually showed a black mirror state. That was not true black, but a color close to black formed by the superposition of silver crystals to a certain extent. Just like water that looks transparent, when the water reaches a certain depth, it will appear dark blue or even black. The flames and lightning that have almost become substantial corroded Lin Shen's body, and even made the black crystal-like body drip iron juice again like a red-hot iron block. Lin Shen was no longer able to use the fourth superbase transformation. The power of the world could not keep up with the consumption. It was very difficult to maintain the triple superbase transformation. He could only grit his teeth and walk up. Every drop of iron juice dripping from his body made his body tremble. Only 7 steps left. Lin Shen's eyes became a little blurred, because the outer shell melted, lost the transparent effect, and blurred his vision. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The iron juice on Lin Shen's body fell, and when he stepped on the last step and came to the gate of the fairy court, all the lightning and flames disappeared. Wei Wufu's eyes were swollen to a slit, and he finally saw Lin Shen's figure clearly. He was no longer human, like a human-shaped iron block that had been melted, with iron juice dripping from his body. The iron juice fell on the ground and immediately turned into deep, black crystals in the shape of water drops, making a ding-dong sound. Window _Taboola equals window _Taboola _Taboola. Mode thumbs feed 01 container Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _type mix. Wei Wufu was horrified. Among the ascenders, Lin Shen was probably the only one who could survive such a serious injury. Lin Shen stood in front of the gate of the immortal court. The triple super base transformation had been automatically lifted because the world power could not keep up with the consumption. He did not dare to lift the Superbase form. The superbase text was still absorbing the superworld power, and the superbase recasting slowly repaired the injured body. Without the blessing of thunder and fire, the speed of superbase text absorbing the world power slowed down a lot. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I felt that the repair speed of superbase recasting became particularly slow. After a while, Lin Shen's body recovered by more than half, and the carapace gradually returned to its original appearance. Strangely, the carapace and the superbase body were still the silver-black color, and did not return to the previous pure silver color. Without the superbase transformation, Lin Shen could still feel that his physical strength was far beyond the usual. Now there was no time to think so much. After his body recovered by more than half, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the gate of the immortal court, pushing the gate with all his strength. Unfortunately, as he expected, the gate did not move at all. The gate of the fairy court, that can only be opened by immortal power, is not something that his current power can shake. Even though the infinite power contract provided him with a lot of power attributes, because of the growth of his diehard fans, the gap is still negligible compared to the power of the immortal level. Seeing that he couldn't open the gate, Lin Shen could only cough lightly and shouted at the gate, "I have a close relationship with the Jade Emperor, and I came to visit him. Please open the door and let me in." Lin Shen's words were also true. The Jade Emperor was his guardian fairy, and their friendship was indeed extraordinary. However, whether the terrifying beings in the fairy court would believe it was not something that Lin Shen could control. If the people inside ignored him, then Lin Shen could only call out the honorable name of the Jade Emperor and summon him out. Lin Shen waited for a while, but couldn't hear any sound, so he shouted a few more times, but still no one answered him. It seems that I can only call out the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen was depressed. The guardian fairy spirit can only be summoned once, and there will be no chance to use it again, unless he can find the 5 sacrificial robes. He didn't think much of the guardian fairy spirit before, but after seeing so many immortal creatures rushing into the fairy court, but only getting the heavenly soldiers and gods, you can imagine how terrifying the power of the Jade Emperor is. Any small soldier in the fairy court is an immortal creature. Lin Shen can't imagine how powerful the Jade Emperor is now. Just when Lin Shen wanted to read out the name of the Jade Emperor, he heard a click, and the door of the fairy court slowly opened. It's really opened. Lin Shen was surprised and surprised. He looked back at Wei Wufu on the ground. Seeing Wei Wufu nod, Lin Shen walked towards the open door of the fairy court. The door of the fairy court was shrouded in clouds and mist, and you couldn't see what was inside from the outside. After Lin Shen walked into the door of the fairy court slowly closed again, separating the two worlds. Seeing Lin Shen actually walk into the gate of the fairy court like this, a powerful creature with a human body and a snake tail rushed up the jade steps. He supported himself to survive the baptism of thunder and fire, and came to the gate of the fairy court. He imitated Lin Shen and shouted, "At the gate, the Jade Emperor and I are also." Before he finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt as ferocious as a real dragon fell from the sky, directly electrocuting him into ashes, and immediately frightened many mysterious creatures. Lin Shen walked into the fairy court, but only saw clouds and mist, and a winding jade bridge, like a corridor, came into his eyes. The sea of clouds was rolling around, and the sky was full of clouds and mist. The jade bridge rose and fell like a dragon in the sea of clouds, extending to the distance, and there was no end in sight. In addition to this jade bridge, Lin Shen did not see pavilions, towers, and jade Buildings. It was completely different from the fairy court he went to last time, as if it was not the same place at all. Those immortal creatures who came in before him disappeared, and there was no one around. Strange. How could there be no one? At least there should be a reception? Lin Shen was puzzled, cleared his throat, and shouted to the sea of clouds, "I want to see the Jade Emperor, I don't know where to go." Silence, deathly silence, no sound. Lin Shen asked several times, but still no one answered him. This time Lin Shen waited for a long time, but there was no movement, so he had to walk along the Jade Bridge. There is only one road here, so there is no need to worry about going wrong. Lin Shen walked along the Jade Bridge, his steps getting faster and faster. The Jade Bridge is longer than he imagined. Lin Shen has been running on the Jade Bridge with all his strength. He rushed for half a day, but he still can't see the end of the Jade Bridge, nor can he see other buildings. At Lin Shen's current speed, even a huge star like the giant ring star should have circled in such a long time, so why didn't he reach the end of the Jade Bridge? Lin Shen couldn't help but stop and looked around from a relatively high position on the Jade Bridge, but he still saw nothing, not even the gate of the fairyland he came from. Standing next to the white jade railing, Lin Shen looked at the sea of clouds below. His face changed drastically after seeing this. The bridge hole below was looming in the rolling sea of clouds, and above the bridge hole, there was a figure swaying gently with the rolling sea of clouds. It was a corpse hanging in the bridge hole. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that it was not a corpse, but a lifelike white jade statue. The white jade statue was carved into a fairy-like figure. It was originally very beautiful, but it was strangled by a red rope and hung in the middle of the bridge hole, flickering in the clouds and mist. It was a bit scary. Why is this place like a temple? It's just weird stuff. Lin Shen's heart moved, and he walked to other bridge openings and looked down. As he expected, there was a white jade statue hanging in every bridge hole. And each white jade statue carved a different person. Some of them look weird, and some of them are as beautiful as flowers, but no matter how beautiful the carvings are, hanging them in a place like this will make people feel a little scary. I don't know how long the Jade Bridge is, but there is a bridge opening every few hundred meters. I don't know how many bridge openings there are along the way. If there is a white jade statue hanging under each bridge opening, how many will there be? Who is so bored that he hung so many white jade statues here? Lin Shen looked complicated. He did not dare to touch those white jade statues, fearing that they would trigger some kind of taboo like the clay statues in the temple. This place doesn't look like the fairy garden I've been to before. What's going on? Lin Shen was full of doubts, but he couldn't wait here and could only continue running along the Jade Bridge. Walking forward day and night, Lin Shen began to doubt whether he was trapped in a vicious circle. At his speed, he was still on the Jade Bridge after several days and nights without sleep, and he could not see the end at all. Anyone who came here would think he was going in circles. But there was only one road on the Jade Bridge. If it was really a loop, he should have walked back to the gate. All the way down, he did not see the gate, so Lin Shen could only continue to move forward. When he was about to doubt his life, the Jade Bridge came to an end. This bridge is really just long. Lin Shen saw a white jade building at the end of the Jade Bridge, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not try to go back before, otherwise he would have to waste time on this Jade Bridge. Lin Shen walked to the white jade building and found that there was only such a white jade building at the end of the jade bridge. The three sides of the building were surrounded by the sea of clouds, and there was no other way. There was no plaque or signboard in the white jade building, and there was no word on the door. Lin Shen called a few times, but no one in the building answered. After saying sorry, Lin Shen stretched out his hand and carefully pushed open the door of the white jade building. A ray of morning light shone from the door. When Lin Shen saw the scene inside the door, he was stunned. Inside the door, there were mountains, rivers, sunset, egrets, insects, and frogs. This was not a white jade building. It was clearly the scene of the human mother planet. Lin Shen was a little unbelievable. He closed the door, paused for 2 seconds, and pushed the door open again. He still saw the afterglow of the sunset, not the furnishings in the building. Lin Shen tried to walk in. In one step, Lin Shen came to the river. He turned around and looked again, but the jade door was gone, let alone the white jade building. Flying to the air and looking around, Lin Shen was surprised to find that this place was not far from the Sueño base, where he was born. Flying towards the Sueño base, he saw familiar people and buildings soon. I'm really back. Lin Shen quietly returned to his hometown without disturbing anyone. He just took a few glances and then left directly for Tiancheng. The Wei family was very confused. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu had clearly gone to the underground space, and there was only one way out, the Zhendi Hall. How could Lin Shen come back from outside? Lin Shen told everyone what he and Wei Wufu had encountered, and everyone in the Wei family was stunned. Lin Shen told Wei Chongqing that he needed to go to Nirvana first, and then go to the Blood Sea to settle accounts with Xiao Xingxing and bring Wei Wufu back. Lin Shen had already calculated that he could use the mechanical watch to go to the mysterious planet with the Golden Buddha Temple, and after Nirvana in the ancient temple, he would use the mechanical watch to return to the mother planet. After rescuing Wei Wufu, he could still use Yingyi Weijing to leave the mother planet and would not be trapped here, for fear that Wei Wufu would have an accident on that strange planet. Lin Shen did not dare to delay for a quarter of an hour and teleported directly to the ancient temple star. Just as he thought, the ancient temple star that he came to with the mechanical watch has a golden Buddha temple. Lin Shen found the Master of Salvation and got his permission to dive into the underwater ancient temple again. When he came to the brazier that Lao Tai mentioned, Lin Shen activated the super base form, took out a god-making egg, swallowed it without hesitation, and then jumped into the brazier. The theory of evolution started to work on its own, and he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a strange energy gushing out of his body like a spring, flowing to his limbs and bones. At the same time, the energy in the brazier also rushed to his body. It was obviously a burning flame, but he could not feel a trace of heat, but rather a little cold. The flame in the brazier wrapped Lin Shen's entire body in the flame, but Lin Shen felt as if his body was soaked in ice water, and his whole body was indescribably cool. The theory of evolution started to work automatically, and the carapace also emerged automatically. Lin Shen calmly absorbed the energy of the two, waiting for his body to enter the state of nirvana. Once entering the state of nirvana, Lin Shen's body will undergo earth-shaking changes. How to maintain humanity in that state and eventually restore the human body is the key to nirvana. The energy of the brazier is constantly absorbed into the body, and the energy of the god-making egg in the body is constantly decomposing and integrating into his body. But Lin Shen did not feel the drastic changes that Others said, nor did he feel that his consciousness was affected. Peace. Lin Shen actually only felt peace, and the two energies continued to integrate into his body in this peaceful state. The effect of the dark domain lotus seeds is really powerful. It can so easily integrate the two attribute powers into one body. Lin Shen thought this was the effect of the dark domain lotus seeds. Time passed by, and gradually Lin Shen felt something was wrong. At first, he could still feel the energy in his body becoming full, but his body never changed. Lin Shen thought that the energy had not accumulated to the point where his body could achieve nirvana, but until the energy gushing out of his body began to decrease, his body still did not change at all, and there was no sign of nirvana at all. What's going on? Lin Shen was surprised to find that the energy decomposed from the God-making egg was almost dried up, and his body still hadn't entered the state of nirvana. This is not right. Why didn't I enter nirvana? Lin Shen felt that the energy transmitted in the brazier was also decreasing, and he was suddenly a little panicked. He had read many experiences of nirvana of his predecessors before, but he had never heard of such a situation. Until the flames in the brazier went out, Lin Shen's body still did not change at all. He could feel that the energy in the brazier and the energy of the God-making egg had indeed merged into his body, but those energies did not allow him to enter the state of nirvana. Lin Shen walked out of the brazier. The flame in the brazier had completely extinguished. It was unknown when it would be relit. Even if the brazier was relit, the properties would be different from now. He had already absorbed 2 types of nirvana power, and it was impossible to absorb a third type. Lin Shen was full of doubts and carefully studied his own properties. It was indeed a rapid upgrade. There was no change in the properties, and he did not obtain the nirvana property. After pondering for a long time, Lin Shen suddenly thought of a possibility. He was tempered by thunder and fire on the jade steps. Although the properties did not change, the superbase form and shell had undergone some changes. Is it possible that it was that kind of change that caused his body to have problems, so he could not achieve nirvana? Lin Shen released the superbase form and wanted to take a risk to try whether he could achieve nirvana in a normal state. The result was still the same. Under normal circumstances, he still did not achieve nirvana, and his body did not react at all. What is going on? Is it a problem with the theory of evolution? The wrong version of the theory of evolution does not have the latter part. I have been practicing by myself. Could it be that I am stuck here? Lin Shen wanted to cry but had no tears. He could not achieve nirvana. Thinking about it, it seemed wrong. Even if there was a problem with the theory of evolution, he absorbed the double power of nirvana, one of which was the power of the immortal land. Even if he did not practice the evolution technique, his body should have reacted. Now his body did not react at all. This was definitely not normal. There must be something wrong with his body. Dang! 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 Lin Shen slashed at himself with his sword one after another, laughing as he slashed. His brain was not broken, nor was he self-destructive, because he could not achieve nirvana, but because he finally found out why he could not achieve nirvana. There was a serious deviation between his physical strength and his attributes. The values of the hardness attribute and the toughness attribute were the same as before, but the actual strength was far more than that. His own full-strength attack could not leave a scar on his flesh and blood, leaving at most a red mark. You have to know that he used a scum knife, and he used scum knife skills. Even the body of a nirvana creature could not withstand the sawing damage of the scum knife. Such destructive power could not even hurt his flesh and blood. How could such strength be just a small value shown in the attributes? Lin Shen thought about it, and there was only one possibility. When he was on the jade steps, the thunder and fire repeatedly baptized his body, strengthening his physical strength. But because he is just an ascender, and the power of thunder and fire is aimed at the nirvana creatures and immortal creatures that are about to become immortal, his body has been strengthened beyond the upgrade. This kind of strengthening is difficult to be reflected in the attributes of the ascender. Or the watch has produced an erroneous detection result, which will cause this situation where the value does not match the actual attribute. The reason why he cannot achieve nirvana is that his body strength is too high, and the double nirvana power still makes it difficult for his body to enter the nirvana state. It may not be entirely a problem of strength, there are deeper reasons, but the root cause is definitely the abnormal changes in the body. After being baptized by thunder and fire, after a series of tests, Lin Shen found that his current situation is a bit strange. The hardness and toughness are very high, far beyond the numerical display, but the strength and speed have not changed significantly compared to before. These are not problems, the problem is how to achieve nirvana. The most direct way is to absorb more nirvana power until the body can enter the nirvana state. But now there is no nirvana power of the same attribute for Lin Shen to use. If he absorbs the nirvana power of other attributes and enters the nirvana state with multiple nirvana attributes mixed together, Lin Shen is afraid that he will become a non-human directly. But there is no other way. I can only give it a try. I can't just stay in nirvana forever. Lin Shen took out the god-making egg he brought and selected it from it. The original egg he used before was one he picked out from the nirvana-level god-making egg. Judging from the materials used to make the god-making egg, the attributes of the god-making egg Lin Shen chose should be more suitable for him. Now that one god-making egg has not been successfully nirvana, Lin Shen does not know if another one will be excessive. If he uses a low-level god-making egg, he is afraid that the amount will not be enough. If he still cannot achieve nirvana at that time, will he have to take another one? Lin Shen does not know if he can bear the 3 attributes. If he takes a 4-attribute one, wouldn't it be even worse? After hesitating for a long time, Lin Shen still chose a god-making egg made of nirvana material and swallowed it. The strange energy spread in the stomach and soon spread throughout the body. Lin Shen quickly ran the theory of evolution and entered the superbase form at the same time to prepare for nirvana. Time passed by minute, and the strange energy went from calm to turbulent, and then from turbulent to calm, and then nothing happened. The energy of this god-making egg disappeared again, and Lin Shen's body still had no reaction at all, and there was no reaction of entering nirvana at all. This time Lin Shen was dumbfounded. This was not nirvana yet. If it continued, it would be 4 attributes. At this point, there was no way out. Lin Shen picked another god-making egg made of nirvana material, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it again. The strange energy spread in Lin Shen's body like an electric current, constantly erupting violently, and finally returned to calm. Still no nirvana reaction. It's fatal. Lin Shen's heart began to tremble. The more types of attributes one has, the easier it is to become a non-human when entering the nirvana state. Now there are already 4 attributes. Lin Shen dare not imagine what kind of backlash he will suffer once he enters the nirvana state. Lin Shen is now in a dilemma. If he doesn't continue to eat, he can't enter the nirvana state. He can't stay in the flying upgrade for his whole life. If he eats, the probability of becoming a non-human is too high. No, I can't eat anymore. I have to find a way to rescue Lao Wei first. Lin Shen gave up the idea of continuing to eat nirvana eggs. He was afraid that if he didn't succeed, there would be no one to rescue Lao Wei. After putting away everything, Lin Shen returned to the Golden Buddha Temple. After saying goodbye to the Master of Salvation, he used a mechanical watch to return to the Mother Planet. Because the Nirvana level can't enter the human Mother Planet, Lin Shen has no way to find external help. He can only hope that the die-hard fans will complete Nirvana as soon as possible, so that he will have a chance to deal with that damn snail star. Although he failed to achieve Nirvana, his physical strength was no less than that of the top Nirvana. With the destructive power of the die-hard fans, unless the snail was immortal, Lin Shen still had a great chance of winning. Lin Shen felt that it was unlikely that Xiaoxingxing was immortal. If it was immortal, there was no need to teleport them to the ancient temple star. They could just kill them directly. Back in Tiancheng, Lin Shen did not say that there was a problem with his nirvana. Wei Chongqing and others thought he had succeeded in nirvana. Originally, Wei Chongqing and the others wanted to go to the Blood Sea with Lin Shen, but Lin Shen persuaded them to stop. There is an indescribable creature in the Blood Sea, which is almost 100% certain to be an immortal creature. No matter how many people go, they can't deal with that creature. If Lin Shen goes alone, Xiaoxingxing will probably be curious about how he escaped from that planet, and it is very likely that the immortal creature will take him there again. If more people go, who knows what accidents may happen. What if Xiaoxingxing lets the immortal creature kill everyone else and only leaves Lin Shen alive? Wouldn't they die unjustly? Lin Shen is betting that Xiaoxingxing's own strength is not very strong and has not reached the immortal level. He wants to win by surprise. The key is when the dead fan can complete nirvana. Although he wants to go to the Blood Sea immediately, Lin Shen can only wait patiently for the dead fan to complete nirvana. Fortunately, the dead fan did not make Lin Shen wait too long. After waiting for less than 5 days, the dead fan completed the third nirvana. The attributes of the dead fan have not changed, but the attributes of nirvana have changed again, from the original true extreme destruction of evil destruction death ray to true extreme destruction of evil destruction death ray. In addition, the dead fan has an additional superbase talent skill, superbase demonization. Superbase demonization is an enhanced skill that doubles the attributes, which is somewhat similar to the superbase form, but the side effects are a bit bigger. After using superbase demonization, there will be an obvious weak period. Even so, superbase demonization is already a very powerful talent skill. Die fans have always lacked a talent skill with full attribute buffs, and this time it was finally made up. 4. With the dead fan in hand, Lin Shen suddenly gained a lot of confidence and entered the underground world. Again, heading towards the Sea of Blood. If a person has never eaten meat, he will basically not have the desire to eat meat, because he has no idea what meat tastes like. But once you have tasted the taste of meat, it is difficult to return to the previous state of no desire and no desire. Although Little Star is not a human, it has the same weaknesses as humans. It had been on the pink star for who knows how many years. It had never seen or communicated with outsiders. Although it felt a little lonely, it could endure it. But since the last time she met Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, Xiaoxing suddenly felt a little restless inside and couldn't calm down. Little Xingxing even regrets now that she shouldn't have sent Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to the Mystic Star so early. You should keep them for a few more days and let them be the audience for a few more days. When you have had enough singing and are tired of playing, it will not be too late to send them to Mystic Star. The more little Xingxing thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Why am I in such a hurry? The two flying ones are just upgraded. Are you worried that they can escape from my hands? With their little skills, I'm afraid they can't even leave the pink star. Little Xingxing has spent the past few days in trouble, and her spirit is a bit depressed. Suddenly, the little Xingxing who was lying down seemed to sense something, and his originally lazy body suddenly jumped up. I don't know where it took out a single lens telescope, held it over its right eye, and looked at the other side of the sea of blood. Another creature came to the sea of blood, another human being. When little Xingxing saw a human figure appearing on the beach, her body jumped up with excitement. But when it saw clearly the appearance of the human who appeared on the beach, its eyes suddenly widened and its face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? Wasn't he teleported to the Mystic Star God by me? How could he come out? Little Xingxing's eyes almost popped out. No. No. It's impossible for an ascended person to escape from the Mystic Star. This is just a human who looks very similar to him. Human beings are all similar in appearance. Maybe this is his brother or twin. The more little Xingxing thought about it, the more he felt right. If you want to know who he is, just catch him and ask him. Thinking of this, little Xingxing took out a silver whistle from somewhere, puffed up her cheeks, and blew the whistle. The strange immortal creature in the sea of blood immediately started to move on the bottom of the sea and swam towards the other shore. Little Xingxing saw the surprised look on the man's face when he saw the dream beast, and the way he turned around and tried to escape. He was even more sure that this human being was not the same Asian who was teleported to the Mystic Star. Dream beast caught the man easily. Judging from the burst of power, he must also be an ascender. Stupid human being, I will never kill you so easily this time. The little devil in Little Star's heart was ready to move. Lin Shen was brought to the pink star by the dream beast, and his experience was exactly the same as last time. But he still pretended to be surprised and looked at the pink planet, without specifically looking for traces of the little stars. Welcome. Little Xingxing said the same thing. Lin Shen looked around like last time and did not look at the ground. Humans are always so stupid. Seeing that this human was as stupid as the previous two humans, Little Star could only clear her throat and said again, Am I here? What a big snail, you can actually talk. Lin Shen lowered his head and saw little Xingxing. His eyes widened with an expression of shock. Ignorant and stupid. Human beings have no knowledge at all. Little Xingxing secretly complained in his heart, but with a smile on his face, he said amiably, I am not a snail, my name is Little Xingxing, I am the most gentle, kind, and helpful person in the universe. Creature, my friend, do you need help? Are you really willing to help me? I was attacked by a strange creature in the blood sea just now. Do you know what kind of creature it is? If I fly back from the blood sea, will it come out and attack me? Lin Shen, he asked with a happy face. You and I are really in the same boat. I was also caught here by it. That creature is called Dream Beast. It is a very terrifying immortal creature. It trapped me here but did Not kill me, just like a cat catching me. Like a mouse, it treats me as its plaything. I try hard to fight again and again, but fail again and again. It is too powerful. Sometimes I even want to end my life. Little Xingxing, his face, was full of scars and grief. This guy is also a good actor. He knew that he was acting, but he was actually a little moved. If he hadn't already suffered a lot, he would have been fooled by it. Lin Shen secretly sneered in his heart, but his face was full of emotions. Showing indignation, you don't need to be too pessimistic. We can work together to deal with it, and we will always find a way. That's great. We will be friends from now on. What's your name? Little Xingxing looked excited, as if she finally had a family member. My name is Lin Shen. Lin Shen answered truthfully. This is obviously not the same person, but they are all equally stupid. It seems to be related to the Tian from before. Little Xingxing asked, seemingly concerned, this place is so dangerous, why did you come here? My eldest brother and second brother went to explore this area before, but I haven't contacted them for several days. I suspected that something happened to them, so I came here to look for them. Little Xingxing, have you seen any humans appearing nearby? Lin Shen asked rhetorically. No, maybe they were not as lucky as you, and were eaten by that fantasy beast. Little Xingxing secretly said happily, as expected, these are the brothers of those two stupid humans, and they are also fools. Lin Shen's expression suddenly changed when he heard this, and his voice trembled as he said, eldest brother, second brother, they were really killed. I'm just speculating that maybe they didn't come to the Blood Sea at all, but went to explore other places. They may have gone home now. Xiao Xingxing saw that Lin Shen's face was pale, without a trace of blood, and his eyes were gray, as if for a moment the child seemed to have lost his life. And he couldn't help but feel a little compassion, and turned to comfort him. If that's the case, that would be great. Lin Shen said, and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the sea, gritting his teeth and said, if it is really that dream beast that killed the eldest brother and the second brother, I will fight for this even if I don't care about my life. I must kill it to avenge my eldest brother and second brother. There's no point in trying your best, little Ascended One, even if I give you another 10,000 lives, it won't be enough for the dream beast to kill. Little Xingxing thought in her heart, but her expression suddenly became extremely solemn, and she said seriously, if you want to kill it, I have a way. Xiao Xingxing said to Lin Shen seriously, sing. Sing? Lin Shen looked at Xiao Xingxing in a daze, with a puzzled look on his face. This time he was not acting, but was really full of questions. Xiao Xingxing said, seriously, I have been imprisoned here by the dream beast for so many years. I don't know how many times I have fought with the dream beast. Although I am not its opponent, it didn't kill me because it wanted to play with me, so I can survive until now. After so many years of enduring humiliation, it is not completely fruitless. After my secret research, it was also a coincidence that I discovered that the dream beast has a very fatal flaw. It is afraid of singing. Its fighting power will be weakened by singing. The louder you sing, the better you sing, the more the fighting power of the dream beast will be weakened. Xiao Xingxing deceived Lin Shen seriously. Is there such a thing? Lin Shen was surprised and delighted at first, then his expression suddenly dimmed. Unfortunately, I can't sing. It doesn't matter, I'll teach you. Little Star said proudly, the singing I'm talking about is Not just any song, but a secret singing method I created myself. You don't really think that the singing of ordinary people can affect the existence of a dream beast, right? Little star, how can I thank you? Lin Shen's eyes shook, and his eyes were full of tears, but he didn't fall, which fully demonstrated a man's gratitude and reserve. We are in the same boat. Helping you is helping myself. Let's work together to kill the dream beast. And leave this hell. Little Star's voice was passionate, like a brave man who was determined to fight the devil. Work together and kill the dream beast together. Lin Shen was also excited, but it was a pity that little Star didn't have hands, otherwise Lin Shen wanted to shake hands with it tightly to show their revolutionary friendship. Without further delay, I will teach you my own secret singing method. If you learn it soon, we can join hands to kill the dream beast sooner. After saying this, Little Star began to teach Lin Shen the secret singing method. Seriously. Little Star, of course, did not really want to teach Lin Shen any secret singing method. It was just too idle and fooled Lin Shen. It was playing with Lin Shen as if he was a fool. The so-called secret singing method was just some of the ideas that it had when it was singing happily. It can't be said that it was completely unreasonable. In fact, it has nothing to do with reason. But Little Star said it confidently and confidently, as if it was really true. Will this really work? Lin Shen felt that if he didn't question what Little Star said, he would seem too stupid, or he had ulterior motives. Lin Shen pretended to be friendly with Little Star just to find an opportunity to subdue it with one blow. He must not give it any chance. After these two experiences, it is basically certain that Xiao Xingxing can command the creature called Fantasy Beast by Xiao Xingxing. If he fails to hit it with one strike, Xiao Xingxing will call Fantasy Beast over. No matter how strong Lin Shen's body is, he can't withstand the power of a mortal level. Now Xiao Xingxing actually wants to compete with him in acting skills, which is exactly what Lin Shen wants. Find an opportunity to touch Xiao Xingxing's acupuncture points 9 times, and the last one will definitely be able to pin it down, even if it is an immortal creature. One person and one snail have their own ulterior motives, one teaches seriously, and the other learns seriously. In order to make sense, Xiao Xingxing really thought about the principles and techniques of the singing secret method that it said nonsense, so that when Lin Shen questioned it, it could make sense. Usually, Xiao Xingxing secretly called Fantasy Beast over to act as a backup. Every time the Fantasy Beast seemed to be about to rush onto the planet, Xiao Xingxing kept singing to force it back, so that it could not get close to Pink Star. Lin Shen didn't care whether what it taught was useful or not. He just showed great ambition and worked hard every day to practice the secret singing method taught by Little Star. Seeing Lin Shen practicing so diligently, Little Star seemed to really want to rely on the secret singing method to avenge his brothers, and he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth all day. This fool actually believes in the secret singing method. His brain is really kicked by a donkey. The look in Little Star's eyes when he looked at Lin Shen was like looking at a clown, and he was in a very happy mood. In order to get closer to Little Star and get close to it, Lin Shen came up with various questions about the secret singing method to ask Little Star. In order to answer Lin Shen's questions, Little Star also tried his best to explain the principles and techniques of the secret singing method to Lin Shen. Sometimes Little Star himself felt that he was a genius. He could come up with so many wonderful ideas, which frightened the fool and looked at it with admiration every day. I'll let You live a few more days. When you find out that the secret method of singing doesn't exist, that's when you die. Little Star was reluctant to kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew that Little Star was fooling him, and he wouldn't really take this shitty secret method of singing seriously. Practicing hard was just superficial work. The real purpose was to get close to Little Star and use the Emperor to control the princes. After practicing the techniques that Little Star said for a few days, it was naturally impossible to have any effect. Lin Shen suddenly had an idea and sang his own war song using the shitty secret method of singing that Little Star said. After singing this, Lin Shen was suddenly stunned. The war song could give him strength, and it was normal for him to sing it himself. What is abnormal is that when he sang the war song by himself before, the blessing he could get was very limited, and the effect was far less than that of Lao Wei and the heart-searching wooden fish, which was about the same as the blessing strength of an ordinary ascender singing the war song. But this time, after he sang the war song, the blessing effect of the war song became extremely strong, even stronger than the effect of Lao Wei and the heart-searching wooden fish. Could it be that the secret method of singing that Xiaoxingxing taught me is true? Such a thought flashed through Lin Shen's mind, but he immediately denied it. The secret method of singing is only effective for his war song, which is completely different from what Xiaoxingxing said. Lin Shen just hit the mark by accident. During the practice, Lin Shen took various opportunities to have physical contact with Xiaoxingxing, and every time his fingers seemed to accidentally touch the red acupuncture point on Xiaoxingxing's body. Lin Shen did not use any force at all, so Xiaoxingxing naturally could not feel anything. After several days of getting along day and night, Lin Shen finally touched the same acupuncture point on Xiaoxingxing 9 times. The strength is not the key. The key is that the same acupoint has been pressed 9 times. The next acupoint pressing will definitely produce an effect, and no one can stop it. Xiaoxingxing has already regarded Lin Shen as her little fanboy, and she never thought that she was about to face a disaster. Xiaoxingxing, I succeeded. When Xiaoxingxing was thinking about how to fool Lin Shen, the fool, today, she suddenly saw Lin Shen running over happily. What succeeded? Xiaoxingxing looked confused, not knowing what this fool was happy about. The secret method of singing. I have practiced it. I have practiced it. I have really practiced it. Lin Shen came to Xiaoxingxing excitedly. The secret method of singing. You have practiced it? Xiaoxingxing looked at Lin Shen, who was so excited that he was incoherent, with question marks all over his head.